Good morning and welcome to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Schenley Park in the beautiful Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. Welcome to the studios at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix Studios. My name is Jeff Wakeman.
All right, I'm Christian Mental Ward.
And we will be your hosts today for all the live racing action here in beautiful Schenley Park, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. We have 5 different run groups coming up in about an hour. Amazing Showfield. Mental, you were on the Showfield yesterday.
Just incredible. It's 18 car clubs out here, another just dozen mark specifics. It was just fantastic. This is the 42nd time that they've done this. They've raised over $6 million for Pittsburgh area charities for the autistic and developmentally disabled, and it just couldn't be a better time. And the weather has been fantastic. It can sometimes get a little oppressive here, but we should expect wonderful weather and some really great racing.
Absolutely. We have some great interviews also. We talked to Dan Panos yesterday. We talked to Luigi Chinetti. We're actually going to go to the People's Stage in just a moment for some more discussion of Luigi Chinetti, but don't go anywhere because right after that interview, we're going to start covering the opening ceremonies and the live racing.
So, People's Stage, we're going to send it to you, Bernie. I don't know if we're supposed to hear that or not.
We're on a little bit of a late start for this morning. Welcome to the Vintage Grand Prix 41st running. The opening ceremonies will be occurring in a little bit, but we have some time to sit down with our Grand Marshal from this year. It's Luigi Chinetti Jr. And we get a little bit of time to chat with you about some history. So I think that for those that don't know who NART is, I think before we even get into that, what I'd like to cover with you today is a little bit about your father's history and coming in and how your father not only was a famous racer, but a machinist, and then how the Enzo Ferrari relationship first started and then moved into Ferrari. But let's talk about your father when he was small. And we'll move up through this chronologically.
Okay, that should be easy enough to remember. Well, actually, we knew nothing about him at all until we discovered his sister in Milan kept everything from the late 1800s. And he never said a word about anything. So between nothing and anything, we didn't have a damn clue. And so we discovered that he was a machinist at 14. And he worked for the or became Alfa. He worked for Niccolo Romeo. 1905, probably around 19. We don't know.
Okay.
And we don't even know how he learned to drive.
Okay.
We have a driver's license from, I think, 1920, maybe something, maybe around 18 or 20, with the photos and everything. We have no clue what he drove, how he drove it, and when he learned.
But
nothing.
But at some point in 1932, he wins Le Mans?
Well, yes, he wins Le Mans at the age of 31, and 32, I should say. We don't know how we have no knowledge. And the sister doesn't have anything, and he didn't say a word. So there's a mystery of how he learned how to drive.
So this is kind of integral into the kind of where Scuderia Ferrari's racing comes from. So what a lot of people may not know is that Enzo Ferrari, Mr. Ferrari, ran the Alfa Romeo racing team, and Scuderia Ferrari really starts as a development team for them. But somewhere around 1939, there's a breakup with Ferrari and Alfa Romeo, and he gets a non-compete, so he gets to start the company sometime, Ferrari as we know it, in around 1946. That's when your father came into the picture again with Mr. Ferrari.
Well, he knew him from the 30s. And what not too many people know is how good a damn driver Mr. Ferrari was. I mean, he was spectacular. I had the chance to go with him in the mountains of Modena in 1962 or 3. And I went with him to a restaurant called the Gatto Verdi. And I'm sitting there. Did he do anything wrong? No. Was he smooth? Incredible. Just flowing. It was just, he was really just, well, he was a great guy. People say he was temperamental. Well, to get 100 Modenese to go to work every morning without killing each other, he had to be pretty sturdy. And he was. And he was just, I loved the guy. I thought he was absolutely sensational.
That was, it was very unique to hear your perspective as we were talking, as you're becoming Grand Marshal for us, where you told me that he was always Mr. Ferrari, Mr. Chinetti. It was a very respectful conversation all the time.
Always. Now, the Mr. part wouldn't, but they'd say, allora, Chinetti. It was just very, never Luigi or Enzo. That would never even begin to enter into the conversation. It was always very respectful, very formal, but still there was a lot of personality in it that it was nice to watch.
So we're selling cars, so we've got to be racing on Sunday, selling on Monday. This is where your father really had an impact on Ferrari.
Well, the thing that, without much money and him going racing, he was very clever. He sold the second seat to a wealthy person who bought the car and who was a good driver. And he did that repeatedly. And when I wanted to go racing, I sold our 275 LM, which was it had more miles on it than an Uber taxi. It was tired. And I sold it to a gentleman who was my age, I don't know, 30 or something. And we went to Daytona, put it together. He financed it. And amazingly enough, we started 52nd and finished like 7th overall. But I took a page out of his book. I didn't invent anything.
What year are we at here?
1969 or 70.
Okay. So let me skip back. In 1949, you were at Circuit de Sarthe, Le Mans.
Yes.
And something happened there that was kind of significant in the 166 mm.
Well, the fact that he drove 23 and a half hours is a good start.
So his father drove at Le Mans 23 and a half hours and won the race in 1949. It's the first post-World War II Le Mans race.
Yes, that was the first Ferrari win. And he built the engine himself, and he set it up very loosely so it wouldn't be stressed. Now, it didn't have the power that it normally could have, but he made it to last. And in all the years I was with him, he never missed a shift. He didn't do anything wrong. Always smooth. And when I wanted to go racing, he never told me how. All he says, be smooth. That's all he said. Nothing else. Zero.
Wow. So did Mr. Ferrari want him to race in that? Did he want him to race? Because there's rumors, I think, that Mr. Ferrari didn't want your father to race a Ferrari in Le Mans.
More than that, he didn't want him at all involved in it. And Dad said, I can do it. And indeed he did. And frankly, that's where the reputation really started. I mean, Mr. Ferrari was racing before, and Dad also in Belgium in '47 when they had cycle-fendered automobiles, which was largely came from the single-seaters. And even that went very well. But Le Mans. There's nothing else even close to Le Mans. If you're going to go somewhere and do something in endurance racing, not short track stuff,
right.
Le Mans is Le Mans, and it still is, but it really was far more interesting in the old days.
So through the 50s, what happened with the racing for North America? What happened with distribution? Something put Ferrari on the map. There's a dealer network that developed. So there's a lot of work that happened in the 50s.
Well, dealer network was somebody calling in saying, I have a customer. There were no really informal, let's put it that way. And, like Miles Collier in Florida bought one of the first ones. And there were several people that were individuals that said, do you have any information on the car? We'd like to know what it is. And then they would buy a car, and you would have little pockets of people buying or racing them. I mean, in the year you didn't have 20 or 25 cars. It was not a lot. And in the beginning, Dad was a distributor for France, I believe Switzerland, but I don't recall, and the U.S. And Ferrari didn't understand Americans at all, but he did need American dollars. And right after the war, American dollars were very, very required, necessary.
So your dad had come here during the war?
I beg your pardon?
Your father had come here during the war?
Oh, he came here in 1941 or 2. We have all the documentation, if I could remember it. But what was interesting is when he went to go to the Monte Carlo rally in 1940, he needed permission from the gendarmes and the Italian police to go across the border to go to the Monte Carlo race. And we have all of that, and it was the gendarmerie that did it because France and Italy weren't really getting along. And so it took a lot of courage to go from Italy to Monte Carlo with a 2.3 Alpha. So it was, politics really weren't so nice. And when he came over here, he was basically an enemy alien, and they went to Pikes Peak to do that. And then he met my mother and stayed. And during the war, he was an enemy alien. And he was a machinist, though. And he worked for Rogers Aviation out in New York and Long Island. And the FBI would come and look every week to make sure he was on the straight and narrow. So his machining abilities and all were really very important.
When did he become an American citizen?
I should ask my wife, who's sitting in the front. 52? 56. See, my wife has a memory I don't, so she'll prompt me.
So when did he win Le Mans? He won Le Mans 49.
49.
Did he win again?
Oh, he won, well, that was his last win. He won in 32 and 34 with Alfa Romeo.
Okay.
And then he also had a history with Talbot Lago, for Mr. Lago, in which he ran the Talbots at Le Mans.
Oh, wow.
What I envied him more was living in Paris in the 30s. I mean, you couldn't do better. That was where, that I'm a little jealous of. You couldn't do better.
Okay, so let's move up to 1960s. What's happening with the North American racing team? What races are you participating in?
Well, the North American racing team started when, I think it was my mother actually saw the back of a truck that said North American Van Lines, and she said, why don't you call it North American Racing Team? And I think that was in 56 or 7. And again, that was really just a few people that heard of the cars and bought them and wanted to race them. But we're not talking about a lot of people. We're talking about,
Briggs Cunningham.
I beg your pardon?
Briggs Cunningham.
Oh, Briggs Cunningham for sure. Miles Collier, maybe 15 customers, and it grew from there because you had Sebring, and you had, in those days it would have been Watkins Glen, it would have been certain Air Force bases that were used after the war because the runways were there and they just had to cut a track out of them, and that really started. But Watkins Glen was very important. That was, and Bridgehampton, you had a number of, but it wasn't a big deal. You know, people went with their mechanic. It wasn't, the whole racing department at Ferrari might have been, I don't know, 20, 30 people. Now you'd need 20 or 30 people to change 4 tires in a Formula One race. So things were different.
So what progresses in the 60s? I mean, eventually you guys are at Le Mans again in 60. Well, before we get to that, Formula One. So the homologation problem that Enzo faces with its ACI from Italy and FIA, with the famous story that may or may not have happened of, you're going to count the cars here and they move the cars over some wine at lunch.
Yeah, that was later on.
Okay.
But the first Ferraris at Le Mans were 49, but then you had a consistent showing of Ferraris at Le Mans. And, I mean, all through the 60s, really. And they won an awful lot of them. And the drivers were just wonderful. I mean, it wasn't, they weren't paid $1 million. I mean, Sterling Moss wanted $1,000 for one of the races he competed in. I think it was Nassau. And the team got 50%. The mechanics get 10%. So you're already at $600. So he got $400 to go racing.
Wow. So were you at the races for when the cars went from red to blue and white?
Well, the blue and white was actually fairly early on. It might have been the blue car with a white hood, or the blue and white. Now I'm trying to remember.
Was that because it's just the U.S. colors?
Yeah, that would have been the U.S. colors and a U.S. team. But I'm trying to think of when the real NART blue with a white was probably, I'm going to take with a 2-liter Testarossa probably, or something like a 335 at Le Mans, maybe 56, something around then.
Okay. So then, from what you recall, and everybody talks about the Surtees race, with the last 3 cars, and we talk about the 250, the 250 LM at at 65 for Le Mans. What races do you remember? Everybody talks about those. What other significant things happened in that period that you remember that nobody asked you about?
Well, probably you could say the general demeanor of the drivers. I mean, I have photographs of Dan Gurney at Le Mans in a plaid shirt, khaki pants, and loafers. That was his racing attire. And everybody was just great drivers, smooth. They were spectacular, but they were really low-key. Nothing was very, the safety and all. Yeah, but they also didn't crash much. They were very good. But it was very informal. Some with a T-shirt, Fangio with his shirt and baggy pants, and just a good sense of how to drive. But it was certainly not the formality that you have anywhere near in the 70s. And well, even Surtees in the 70s. Sorry, I'm going to get some water. Even Surtees in the 70s, it wasn't... So, in fact, the Le Mans winning LM was the one I drove at Daytona 4 or 5 years later, the one that had more miles on it than an Uber. And it was very tired, but it was very fresh at Le Mans. But it wasn't supposed to win because it was a slow little car. But every and then go fast when you have to. But don't count on being a mile ahead. Just
So we have to acknowledge somebody who kind of made this happen, and that's Tom Frasca. And Tom couldn't be down here because he's got some knee issues. But so can you talk about a little bit about the role that Tom played? Because you're here because of Tom.
Well, Tom, we met Tom when he was, I think, a director or in the running of the Greenwich Hospital. Oh. That was his bag. And we met him and became very friendly with him. And he's also a great guy, just aside from everything else. And he was racing, I think, Formula Junior. And that was when he was much thinner. And now he's thin again.
Yes,
but there was an interim. He couldn't have fit in anything. Of course, then again, neither could I. Italians have they start off thin, they get big, and then as they get old, they get a little thinner again when the knees don't work. But Tom is responsible because he said, you've got to go here. You've got to come to Philadelphia, right, to Pittsburgh. I said, well, I don't know anything about it. He said, you just have to go. So we came. This has been one damn good event. I mean, it's been unbelievable. We've been laughing since we got here. And the city is gorgeous. I mean, it's really nice. And there's not one person that doesn't smile around here. It's been absolutely unbelievable. You couldn't do better. And I have a friend of mine who's an Italian, the bozo sitting over there, and he's a very bright guy, but he acts a little silly once in a while.
Poor Frank has just had his face in his hands.
Well, it's a bunch of Italians, so we don't know how to not smile, and it's been a good time. In fact, he's grinning like a Cheshire cat over there. Too bad you don't have a camera up here.
All right, I promise we're going to move the subject away. Let's go back to 1971. There's a 512.
Yeah.
So this car is significant. That's up here on the show field.
Oh yes, very much so. That car also has more miles than an Uber. It did Le Mans, Sebring, Daytona, Watkins Glen. I mean, and it wasn't quite as fast as a 917. But then again, Ferrari didn't put much effort into it either. But it finished Le Mans. When Porsche finished 1 and 2, it was 3 and 4. My Daytona was 5. And when in the middle of the night, all the 5-liter cars would go by, sometimes 3 abreast, and I made it 4. They went by at 220 or 230, and I'm doing 190. The lights went out. It was thunder going by. You thought it was an armada going by. It was unbelievable. And the 512s and the 917s, that was sort of the heyday of the racing in the early 70s. It was unbelievable. The cars were sensational. And the drivers were also sensational, all of them.
So you set a land speed record in this.
Oh, yes. We started out, because Dad went to Bonn, went and established speed records outside of Paris with a Talbot or an Alpha. And I said, I followed him all my career. I just bookended what he was starting. And he liked record braking. So I said, gee, this sounds like a great idea, and I already wanted to do it. So who are we going to get for sponsors and drivers? So a friend of mine knew Paul Newman. He said, well, come on, we'll go up and visit Paul Newman. And we did, and his wife was there. And we said, what do you think? He would like it or not? She said, he'd love it. So we had Paul Newman. And so we went to the various sponsors that were local, where we had Goodyear, Chesborough Ponds, and Ragu spaghetti sauce. Can you believe that?
Really?
Yeah. And we signed a contract. I did. If we did, and they gave us each $10,000, which we figured would cover the costs. And I signed a contract saying if we didn't break a record, we gave them back the money.
You're kind of on the hook at that point.
And so we asked Graham Hill if he would like to come on board. And he said, yes, I want $1,000 on a first-class round-trip airfare from London. That was it. And then we got Milt Mindner, and he was Californian, so he's semi-local. And then myself. And we went to Bonneville. And Bonneville is a salt lake, but it's famous for a straight line. But ours would have been a very 10-mile oval that they used before the war.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
Oh, yeah. Ab Jenkins with the Mormon Meteor and a number of other people. But there were spikes still left in the salt from those days, which I ran over one of them. And
Spikes?
Yeah, spikes, exactly. Surveyor spikes.
Oh, okay.
And the course was laid out with cinder. A cinder truck went and marked a black oval, and there were some pickets. And Milt Mindner, in the middle of the night, it was on CBS and Sports Illustrated, and I think it was Brock Yates sticks a mic in his mouth and says, "What's it like out there?" And Milt says, "Well, I don't mind going fast, but I ran over a couple of them pickets out there." And it was very informal, but we broke some records with a 512. I'd never driven a 512, and I discovered it's a pretty nifty car. And I ran over one of those spikes, and the left rear tire blew out, as the bodywork as well. So we fixed it overnight, and out we went again, and it worked, and we had a Daytona. So we did break some records. But the first one we broke, we didn't have to give back the $10,000. So that was pretty nice.
So this gets us into an interesting topic, because you've done some design with Michelotti?
Well, Michelotti was a friend of Dad's from forever. And Michelotti built, we had a 275P that had won Le Mans. And we used that as a basis because it wasn't worth anything. And I designed a car that was sponsored by Bob Peak. And he was a really, probably the most famous illustrator. He had more time covers than anybody else. He did My Fair Lady, Apocalypse Now. I mean, some really superb work. And Time Magazine, TV Guide. I mean, really a quantity. And I asked him, would he like to come and, sponsor the car? And he said yes. And he lived in Stamford, and our base was in Greenwich. And I would go up to visit him in the evenings. I'd drive the GTO up because it was the cheapest car we had on the lot. And, a real car was $14,000, and a GTO was worth $8,000. So I'd use it to go to lunch or to go, because it was the cheapest car that we had. And nobody gave a damn about a GTO. So now we know where it is.
It's a little bit different now.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. 8,000 to 80 million? Yeah.
It's at a zero or so.
Yeah. But it was fun. But those were the days when I tested cars with a customer, because sometimes they'd be a little skeptical. Well, is this car really as quick as they say, or a street car, or whatever? And I said, well, we'll go out and test roads in Greenwich, Connecticut, which were all little roads and curvy and hilly. And they'd usually come back in, and they had trouble getting out of the car because they were shaking so hard. And we sold the cars that way.
So out of all the, you've driven a lot of Ferraris, you've driven a lot of cars. What's your favorite Ferrari?
Well, it would have to be a 312P that I ran at Daytona and at Sebring. That was a little Grand Prix car. And again, by the time I got to it, it had run with a factory for a year or two with NART, and it was also very tired. But that little car was like a little weapon. It was just, to say spectacular, it was spectacular.
So what about on the design side? When we look at car design, you've designed a car. What do you think of? Well, what do you think of the design of the Ferraris?
Today or yesterday?
Yesterday first, but I'm moving into the today. And I didn't want to put the today in your words in your mouth, I should say.
Well, they're in there somewhere.
Yeah, I know. We're going to get to it.
Well,
before we become critical of anything.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, I'm not going to become critical. I'll let you become critical.
Well, in the old days, I would say 410 Super America, that it was derived from the race engine, but the car itself was a Paris show car, and it was owned by a fellow by the name of Jan de Vroom, and it was just spectacular. And after that, I would say a 400 Super America short chassis that I still own, and I bought it for $2,800 because it wasn't worth $2,900, and we restored it. And it's a 400 Super America Aerodinamico. It's just a gorgeous car. That's the two favorite cars, really.
Okay. So what do you think of design now?
Well, if you painted all the cars black, whether it's McLaren or Ferrari or whatever you want, and you lined them all up, I think you'd have a tough time discerning which one was which, because they got all the scoops and wings and all of this that are nice to say you have them, but they're useless because none of that works under 90 or 100 miles an hour. And they say, well, we've got 4,000 pounds of downforce. Where are you going to use that? And where are you going to have the customer with enough chutzpah to drive them? It's not possible.
Right.
So they're good for bragging rights, and that happens with all the supercars today, whether it's Porsche or anything. You just can't use them. So it's bragging rights more than anything. Technically, they're all superb. They're just extraordinary. Whether it's Ferrari or McLaren, you can't imagine how good they are. But, like I say, they're not particularly useful, but they all get sold out. Everybody's happy to own them. So that's a good reason to have them.
So you brought up black cars. What's your favorite color of? What's your favorite color on a car? Obviously, Ferraris are red. Do you like red?
Not particularly.
Okay.
Red doesn't help the styling of a car. It sort of muddles it. Favorite color? Probably, well, there's a number of them, but a silver, because it's neutral and nobody dislikes it, and it's easy to blend with pretty much any interior. But some of the darker colors, whether they be blue. Now, Mr. Ferrari liked metallic dark green, which was Verdi Pino, and he liked that. And that was, some of the cars look really good in certain colors. Whether black, not so much, but you had special customers that specified black, which is fine. But usually you need a color with a little personality. And red to me doesn't, yes, it's Ferrari red, but personality, it sort of muddles the look of the car. So maybe a medium blue, maybe a green. I'm going to say something with a personality. And it's hard to describe all the colors that have personality, but, you know, the blacks show up every flaw in the car, design or made. If it's black, you better be good with it.
So that brings up another subject. A lot of cars in the 60s, particularly Ferrari and NART cars, had gold rims. I think the color code's Goddess Gold Poly. Where did the gold come from? Because all of a sudden it appeared and then it disappeared.
I'm not sure I remember. The gold that I remember is mainly from the later Ferraris that ran for the team. I don't remember us having... We were mainly wire wheels until... wire wheels and then the silver, metallic silver on the cast wheels. But gold was mainly Ferrari, as I recall, on the Grand Prix. Mainly Ferrari.
Okay.
As I recall, somebody's going to come up and say you're wrong, which is entirely possible. But I don't remember gold wheels until you got to maybe the P. Well, you didn't have the mag wheels on the 275P, even the 330. Probably the P2 or 3. That's when you got into
it. 60s.
Yes.
Interesting. Yeah. That subject came up yesterday as some people were looking at the car. There were a couple spectators up there and saying, where'd the gold rims come from? And it's like, well, that's an interesting question.
Well, there was Ferrari that had the gold rims in the Formula 1, Formula 2, and the Ps, the 4-liter, 412 things, and then after that, naturally.
So we've got to start to wrap up because you're going to be on stage here for the opening ceremonies in a few minutes.
Oh, boy.
And then you get to be on the lead the parade. So we need to give you a break here. Tell me your final thoughts. If you had to lead, if you wanted to tell people what they should know about Luigi Chinetti Jr. and NART and your father, like what is the thing that you feel that perhaps people don't realize or that you want them to know? Does that make sense?
Well, on Dad, he was a legend. And if anybody looks in the books, they'll find him in the beginning with Alfa and then with Ferrari. And the only thing good about me from my point of view is I'm still alive.
We like you being alive. We like you being here.
Well, the alive is a surprise. I'm 80, and I shouldn't be here.
Somebody wants you here. We want you here, so.
Well, this has been just, listen, if anybody's not here, they ought to come because it's like going back to the 50s, the racing. You can recognize every car. You go down the line, and you say hello to an MG, and it says, remember me? You know, and then you go down the road, and there are Alphas and all sorts of great little cars that are delighted to have their air in the sun. It's wonderful.
That's awesome. All right. Well, I think we're going to wind up, and we'll send this back to the studio now, and I think they've got some things that you can watch until we're back here at 11 with the opening ceremonies or a little bit after 11. All right. Thank you, Mr. Luigi Chinetti Jr., for being our Grand Marshal and for gracing us with the NART and Ferraris here at the Grand Prix.
Well, we had a wonderful time, I can assure you. No money, fast cars, and a great time.
Excellent. Thank you.
Well, we made it.
We made it.
Whoops. Oh, shit. So are you happy with it?
Yes, absolutely.
No, it's you.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back. I'm Christian Mental Ward.
And I'm Jeff Wakeman.
We're going to be here all day. We're about to live racing in 20 minutes. Live vintage racing here, Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. Looking forward. That's going to be just fantastic.
That was a great interview from Luigi Chinetti there. I know you had some time to speak with him yesterday.
I did. What a wonderful, warm human being. And considering the influence that family has had on racing in America, he's so humble. And he is. You'd love to just sit down at a table with him and listen to all those great stories.
And if you have not been to the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, you want to make your way out here because not only can you hear about all the wonderful Ferraris, Ferrari is the mark of the year, so getting out Luigi Chinetti to be the Grand Marshal and seeing all of the NART machines was absolutely wonderful. But there was over 3,000 cars in the show field, 20 different shows. If you can make it to the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, put it on your calendar and get out here. And then today, racing live in the park. Indy in the, what do they call it?
The Indy in the Park.
Indy in the Park.
Yeah, you cannot find this anywhere else. This harkens back to the original birth of road racing in the United States. They would just run these on small city streets, hay bales over manhole covers. What a great time.
Yeah, we're going to go to some recorded content, and then we'll be right back. You're going to see some beautiful shots of the track. We'll be back in about 15 minutes for opening and then the live racing. Stay tuned, everybody.
One of my slogans when I first started was that it takes many hands to make a heavy load light. Many hands to make a heavy load light. And that means that no one can lift the weight that really has to be carried to really have major impact unless you have a lot of people.
Wilkinsburg has a number of residents that could be accurately defined as being in distress. And there are answers or relief for that distress in Hosanna House.
I think Hosanna House is one of those places where someone should come and see. It provides so many opportunities to get involved financially, emotionally, physically, through time, resources, and talent. And it's not a feel-good thing. It's a deep-rooted anchor of a community, and I think it could be a real vehicle to bridge some of the, if you want to call it racial divides or simply societal divides that exist. I think if you live in an affluent community and you feel like the light bulb has come on, you need to come and see Hosanna House, because you'll see that there's a lot of hope and opportunity out there.
Meeting people where they are, those needs that they have are what the programs and services are at Hosanna House, and they're pretty important to the individuals that are in the greatest need. So I'm proud of the fact that Hosanna House has been around for such a long period of time. It really is a testament to both Leon's leadership, his staff and team that he has operating within the organization, and a commitment by the community to support it. I'm really excited about the work, the continuation of the work of Hosanna House.
Empowering individuals and families with opportunities to maximize their potential and pursuit of happiness. That, in a nutshell, is what Hosanna House's value is. It's about maximizing people through opportunities. So many people would do more if they had a chance to do more. Leon understands this. He understands people, a lot of times, they're born into circumstances they had nothing to do with, but yet those circumstances can limit you because you either can't afford to be where the opportunities are, or you're just not in the right neighborhood to be where they are, or the right community, or the right school. And so Hosanna House provides the opportunities that bring life, and that's the value. And there's a whole lot that it takes to get there, but at the core, Hosanna House values the human life.
If you get it to crank. I've been painting cars before I was allowed to drive them. So I've been restoring cars, and I've collected Packards since I was 17 years old. My dad said, if you're going to buy an old car, the 49 Packard was the best car I ever owned. And for $200, I bought a 51 Packard because it wasn't a 49. And I got involved in a local Packard club, and I've had over 100 Packards. We have 4 people that restore cars for us. We do customer work. We're doing a Hemi Cuda to a 41 Cadillac to a 1901 Packard to anything else that comes through the door. We do lots of different work for lots of different people.
If you look around the place, you can almost see a car here from every era. Most of the time when I restore a car for somebody, they usually end up becoming friends. Everybody that works here is a car guy. It's a sickness, and I would rather exceed somebody's expectations than just meet them.
I kind of specialize in the real old cars, 1910 and before. I like to talk about the history of old cars, but the history of the cars is fabulous. The Vintage Grand Prix, I think, does well at the racing history, the antique car history, as well as basically what was made throughout time. There's events every day for 2 weeks. On Monday night, there's Walnut Street, and they get about 100 cars lined up on Walnut Street, and the owners can stand around and talk about the cars, and there again, see lots of interesting stuff. On Tuesday night is the waterfront in Homestead, and they get 800 cars. There's everything there. On Wednesday night, we take over the bridge next to PNC Park, and there'll be a couple hundred fabulous cars. We had Lamborghinis and Ferraris and Packards and anything else you can think of on the bridge. So that's another cars you'll never see. And then Saturday and Sunday are the races. And I typically take a different car to every event for 2 weeks and just enjoy the camaraderie and the history and the racing. All through history, all of the cars have something special about them. And at the Grand Prix, you can see anything.
Get ready for the ultimate adrenaline rush with the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Discover 2 thrilling hours of driving action, featuring lead follow laps on the North Track and a full track hot lap finale. Feel the power beneath you as you race in our top-of-the-line fleet of BMWs. Perfect for both car enthusiasts and newcomers to the sport. Treat yourself to unparalleled customer service and attention to detail, ensuring your time on the track is an unforgettable adventure. Don't wait any longer. Sign up today and experience the exhilaration of the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Let's hit the track and make some memories.
Now that Baird and Heffron-Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors and their families build secure financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. We'd love to earn your trust. Make an appointment today and discover the Baird difference.
I saw that car yesterday. It's a weird.
Yeah, we talked to this guy.
It's a weirdo. Oh, here we go. Here's
Bernie introduced me to this guy.
Here's some, just more GoPro footage, I guess.
Yeah.
Look for the second 35-mile-an-hour sign. That's the first one. See the second one up in the distance. Carries much speed. And then right there, brake as hard as you can. Brake, 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 brake. That's approximately 200 feet to the chicane. Chicane will be right here. It'll be a right, left, right. We'll exit the chicane. Stay as far parallel as we can to this outside curve. Using the yield sign and the grate over here as our turn at apex point. At this point, we let the car drift all the way to the far side. Coming through. Look for this manhole grate here. Out here, see what I was talking about when my eyes were by the parking station there? That's my exit point right there, you know? Any of the crosswalks or any painted surfaces, particularly this double yellow line, it gets slippery when wet, yeah. Again, you see a little bit of rough surface there. We'll have to be very careful in a minute. So this is the racing line here where I just go right through. You want to be here, you look at these trees, and then we're going to make a sharp turn in here. And then let the car track way out, which is kind of a little bit off camber out here. And the trick here is you got to be very patient on your turning. Look for one curve, second dip, now bring it all the ways around. And let it run up the left side of the track here. And then brake. Car. Turn in. Let the car track all the ways out here. Just stay inside because there's a little bit of banking here. Use that. If the car needs to go outside, you can let it go outside. Bring it back. Turn in past the trees, your apex point. Done right, this is all flat out. Look for the green fence. End of the fence, hit the brakes. Keep your hand straight, past the tree, turn in, hold it to the hard left. Stay over here, patiently, then turn in. Let the car track out, brake as hard as you dare, slow down, and get into the serpentine. Not much of a passing opportunity going down here. Brakes, you just get around the serpentine. Again, this year here, we're going to be just single file through here due to the construction zone. I usually aim towards this pillar out here, then turn in, make a nice arc, brake hard, very late apex, and let the car track out to the far curbing, right past the telephone pole. It's very unique about this track. You use manhole covers, telephone poles as reference points. That's what makes it so fun. And of course, at the end of the race, this is where you paddock up to the left.
Everyone has different storage needs, so Guardian Storage offers a variety of solutions. We have climate-controlled and drive-up units. Units that are perfect for homeowners, renters, students, and businesses. We also cover other needs with conference rooms, coffee service, free Wi-Fi, package acceptance, on-site store with packaging and moving supplies. With Guardian Storage, you truly get more when you store.
Turn right onto Western Avenue. You have reached your destination.
One more.
One more time. Turn right onto Western Avenue.
ID Light in the all-electric ID4. It's the little things. It's a VW.
If you promise me.
If you promise me pizza.
I will hit more home runs. I will get an A in math.
I will clean up my room. If you promise me pizza.
If you promise me.
If you promise me, I will not pick on my little brother. I will eat all my vegetables.
If you promise me, I'll be class spelling bee champion.
If you promise me, I'll score my first touchdown. If you promise me pizza.
Don't just promise pizza, promise the pizza of champions. Caliente Pizza and Draft House.
We're at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix at the Pittsburgh Golf Club. Talking to Bernie Martin, runs the Cortile. Bernie, tell us, what is the Cortile?
The Cortile is the courtyard of Italian cars. Now, you notice how I've got to do this.
Yeah, it fits.
Yes. So we've gathered together a whole bunch of Italian-designed, manufactured cars: Ferrari, Lamborghini, Maserati, Alfa Romeo, Abarth, Seata. We've had Bizzarini's race here, Stanguellini's race here, and we needed a place to put them, and so a courtyard is an appropriate name for the area because Ferrari is a Cavallino Ramperti, the prancing stallion, and Lamborghini is a bull. So I Googled barnyard, and Cortile came up, but Cortile, it's a sub-meaning of Cortile, and it means courtyard. So courtyard is appropriate for what we've got back here.
So you were the guy behind getting this started?
But my family and I guess is really the right answer. I was asked, what would you change about the Grand Prix sometime in 2007? I said, we need more Italian cars. There's not enough Italian cars here. We got them on the track, but we don't have them on the field. At the end of 2008, we figured out all the things of why Italian cars weren't coming. We were buried down in a swamp next to Porsche. We drug about 6 carts up here, golf carts of people, and said, let's put it up here. And let's do it in this building, the building that we're sitting in. It's a historic landmark. It's phenomenal inside. We looked around and I said, you know, if we put a bunch of Ferraris out here on this field, all those people at Porsche and Mercedes are going to come over here. We figured, yeah, we'll be up on the hill, you'll come up to see that. So we did, and we've been attracting quite a crowd every year since.
Well, that's one thing I had noticed because of the poor weather today. A lot of the car show areas aren't as full as they've been in the past, but it didn't seem to hold back the people here in the Cortile. It's full.
Yeah, and we've tried to get those people who aren't afraid of a little bit of rain. Bill Ebert, who's a former president of the Ferrari Mid-Atlantic Group, said to me at one point, he says, look, there's different kinds of car people, because in the kind of car people that I am, the kind of car people that I think you want at your show are the people that drive these cars the way they were intended to be driven. This is come out, enjoy the cars, talk about the driving, talk about the design, certainly, and all those other aspects, but, you know, it's got to have some patina. You know how many cameras we need just to cover what's here? There's so many special cars here. There's so many individual little stories that we could spend a year just the car shows.
It's like the Smithsonian. You can't do it all at once.
You can't do it all at once. You got to come back every year. The gentleman who won our Lambo competition has 54 cars. He has Cobras. He has Vets. He has a whole bunch of. So it's a mix. We all appreciate the cars. So happens this is the Italian area.
Welcome to the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix Studios. My name is Jeff Wakeman.
I'm Christian Mental Ward.
And we are the Everyone Racers hosts for the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. We're going to be covering all 5 race groups today and all the production, pre-war production. We have all of our notes, and all the beautiful machinery are going to be zooming around Schenley Park, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. You were down in the park yesterday. How was it?
It's absolutely gorgeous. You can't get this anywhere else. We're really looking forward to it. And the great thing about vintage racing is because it really is about the passion. They're not out here trying to win a big contract. There's no posturing. It's just a celebration of car culture, drivers, great machinery, and just the wonderful town of Pittsburgh. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, we're going to actually throw it right down to the stage in the studio now to Ted Sawyer, the voice of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. He is in the park and will be bringing us all kinds of content and interviews all day long. Take it away, Ted.
Good morning. We are live from Pittsburgh's beautiful Schenley Park for the opening of race day for the 41st annual Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix here on the greens of the Bob O'Connor race course, or golf course. Now it's a race course, an event that started here in 1983, a one-day event which has expanded through the years to 10 days plus of events throughout the greater Pittsburgh area. A weekend at Pittsburgh International Race Complex, a black tie event, rallies, sports car events, car shows, and so much more. But here we are at the culmination of 10 days, the historic vintage car races here on the course that's created from the access roads in Pittsburgh's beautiful Schenley Park. We're so grateful for the city of Pittsburgh and Allegheny County to allow us to come back year after year. Our event celebrates great cars and people who love them, and we also are here to raise funds for the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix charity partners, the Merrickey Allegheny Valley School and the Autism Society of Pittsburgh, called Autism Pittsburgh. To begin our activities, let us begin with the national anthem, and here to sing it is Maddie Herdwick.
Dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights on the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the lands of the free and the home of the brave?
Well done. Maddie Herdwick, thank you very much. Now I'd like to introduce to you the chairman of the board of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, Mr. Jim Dolan. Jim?
Thank you, Ted, and thank you, Maddie, for a wonderful rendition of the national anthem. I'm Jim Dolan, chairman of the board of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, and on behalf of the over 1,200 volunteers here that make this event happen, the board and our sponsors, I want to welcome our racers, car show participants, patron parkers, sponsors, and the over 100,000 people who come to Schenley Park yesterday and today to visit and celebrate this great event that supports important charities here in Western Pennsylvania. For 41 years, this event has come to the park, been hosted by the city of Pittsburgh and the great people of the city of Pittsburgh, and run a very unique event here in Schenley Park. This is the longest running street race in the United States, and we continue to be honored to be able to put it on and do important work for the community and the charities that we support. So on behalf of the board, I want to welcome our racers, thank our volunteers, and all of the people who make this happen. Welcome to the 41st running of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. Ted?
Thank you, Jim. Now I'd like to introduce to you the executive director of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix in his 21st year as our executive director. This is Dan Del Bianco. Dan?
Thank you, Ted. And how many years is this for you?
This is my 41st year.
Yeah, I'll catch up eventually.
Yeah, we'll see.
Ted's been the voice since the very beginning and does a tremendous job. And I would almost echo everything that Jim just had to say about the Grand Prix. I mean, if you're in this park, we want to thank you because you're involved in one way or another of keeping this incredible event going. And I love what we've done here with the stage. Where's Bernie Martin over here on the left? He's been on the stage a couple of times already, but he's helped pull this together with the the crew at Cut and Run. I want to thank People's Natural Gas for staging the People's Stage. This is the first time for us, and this is something that we hope to build on. So I'm here to introduce our special guests. I'm going to step over here and grab our first checkered flag. This is for our Grand Marshal, Luigi Chinetti Jr. Luigi's got a long and incredible history in his family in racing with Ferraris, and that's the shirt that I have on here, the North American Racing Team. His father was the first Ferrari dealership here. And actually, you're going to do a much better job of talking about the things that you've done. So let me present you with the flag first. It's got the new Grand Prix logo on it. We've rebranded as a motorsport festival. And I can't think of a more fitting special guest to come in as our first Grand Marshal, Luigi Chinetti Jr.
And what I can say is that this is one hell of a good event. Nobody doesn't smile. Everybody's got a smile on their face. It's unbelievable. Between the smiles and the architecture and the layout here, good grief, you can't do any better. You can recognize all the cars, and they recognize us. And they look at me, and I look at them and say, I know you. You're an MG. Nowadays, you can't do that because you can't tell one thing from another. Paintable. If you painted them all black, forget it.
They'd all look the same.
They all look the same.
So you've raced all over the world, Le Mans and everywhere else. What do you think of this street course that we have here? Is it something you'd like to get out and try?
Well, I'm a little old for that, but I'm certainly looking forward to going around it. But it's like the tracks they used to be in the 50s. They raced what they had. But with the trees and everything, it's gorgeous. I mean, you can't, it's unbelievable. You come up to go here with all the houses that are nifty. This is really, it's like going back to the 40s or 50s, which is a place I still like to.
It's exactly what we had in mind as well, and we're honoring those cars. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Luigi Chinetti Jr.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. You can take that to the side.
I can take that down?
You can take it with you.
Oh.
We have plenty.
Oh, good.
Next is Danny Panos. It says Daniel Panos on here, but I've known him for a week now, so I can call him Danny. And I'm just going to let him jump in because he's going to do a better job than I am. So there's your flag. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
And so
thank you.
Tell everybody what you're all about, why you're here, and maybe a little bit about the cars across the street.
But I'd like a little preamble.
Okay.
It was met Mr. Chinetti for the first time.
Oh, was it really?
So a real honor. And for the young enthusiasts here that may not know, him and his family painted the canvas for sports cars and motorsports in this country. So if you ever get a chance to meet a legend, that truly is one. So I was honored to follow him. So just thanks for everything your family's done for the sports car world. Anyway, my name's Dan Panos, and we've been around about 30 years, and we're what you would call a small volume manufacturer. So what that really means is in this country, we built fully certified cars, EPA, DOT, met all the regs, and there's not many companies in the States that do that, but build them in small volume. And literally right across from this tent we've got a pretty good display of about 30 years of our history, but we also participated an awful lot in motorsports. So IndyCar, Le Mans, GT racing, where I think we've had a lot of our success, competing against brands like Porsche and Ferrari. And happy to say on several occasions we won Le Mans and led all the GT racing in 2006 with the cars that we built over there. And then people might know us best from my father, Don Panos. And Don Panos had this vision after going to Le Mans for the first time. And he's the gentleman that gave you the American Le Mans series, which is anything and all the classes, including all the rules, including all the officials who could not speak English. They brought you racing in this country 12 times a year with all the teams and all the cars that race at Le Mans. which is still going on in one format or another today through IMSA and through the NASCAR group. But if anybody has, if you get a chance, come over and see the cars. There's people over there that know it. We've got a lot of displays of just about everything we've done over 30 years, and there's about 21, 22 cars over there. So thank you very much for having us. What an honor.
Congratulations.
Yep.
This next guest is our honorary starter who needs little introduction to anyone that's into vintage racing. Bert B.S. Levy, author of the infamous The Last Open Road, the Bible of all vintage racers, and I'm glad to present you with the honorary starter. And starter is right because he starts a lot of trouble. And so before he starts, I'm going to quickly tell the story. Ted mentioned that I started 20 years ago, and it was almost 20 years ago to the day. And I was meeting with a client as I was leaving my previous company. He worked at SAE, and I said, this is my last time with you. I'm leaving. I'm going to join the Vintage Grand Prix as the executive director. And he jumped up. He said, you'll do a great job. You'll love it. What do you know about vintage racing? And I said, not much. And he turned around from his bookshelf and grabbed The Last Open Road, your book, and he handed it to me. He said, you have 1 week to read this. And it was a wonderful read, and it gave me all the background I need to know. So hopefully I'll help you sell some books here. But ladies and gentlemen, Bert Levy.
Well, the guy that really got in our way is the guy that gave you his book instead of making you buy your own. We don't like people like that. No, I'm in love with the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. I came here as a driver and to sign some books in, I think, 1998. J.R. Mitchell gave me a very good Lotus 7 to drive, and I was fortunate to win my race that year, which was really exciting. And I've written about open road sports car racing back in the 50s for, my God, 30 years now. But this is the first place and also the only place ever where I've gotten to experience it very much as it was. This is an unbelievable track. It's got flow, it's got rhythm, it's got scenery, it's got elevation changes, and it's got stuff to hit. It's got crowns to the road, it's got sluice gates, it's got hay bales that are supposed to protect the trees from the driver. Oh no, protect the drivers from the trees. There it is. And it's one of the most exciting and enjoyable racetracks I've ever been on. And it's also one of the most competitive. Even if you're faster than the guy in front, you can be held up for a long time. At any rate, thank you for having me back here. I'm loving it. I only wish I was driving again this year. We're at the entrance to the paddock with all my books. Come by and I will bend your ear until you buy one.
He will. Thank you. It's been a pleasure having you, Bert.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Who gets this?
So typically at this time of the year, we bring up Dan Turiski from the Autism Society. And sadly, we lost Dan last fall. So I want to have his son, Jesse Turiski, who now runs Autism Pittsburgh, come up. And everybody loved your father. He was the face of this organization for decades. He was there in the beginning. And we are so sorry to have lost him. But we spent a lot of good years together.
We certainly did. And I said this yesterday, and I mean it. I believe my dad is here today. They were kind enough to let me know that they were going to mention him again, and so I invited my sister Danielle, who's in the front, my cousin Janice Sanson and her husband Tom, our vice president Mary Wildman, and I just want to say that I am honored to be here and I am humbled at the continuation of this awesome event. Oh, I'm sorry. And here's some other friends over here. Riata that brings my brother to the event and back. Through your constant efforts and hard work, we're able to continue doing the things that my mom and dad started, and not only that, expand upon them. We're continuing to work with other organizations on collaborative things that my parents never even dreamed of, and I cannot thank you guys enough. And I'm looking forward to this continuing on into the future. Thank you very much. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you, Jesse. We also have another charity that's been here from the very beginning, Allegheny Valley School, which is now Merrickey Allegheny Valley School, and Kelly Gremba is here, and Kelly's a little bit late because she's running around. All of the Merrickey volunteers, you can see them over here in the merchandise tent working. You'll see them throughout the entire facility working and running around and running the clubhouse.
And we love it. We've built such a big community of our Allegheny Valley School families and our individuals and all these volunteers. So thank you, everyone. And just thank you to all the volunteers. This event, would not happen without you. And thank you so much to the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. We've been one of the beneficiaries since 1983, since the event started. It has helped to fund so many projects at AVS, renovations, equipment, program development. So really from the bottom of our hearts, thank you so much for always including us, and we love it.
Well, we couldn't do it without you. How many volunteers do you have here from your organization, do you think?
From the organization, probably about 40, I'm going to say, but then a lot of family members. We have some individuals that jump in the booths to help, and it's really just built a huge community, and everyone looks forward to it every year.
So if you see anybody with the volunteer T-shirt here, please give them a wave and say thank you. They're here on their own time, not only all weekend, but a lot of them have been here since Thursday and Friday, and others will be back tomorrow to clean up. So thank you, everyone, and we'll be starting our afternoon races in about a half an hour. We've got to give all of our team a lunch break here. Thank you. I know you did. I was stretching it.
Well, thanks, Bernie, but guess who doesn't get a lunch break? It's Mental and I in the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix studios. We are here all day covering all of the races, and we're going to go live in just a couple of minutes, right?
He did say 30 minutes to racing, but we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and then we're going to be coming back to parade laps. And you're going to want to see this, get a sense of the great course that they've got laid out here, the weather. It's just going to be a fantastic, and just get a look at these cars before they start turning wheels in anger. It's going to be a fun race there. You saw everything that the Grand Marshal and the guest and everyone up there. I also have an autographed copy of B.S. Levy's book, but I paid for mine. You sold it to me personally at the 24 Hours of Rolex a few years ago, Bert. So glad you're here. Get a chance to read those books. It's good stuff.
Yeah, we'll be back in just a few minutes with those parade laps and a few other things and checking out all the beautiful grounds here in Schenley Park, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Don't go anywhere. Please stick around for that.
Autism Pittsburgh, founded in 1966, provides advocacy, information, and referral on care, treatment, educational, habilitative, and other life-improving service options for those with autism, their parents and families, and to the professionals who work with them. Contributions from our donors, private and government grants, and our many sponsors have helped us accomplish much over the years, including these past and current projects, training legal and juvenile justice professionals, and educating governmental officials on autism needs, developing middle school autism curriculum through our SPEAK program, providing summer education to prevent seasonal regression, producing the Autism Takes Flight program for travelers with autism, and conducting in services for parent support groups and providers. On behalf of the people we exist to serve, we can never thank you enough. For more information, contact Autism Pittsburgh at 412-856-7223 or on the web at www.autismpittsburgh.org.
Turn right onto Western Avenue. You have reached your destination.
One more?
One more time. Turn right onto Western Avenue.
ID light in the all-electric ID4. It's the little things. It's a VW.
Everyone has different storage needs, so Guardian Storage offers a variety of solutions. We have climate-controlled and drive-up units. Units that are perfect for homeowners, renters, students, and businesses. We also cover other needs with conference rooms, coffee service, free Wi-Fi, package acceptance, on-site store with packaging and moving supplies. With Guardian Storage, you truly get more when you store.
Get ready for the ultimate adrenaline rush with the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Discover 2 thrilling hours of driving action, featuring lead follow laps on the North Track and a full track hot lap finale. Feel the power beneath you as you race in our top-of-the-line fleet of BMWs. Perfect for both car enthusiasts and newcomers to the sport. Treat yourself to unparalleled customer service and attention to detail, ensuring your time on the track is an unforgettable adventure. Don't wait any longer. Sign up today and experience the exhilaration of the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Let's hit the track and make some memories.
America keeps a simple promise: protect and empower the most vulnerable. We believe where there is life, there is hope. And we believe everyone has the right to live their life with dignity and acceptance. Thousands of American employees across the country put their hearts and souls into providing exceptional care for those who need it most. This is more than a job. We strive to create a world we all want to live in by dissolving labels, upholding dignity, and redefining limitations. With every early morning shift, every small celebration, every hug and high five, we fix, we heal, we restore. Because doing the right thing will always matter. What we do matters. Who we serve matters. That's American.
Every summer for more than 3 decades, the Pittsburgh area comes alive with the roar of RPMs and wide-open throttles when racers and car enthusiasts from all over the region and the world flock here for 10 days of car shows and some of the best vintage car racing in the country. The Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix holds the distinction of being the longest continually running vintage road race in the nation and the only one run on city streets. The dream of a few people back in 1982 has evolved in one of the great vintage Grand Prix events in the world, where now hundreds of thousands of fans take in this world-class racing event. What sets the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix apart even more is that all the proceeds are raised in order to help provide residential care, treatment, and support for developmentally disabled individuals in the Pittsburgh region. So far, over $3 million has been raised for the Autism Society of Pittsburgh and Allegheny Valley School, a great event which helps even a greater cause. The highlights of the event are the races that take place on the 2.33-mile track in Schenley Park, as well as the car show that's set up throughout the Schenley Park area. Around the track, more than 150 cars will participate, and some will reach speeds near 80 miles per hour, winding their way through the turns and bridges to the finish line. Across the rolling hills, more than 2,000 beauties will be on display within the International Car Show on the golf course. The pageant of cars covers the spectrum of car lovers from the early 1900s to present day. MGs, Aston Martins, Mercedes, Lincolns, Mustangs, Porsches, Triumphs, and all cars in between. Like many of the events throughout the days leading up to the Schenley races, the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix is more than about racing and competition. It's about celebrating tradition, friends, and family, all in the name of helping others. The Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix is a lot more than 2 weekends of great racing. Packed in between is a week of parties, car shows, parades, cruises, and cocktails. The week-long festivities bridge the racing weekends and give participants and fans different venues to take in the sights and sounds of the event, from downtown and Walnut Street to the waterfront and Squirrel Hill. Every year since its humble beginnings, the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix shatters attendance records and continues to build on its legacy of providing world-class racing entertainment and helping disabled individuals in the region.
So you think the Grand Prix does some good stuff for AVS?
Oh, yes.
It does, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That's really a good thing.
Yeah.
We appreciate you helping.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, after all, you should. Your family, right?
That's right. You, in Auburn.
Some of the things that Allegheny Valley School has done for my family is help prepare my nephew, Chad, for life skills.
When Chad comes to the Slippery Rock Program Center, he comes 3 days a week and participates in our adult training facility where he learns skills in our food prep area or maintains those skills as he goes throughout his day.
I can't say enough good things about what they've done for Chad and what I've seen them do for many other people that are much less fortunate. The Vintage Grand Prix is an automotive event that takes place every year in Pittsburgh for 10 days. And it's a place where you can bring your family to come see the history of the automobile and supports two really great charities. Every year, the money we collect is distributed 50-50 between Allegheny Valley School and the Autism Society of Pittsburgh. I know what the Autism Society of Pittsburgh does. They do wonderful things for these families. Everything from finding them the right schools to go to, helping the families in critical situations that they have at home, advocating for autism. And when you see the work that Allegheny Valley School does with these people, it'll suck you in pretty quick.
All the contributors to the Grand Prix are vitally important. The sponsors, the donors, the race car drivers, the volunteers, everybody comes together and really aims to raise as much money and awareness for the individuals in our care, and that's greatly appreciated.
These are really, really special people that we're taking care of, and it takes special people to put on an event like this.
Through the streets of Schenley Park around the golf course.
It's a great event. Everybody that's involved, from the corner workers to the people that come here and the people that organize it, it's just a fantastic event from all aspects.
Other than Monaco, it's the only vintage race, vintage cars that's held on public streets anywhere in the world.
When this track opened in Pittsburgh '83, I run here every year since y'all opened here. I started with an Aston Martin here.
As always, the event is free. All proceeds that we raise through your donations and purchases of our merchandise go to help the Autism Society of Pittsburgh and Allegheny Valley Schools.
You get to drive these wonderful cars on a street course, just like they did back in the day when they raced them originally.
At safe distance, just a couple of car lengths from the car in front of you. Do not stop for red lights, stop signs, or anything. Thanks everyone for coming out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Everything gonna be all right this morning. Oh, yeah.
As a boy, you develop this affinity to all things cars. My father took me to the races since, I was about 5 or 6 years old. We would travel every summer to watch IndyCar race, Michael Andretti, Mario Andretti, Alan Patterson Jr. There was this race that also every summer happened right in our backyard. All we had to do was go downtown.
Hey everybody, welcome back. We're here in the studio. We're getting ready to go to some vintage racing here at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. I'm Christian Mental Ward.
And I'm Jeff Wakeman from the Everyone Racers podcast. We are going to start with our first race, production sports cars under 1.5 liters. It's a pretty big field out there in Schenley Park. What do you want to talk about, the track a little? Or
yeah, absolutely. Some of the cars, too, because this is also going to be some Formula V's. There's some late model stuff that is accepted into that. A lot of your MGs, the TDs, the TCs, the F. You have an MG.
Sure, we got a 1952 MG TD. Fun fact, I went to the prom in it.
There you go. It wasn't new when he went to the prom. He's not quite that old, no. And also our teammate Chris Abbott also has a 59.
Yeah, he's got a MGA. MGA.
So these are going to be some gorgeous cars. We're really going to be seeing. Looking forward to this. Here we go on the track. Production cars, 1.5 liters, or not. They might. Here we go. Here's the flag. There's some beautiful views from the track. They are going to be showing this around here. They've got cameras stationed all over. There's this cut and run productions that are running this, and they were putting these camera stations up yesterday. It is going to be really good. You can just get a glimpse of this great weather.
Yes, nice shot of the hot grid here. For those of you who are not familiar with racing, hot grid is the term where all the race cars wait before they can go onto the track. We can see our leader there in red. I believe it's an MG midget. Not really sure. We can't see the side numbers there.
That might be Jim Vogel. I think he's got a 66 midget.
Oh, here we go. We got the drone footage of beautiful Schenley Park.
Yeah, that's and props out to that drone company. They actually are FAA licensed. That's not just some person hobbyist with a drone. To do it right, you got to get a professional company.
Yeah, we're going to really quick say our shout out to our sponsor, Pit Race. If you have not been to the Pittsburgh International Racetrack in Wampum, PA, you really need to get there. Not only can you see racing once a year in downtown Pittsburgh, but you can check out their kart track. You can see there's a lot of amateur events like drifting and autocross, and then real live racing. We've been there with the 24 Hours of Lemons many times.
We've also the National Autosport Association runs there. And what's interesting, if you're not a racer, Pit Race has what they call their VIP experience, and they have got a fleet of factory fresh BMWs, and they will show you that track at speed.
Yep.
And that's something anyone can sign up for. You don't have to have any racing experience, and highly recommended. It's just a great track.
We are on warm-up laps here in Schenley Park. You can see the yellow flag. I obviously, if you are not aware, but all these racetracks are controlled by volunteer flag members. We are under double yellow and the pace car.
Formation laps, they call it. This view right here coming from the conservatory. So, yep, ice. That sounds good. So that is actually Andrew Moore in the lead up there in a 64 Healy Sprite. He's a local. He's from Pittsburgh. Really, really happy. There's a lot of good locals, but we do get a lot of traveling out here.
Beautiful car. You see that Lotus in the back?
I did. I did indeed. All right. So now they're coming through. We've got our Jaguar as our pace car.
I believe this is the Westinghouse turn.
They are, the turn 9. So they're up there. It's, right there. That beautiful camera view. They had to relocate that camera because the folks that run Schenley Park planted a tree where the camera was last year. But it's right in front of the Westinghouse fountain statue. It's a lovely park. Even while we were setting up, all the locals were coming through, walking their dogs, taking a nice run, enjoying this really lovely break in weather. The locals can tell you, it can get a little brutal here if we're not careful. I'd like to remind everybody that everything is done here. This is a certified nonprofit, and everything goes to charities, particularly Autism Pittsburgh. They have just done some fantastic work. Over $6 million have been raised through this event, and they go to charities, including that Autism Pittsburgh, which just does a great job of taking care of people, getting them trained, making sure they're being looked after, contributing. Wonderful. Gives everyone a really great sense.
Just had a great shot of the elevation changes here in Schenley Park. Just for those of you who aren't racers, the elevation change is a great interesting part of a racetrack, especially for these small bore cars. Some of these cars are well under 100 horsepower. So when they have to climb up these hills, horsepower is going to get you past some of the more horsepower cars or lower horsepower cars. But then in the twisties, when we come down to like turn 18, 19, and 19A,
which I think this is we're looking at the entrance
I think
of that
we're looking
right now.
at it.
Yes,
that's going to be like a very tight down. This still looks like they're going uphill. This looks like a 18, 19, and 19A is a very tight downhill section where the lighter cars that handle better are going to be able to go past those faster cars.
Mm-hmm. But always lurking nearby. They've covered these with hay bales and they make it as safe as they can. You don't want to hang it out too far because there is a stone wall waiting just outside there. And all of these racers know this because these are not professionals. These are folks, almost every one of them have wrenched on these cars themselves. All of these cars have these wonderful histories. And that's my favorite thing about vintage racing is it really is about the love of the sport.
Yeah. This isn't only vintage racing, but this is vintage street racing. So
yes.
These are actual streets with manhole covers and sewer grates and all kinds of curbs and natural landmarks. So these, should we say that these racers will be taking it easy?
We're both racers, Jeff, and it's always a good pep talk right up until that green flag drops. We have B.S. Levy. Bert Levy is here. He's one of the honorary guests, and he's famous for he's written over 8 books. The first one, Last Open Road, and it talks about when auto racing started in the United States.
I think we're coming up to the green flag.
We probably are. This is what it looked like. Oh, and they are gone.
They are definitely green. You can see that they are getting hot now. They are getting at it. There's our leader, number 19.
That is Johnny DeTonio, and that's a 61 Sprite. He's also from Pittsburgh, so he is charging them folks right as they come around the conservatory. And, our comment about taking it easy, I'm not convinced.
Yeah, I know.
That was
I think I'm contractually obligated by the lawyers to mention that this is 7/10 racing. 7/10 racing. Good luck out there, guys. Keeping it under 7/10. Just keep it off the wall, everybody.
It is 10/10 of fun. We're watching these vintage cars tear through these little street circuits right there. There's the hay bales to protect the telephone pole from the cars, as Bert mentioned earlier.
Do you want to go over the leaderboard for a moment while we got it up?
Absolutely.
All right, we're actually going to go to an interview from one of the racers, Nial McCabe from Succasunna, New Jersey. He's in the 1958 Austin A. That is one of the little cars with doors you see out there.
Yes.
We're going to throw it to Ted Shore for that interview.
One of the most unique cars, I think, that runs here at Schenley Park every year is Nial McCabe's Austin. This is Nial from Morris County, New Jersey, who has been out here a number of years. Only 50. So you are one of the legends of Schenley Park then.
I don't think I'm quite a legend, but only in my own mind.
Now you haven't always brought this Austin here.
Correct. I usually, in the past, I brought my MG Midget. This Austin's been here the last 3 years, though. Prior to that, my MG Midget, and I may bring the Midget back eventually. We'll see.
There it is.
Well, it's so much fun to see this car, though. This is an A35?
Correct, A35. It started out with 35 horsepower in England. And it's actually the car that the MG Midget is built from. So I raced an MG Midget for 40 years, so this was an easy transition to build this car. Very similar, a lot of shared parts.
It's not exactly an MG Midget with a different body, but close?
It's scary and tippy kind of MG Midget. So it's it's kind of fun, but it's scary and tippy and slower, and it doesn't stop as well, and sometimes kind of terrifying.
So given that,
I keep smiling.
So that's the reason then.
Yeah, it's an interesting combination of terror and fun. It's not that bad. You do get used to it after a while. But if you've ever seen the cars racing at Goodwood, A35s like this, you'll see occasionally one of them will be barrel rolling, and I don't want to be one of those guys. So I'm going to avoid that at all costs.
You're standing in front of the license plate, but it has a very interesting license plate. What is it?
It's from Antigua, and that is no connection with the car. We were just in Antigua for my daughter's wedding.
And you came home with a license plate.
I stuck it on my garage wall for a while, and when I finished this car, I thought, that looks good. So no real logic behind it. Yeah.
Niall, we're always delighted to see you in this car. We're laughing also but we're laughing with you, not at you.
Well, it's okay. The flaggers tell me that they figure when I pull over, 10 clowns are going to jump out of it, and only one does.
It's Nial McCabe's A35 Austin.
Thanks. See you.
A lot of clouds. If you are watching this right now on YouTube, hey, just do us a quick favor. Just click on down, right down to the subscribe. I promise you they're not going to fill your inbox with spam. It's going to be more great content like you're seeing right here. Go ahead and get a subscription to YouTube. Watching this right now, help us make more of this great content that you're seeing.
Absolutely. We are live on every different platform right there. So you can also go to pvgp.org and see all the information about all the racers, like that wonderful Austin 35.
Now, while we were away, we did get a leader change. So right now we've got Andrew Moore is in the lead, and that's in a 64 Healy Sprite, another local. So lots of Pittsburgh folks battling it out for, I imagine, some good bragging rights.
And then after that, we have number 19, Justin D'Antonio, in a 1.6 liter. I believe that is also in Austin.
It is, yeah. He was just in the lead, so those two have been going at it, and a lot of respect there. In third, we've got Josh Hartman, and he's in a 64 Spitfire, another Pittsburgh relative. This is just a fantastic racing town.
Absolutely.
Loving every bit of this.
Yeah, after that we have an MGA, we have some of the production racers, a TD, some great looking cars out there, just absolutely hucking it around this course in Pittsburgh.
Absolutely. It's 7/10 racing, but it's 10/10 fun, and everyone is really enjoying it. And this is what these cars were honestly just designed to do. Small bore, excellent handling. It really comes down to the drivers in these situations. There goes our 3 leaders in a row, and they are not giving any quarter. This is going to be interesting right up until the end. Coming into that corner at turn 9, right in front of that Westinghouse fountain. He is trying to accelerate away, but I don't think Hartman or Hartman is given either of those guys. Okay, here we go. Shot of our leader again. Coming into turn 13, very tight. And they begin the climb up that slight hill.
Yeah, do you think Andrew Moore takes his car to the park and when their race isn't going on and practices? He is from Pittsburgh, so
all 3 of the leaders are from Pittsburgh. I think it shows.
Some local knowledge coming out here.
Absolutely. They get on their bicycles, or they bring their dogs out and walk them around so they can pay attention.
Well, honestly, there is a lot of value in actually walking the course.
There is.
There's a lot of pavement changes, being a road course. Lots of pavement changes in crowned roads, and where a washout might have happened, or where some over winter the track surface can change. So even just getting out on the track and walking around is valuable information when you're pushing your, very expensive, sometimes not so expensive.
Very
machine.
loved.
Yeah.
Certainly
Very,
is loved.
absolutely loved. There's one thing about these vintage racers is it may not be $1 million sports car, but it is a loved sports car.
Yes, and we had a chance to do a track walk ourselves on Friday, and it is interesting that this not being a full-time racing surface, you talked about the crown of the road, and that does play a factor in some of the lines because these roads are designed for runoff to make sure that when it snows or rains, the water gets into these drains, and it does affect especially some of these smaller cars. As you mentioned, they've got just a little bit of horsepower, so they're trying to maximize every inch they have. This is one of our fantastic drone shots, looking down on the racers as they're coming through that corner right there. There's a fantastic-looking Lotus 7 just coming through the hill, and there's our Mini, an actual Mini coming around there. And just the other day, we were at this corner, and some of the more smart racers tied our robe in there. But we're gonna cut away for a commercial, recognize some of the valuable sponsors that make everything you are seeing here possible, and we want to thank our friends over at Cut and Run Productions for bringing this all to you.
And our sponsor, Pit Race, for this segment. We'll be back in 1 minute.
Get ready for the ultimate adrenaline rush with the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Discover 2 thrilling hours of driving action, featuring lead follow laps on the North Track and a full track hot lap finale. Feel the power beneath you as you race in our top-of-the-line fleet of BMWs. Perfect for both car enthusiasts and newcomers to the sport. Treat yourself to unparalleled customer service and attention to detail, ensuring your time on the track is an unforgettable adventure. Don't wait any longer. Sign up today and experience the exhilaration of the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Let's hit the track and make some memories.
Everyone has different storage needs, so Guardian Storage offers a variety of solutions. We have climate-controlled and drive-up units. Units that are perfect for homeowners, renters, students, and businesses. We also cover other needs with conference rooms, coffee service, free Wi-Fi, package acceptance, on-site store with packaging and moving supplies. With Guardian Storage, you truly get more when you store.
Monitor stay up. And we're back.
Okay, there we are. We're still looking at that overhead drone shot. I'd like to thank our sponsors, Pit Race. Don't sleep on that VIP experience. That's a lot of fun. One of those hot BMWs coming through. Andrew Moore still in the lead here. He's just in front of Josh Hartman, and Justin D'Antonio's now in third, but those 3 Pittsburgh natives in their MG and their Austin Sprites are battling it out, and they are still running rather close.
I know between races we're going to go see Chris Abbott, Chrissy Matura, and the voice of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, Ted Sawyer, for interviews with not only the racers but some of the people who are just watching in the park, because Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix is a beautiful spectator event. If you're watching here on YouTube or on the pvgp.org, if you're in the Pittsburgh area, you can come down and watch the races today. We are going to be racing until about 4:30 in the afternoon.
What a fantastic time. It's centrally located. It's great. It's a wonderful facility. And you're just not going to see this anywhere else. They don't do this anywhere else in the country. I do a lot of vintage stuff on the West Coast, and we don't have anything like this. This is just such a great, unique experience. And speaking of great and unique, it looks like Andrew Moore is starting to put a little bit of distance between him and Josh Hartman in that Spitfire.
Yeah, it looks like he's catching up to some lapped opponents also.
Mm-hmm.
It is a 2.33 mile track, so catching up to some of the back markers is actually a pretty big deal.
Especially with 22 separate turns on this one. Now, the lap record of this course is 2 minutes and 14 seconds. I don't think we're going to see that one broken here today, but darn if these racers aren't going to try.
Well, definitely not from the vintage small board under one. Yes.
Might have to impound them and check them for some rule violations if they start running that fast.
Yep.
Somebody
get the SCCA inspectors out here to measure the valves on this guy.
All right, Andrew's gotten through that traffic, and he has left his two competitors still tangling without a blitz. Now, this is, as we mentioned, vintage racing, so you're not going to see a lot of holdups, but sometimes it's just not a good time to signal for a pass, and you have to be patient waiting through these corners.
Well, and some of these, even though these are very small cars, some of these roads are very tight and very small. So when we're going over things like the Panther Hollow Bridge and past the conservatory, looking over at the University of Pittsburgh Cathedral of Learning, big, wide, highway-like street, but some of these are paths through a park.
Yes, right here as they're going through those switchbacks, the 18, 19, 19A complex, as they're tightening up through here. Here we come back through the conservatory. There's our race leader, and he is starting his other lap right through this gorgeous Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. Schenley Park, I'd like to welcome everybody who's watching us right now. Don't forget to click that subscribe button if you're watching this on YouTube. And while you're there, hey, why not text us, messages, tweet it to some of your friends. You've got friends, they probably like cars, they'd probably really enjoy this. This is a great production. Oh, now this is a gorgeous little MG coming through here.
Yeah, make sure you hashtag those tweets, hashtag PVGP, so everyone can see it. Some beautiful cars here. Andrew is still pushing it. Got a little loose there.
There we go. Now we're having some fun.
I'm again contractually obligated to remind Andrew we are 7/10 racing here. Please do not put that beautiful 64 Austin Healey Sprite into any danger.
All right, but he is being...
He's got a good lead on number 2
I'm not
there.
convinced. I think the 27 Josh Hartman is starting to run him down. He's got that 64 Spitfire, and hot on the tail is the one who actually started out in the lead on this one. And yeah, the silver Austin Sprite on this one. So that's our 1, 2, and 3. They've been going there. That's Justin D'Antonio, and he is staying on the tail of Josh Hartman in that image, and that's Spitfire.
It's a Sprite, number 19. Austin
No.
Sprite.
The second place, Josh Hartman.
Oh, got it. Thank you, sir.
All right, there's our leader again. Oh, listen to that car just climb through those RPMs.
Yep. You can see on your screen there that hay bale that is pushed onto the road site. Somebody got a little close to one of the sewer grates and must have pushed that onto the track surface during you can see the hay bale right there. That is a storm drain, making sure that they don't break their beautiful cars.
Oh, because that will
some of the dangers.
That'll destroy the wheel on a street car, much less on a race car.
I love the Mini. This red and white Mini.
I believe that is Alex Schaefer, and he's from Cannonsburg. There we go. Now 21. That's Josh Stanford.
65 Tuner Mark III. Turner Mark III. We're not sure what that is. I know it's got a 1.6 liter motor according to my records here, but a lot of these 1600 cc motors are on the Austin Healey or the MG motor.
Yes, absolutely. Well, and we just saw with that interview with the car that this was based on. A lot of evolution going on with some of these vehicles. But Andrew Moore still got that lead. Josh Hartman is just about 4 seconds behind him.
That yellow and white Bug-Eye Sprite is gorgeous.
Yes, he is.
Did he just pull off the
I
racing
believe
surface?
he may be having an issue, not wanting to risk that car. So we've got there's our leader,
I
Andrew
think that was,
Moore. Here comes Josh Hartman, and right behind him, Justin D'Antonio.
Was that possible that was the Craig Seifert, who was in second place before? We have 2 yellow Austin Healeys here. The Bug-Eyed Sprites, we have number 59 Craig Seifert and number 66 Abigail Patterson. We're not sure who just pulled off right there. We'll try and confirm for you who's having trouble. Craig Seifert looks like he is still on the leaderboard, so we're not sure who it was.
Okay. And another shot right there, turn 13.
I think we're going to go back down to the field for a pre-recorded interview, this time with Alan Patterson. Alan Patterson has a pretty interesting car here. It's a 1959 1934 Lagonda Rapier. So this is a coach-built 110 horsepower, very light, handled well, was a very popular racer in the hill climbs and the sprints back in the 60s, in the 50s and 60s, excuse me, the 30s. Whew. But it's a beautiful car, and we believe he is not on the track at the moment, but Ted Sawyer did get a chance to interview him earlier in the weekend.
All right, it looks like Andrew Moore has put a couple more seconds on Josh Hartman in that Spitfire. So we're going to pop out to that interview, but stay with us because it's still going to stay on the screen. You can still listen to this great interview.
I'm here with a gentleman who has an historic name here and a historic family connection to the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. This is Alan Patterson III.
Thanks for being here as always, Ted. It's funny you say that. I'm very lucky to be able to continue this tradition on behalf of the Pattersons, and there's 5 of us, my daughter being the newest of our drivers this year. But again, what a fabulous event, 41 years and going strong. It's fantastic.
I mentioned that, and if you're not familiar with the history of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, it goes back to 1983, and Alan Patterson, your dad, and meetings early on in his garage in nearby Shadyside to put the whole thing together, and it, I think, never would have happened without Alan Patterson.
It would not have happened, but it would not have happened without the help of a tremendous amount of people, and obviously to this day it wouldn't be possible without all the volunteers and all the people who are involved, such as yourself. But yes, again, very lucky to be.
So the Patterson family has run a variety of cars through the years, but you're leaning against a really cool car.
Yes, so this is a 1934 Lagonda Rapier, and it was the oldest car that my dad owned. And he mostly had it in California and raced it in California. And if you look at the stickers on the side, he raced it at various events in California, but always wanted to bring it back here. Sadly, he passed before it came back here, and then it took me a year during the pandemic to sort it. It needed a lot of work, and then last year brought it out, or 2 years ago, brought it out for the inaugural run at the PVGP. And it's a fascinating car to drive.
It's very cool, and I'm happy to hear that I wasn't just not seeing it through the years, that it actually was living on the West Coast. But did your dad have a car overseas as well?
Well, he had 2 cars that ended up overseas over the course of the year. So the Elva that he bought new in 1958, the Formula Junior, ended up traveling around Europe, and he went to various races in that. And then his favorite car, the Allard, which he bought new in '52 and was his daily driver from Pittsburgh to Miami, ended up in Europe also on occasion and went racing over there.
I'm glad you mentioned the Allard, and the fact that he bought it new. He was a life member of the Sports Car Club of America. I think the only man I know who was a lifetime member.
He was a lifetime member. He actually was one of the founding members, I believe, of the Steel Cities Region SCCA. So, yeah, he was there from the beginning, and I believe the VSCCA.
Now, you mentioned that your daughter Abigail is racing the Bug-Eye Sprite that we're standing next to.
Correct. The Bug-Eye Sprite behind us, exactly. She started driving last year, going through various events to get licensed, and she's been driving that, and will be driving that in this year's event here.
Carry on the Patterson tradition. Congratulations. We'll look for you on course.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here as always. I'll look forward to hearing your voice over the loudspeakers.
Thanks, Alan.
Thanks, Ted.
All right, and welcome back. We are still running this 1.5 liter production cars. We're just outside of turn 15 as they're coming down towards the East Circuit Road. There's our drone shot. All of this being brought to you by Cut and Run Productions. I believe that is our 3rd place car that is just starting to come down into those switchbacks. Very bit tight of racing, very pretty. So that is Andrew Moore and Josh Hartman, and they are just 3 seconds apart, and that's between 2nd and 3rd. And I believe that our leader has just put some serious time on everybody by running away with this one. This is another great shot, turn 20. That's right before you come across the start-finish line. Just out of those S's. Looks like we may have a slight strategic repositioning of one of those hay bales over a grate. Just an adjustment, as we call it. But right now, Andrew Moore has got a 10-second lead over the 2nd place car of Josh Hartman in that Spitfire. That is really, really impressive, especially on these tight circuits. And there he is right there, cresting the hill, coming on around the start-finish, and heading back around for another lap. Just a few more minutes of racing. While you're here watching us, if you've been to the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix website, pvgp.org, you've got an opportunity there to donate to Autism Pittsburgh, and it's a wonderful charity that does a lot of great things right here in the Steel City. What a great group of folks that are doing that, and they have had a lifetime involvement with this organization and this race. So very happy to promote that. Autism Pittsburgh. There we go. We saw the little mini as he's climbing up the hill. Just saw a Lotus 7 come around, and there's our race leader just in front of the conservatory, and he is headed up towards the Westinghouse statue. Oh, and there we are. Right on him is Josh Hartman.
Yeah, I just want to take another moment and talk about Autism Pittsburgh, because they are
Festival. It really truly is a festival.
Sorry, that was me. I was talking and mental wasn't hearing me. I just want to take a moment and acknowledge that our charity partner, Autism Pittsburgh, is one of the many charities of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix charities, and they are helping us, or excuse me, they are getting the benefits of all the work that put together by all the volunteers and everything.
The 18 car clubs that were here for the show yesterday. It's fantastic. Oh, there's our leader catching up on some of that traffic. He's going around
traffic,
there.
yep.
And Josh Hartman is not letting go anywhere, has now reduced that lead back to 8 seconds as they start to negotiate some of the traffic. And this is really where racecraft comes into play. You have to understand and trust the racer in front of you, and then try and predict as much as possible what they're going to do. A lot of new racers like to make the mistake of trying to get out of the way, and that's one of the worst things you can do. If you are being overtaken, you want to be predictable, but we are looking down into the switchbacks, 18, 19, as they're coming through there. There's our leader starting to put it on there, but Josh Hartman is not giving up, and Justin is just behind them as well. So it is Spitfire versus Sprite as we're coming down to the last couple of laps of the opening race here at this Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. This is our production 1.5 liter event.
Let me remind everybody, we're going to be live covering these races all day. Yes, we do have some sponsors, because how else are the charities going to make any money if no one is paying us? Well, actually, no one is paying us. We're all volunteers. But when we go to commercial, the racing is going to stay live, so don't tune away. Stay together. Once we come back, we'll review everything that's going on, hitting the top 10s, and probably interviewing the winners.
Absolutely. We're going to even have some live interviews trackside with some of the fans that are here today. So stay with us. Keep an eye on these commercials. Thanks so much.
Get ready for the ultimate adrenaline rush with the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Discover 2 thrilling hours of driving action, featuring lead follow laps on the North Track and a full track hot lap finale. Feel the power beneath you as you race in our top-of-the-line fleet of BMWs. Perfect for both car enthusiasts and newcomers to the sport. Treat yourself to unparalleled customer service and attention to detail, ensuring your time on the track is an unforgettable adventure. Don't wait any longer. Sign up today and experience the exhilaration of the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Let's hit the track and make some memories.
Everyone has different storage needs, so Guardian Storage offers a variety of solutions. We have climate-controlled and drive-up units. Units that are perfect for homeowners, renters, students, and businesses. We also cover other needs with conference rooms, coffee service, free Wi-Fi, package acceptance, on-site store with packaging and moving supplies. With Guardian Storage, you truly get more when you store.
Turn right onto Western Avenue. You have reached your destination.
One more.
One more time. Turn right onto Western Avenue.
ID light and the all-electric ID Ford. It's the little things. It's a VW.
If you promise me pizza, I will hit more home runs. I will get an A in math. I will clean up my room.
If you promise me pizza.
If you promise me.
If you promise me, I will not pick on my little brother. I will eat all my vegetables.
If you promise me, I'll be class spelling bee champion.
If you promise me, I'll score my first touchdown. If you promise me pizza.
Don't just promise pizza, promise the Pizza of Champions. Caliente Pizza and Draft House.
Now that Baird and Heffron Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors and their families build secure financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. We'd love to earn your trust. Make an appointment today and discover the Baird difference.
That's good.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody. Thanks so much. It looks like they have thrown the checkered flag in our starting race of the day. And it is Andrew Moore that has taken that one over Josh Hartman, Justin D'Antonio right there in the back. We also had James Goodson, Peter McCarthy, Alan Patterson, Kurt Burns, Steve Coatson, and Thomas Dick. Manley Ford rounding out that top 10. Those throughs go through there. And we were just noticing Andrew Moore's best time, 2:17 in a 1.5 liter MG, just 3 seconds off that track record. That is really, really impressive for a lot of clean racing.
Yeah, these are not the fastest cars that we're going to see today. We have some big bore cars. We have the 100 years of MG race that's coming up. We have some fantastic
of course, yeah,
formula cars that are going to be much faster than this.
And
run
of course,
group.
I'm eagerly looking forward to the Porsches as they come out because I am slightly biased. I'm a Porsche enthusiast. This is just going to be a great time. So here we are looking at the leaderboard. Andrew Moore in that '64 Austin Healey Sprite. What a great car!
All right, so here's how a racer is a racer. That best lap was actually the last lap, 2:17.889. Andrew Moore, we know you are pushing it real hard out there, and good job.
Very well done, but. Josh Hartman, hold your head high because you were really, really tracking. You were running down that lead. That was a 2:21 was your best lap, and that was darn close to the end of the race as well. And Justin D'Antonio started out in the lead, did a really, really good job. But sometimes that's just how racing goes. Really enjoyed watching all that, and especially seeing in 4th place James Goodall in that MGA. That's a gorgeous, gorgeous car. So
and I believe all 3 are Pittsburgh locals.
Yeah, those top 3. So be proud of your city, folks. That is great.
Well, we know that we're going to talk to Bernie down at the Phipps Conservatory in just a minute or so. Oh, that one is out. I'm sorry. We are going to go live to interviews in just a few minutes with voice of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, Ted Sawyer, so please stay tuned. We'll find out which one of these Yinzers have what kind of bridge they live at. But yeah, Pittsburgh locals sweeping the first small bore race here at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. I'll remove my old man glasses since all of a sudden I'm on the screen back at the PVGP studios. It was a great first race, don't you think?
That was just a great first race. What a way to just come in there, have a lot of fun. We do have some trackside interviews coming up here in just a second with our good friends and our teammates from our podcast and our race team, Chris and Chrissy. They are down there finding you, the fans, trackside. We'd love for everybody sitting here watching this. Thank you all so much. Go ahead and click that subscribe button. I promise you the Pittsburgh GP YouTube channel will not fill your inbox with garbage. It's going to be quality content the entire time. Let's go ahead and see if are we ready to cut away for that one? I believe. All right.
Ted is still getting together on the street.
Absolutely.
These guys have to get out of their race gear. These people are not just out there in their penny loafers.
No.
Here we go.
There we go.
Back to the field with Ted Sawyer with the winners.
All right, that is him with Josh Hartman right there. He's getting ready to go. Okay. Well, we are seeing Ted. We don't know if they've got all the audio going on that one there. I'll see. Now that's how you know this is great racing. There's your top 3 right there, shaking hands. What a great fellowship. That is the essence of what racing should be. What great competitors, what great Pittsburgh representatives. Couldn't be happier about that.
Yep.
And they're heading up over there to the winner's circle right now. They're going to get their Helltown case of beer, which local Pittsburgh brewery representing as well. This is just what a great podium.
Yeah, just to mention, again, these are all vintage racers. These are all amateurs. Nobody is getting any money for this. These guys are spending their hard-earned dollars and all of the hours working on the cars. We're ready to head to Ted Sawyer whenever he picks up that mic.
All right, Ted, throwing it to you.
Anytime you're set. We're doing a live stream, so we have to wait for the director to...
All right. I'm not sure Ted's got the right microphone right now, but he might be broadcasting over the PA system.
Yeah, if we get cut off, we'll just get cut off, and we'll keep vamping until we get Ted's mic working. Now, that's standing in the middle, so we should assume that is Josh Hartman, correct?
No, that was our number 2. Our number 1 runner is Andrew Moore, so that's Andrew Moore right there. Yeah. They had looks like they had a great run. It was just great seeing those guys on there. All right, and so Ted's interviewing those folks right now, and Ted's been doing this. You heard him just say it earlier. He's been here since the beginning. What a great representative, and we're so fortunate to have him there. If you haven't had a chance to meet Ted, he's been talking on the stage, and he'll be talking to the winners all day. And it just he understands racing, and he really understands Pittsburgh.
Absolutely, and he knows all these guys. He's also a Pittsburgh local. He knows who's who.
Yeah.
We can hear it very faintly in the background, but we can't get it piped to you. But they are having a good time there. There's a good crowd.
All right, there's Josh Hartman. Now, Josh Hartman was in that really pretty 64 Spitfire. I like the paint job on that one.
Yeah, he had a Caliente Pizza sponsors right on the side of his car. So
there you
red
go.
and black,
Right.
Triumph Spitfire. It was beautiful.
And he representing Pittsburgh, because Caliente Pizza is one of our sponsors this weekend, so they've made this all good. So if you're visiting and you find yourself hungry after today, you need to swing by Caliente Pizza. Get yourself some dinner before you hit the road back home. Actually, I think I need to go there before I get on my plane.
Yeah, they have a spicy pizza that I hear nobody can eat. If you eat the entire spicy pizza, you get your name on the wall, and nobody's name's ever gotten on the wall. So
that does not sound like fun.
Well, you got to get on a plane tomorrow morning, and I don't work tomorrow, so why don't we head on down to Caliente Pizza and get one of those?
So there it is. It's Josh Hartman right there. Second place, 64 Triumph Spitfire. What a great run. What a great racer. And there we go. Just a good, proud representative of Pittsburgh. Yeah. Got his fan club out there. We can hear his fan club applauding.
And you can see that all of these guys are wearing totally safe fire suits.
Oh, of course.
Probably FIA approved. We can see the cool suit peeking out of, out of,
we went backwards. So
we went
Andrew
backwards.
Moore,
This is
our
Andrew
first
Moore.
place.
Sorry
All
about
right.
that.
So we had Andrew Moore confused with D'Antonio, but there it is. There's your first place winner, Andrew Moore. 3 seconds off that track record in a 1.5 liter Austin Sprite. Wow. Just what a great drive. And really just clean and quick. A lot of fun to watch that one. I was really enjoying this one.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see how young these guys are. These guys are usually in the vintage races. You expect to see some gray hairs with Italian loafers, but these guys are probably driving these cars their entire life. They were old when they turned 16 and got a driver's license. So,
all right.
Really, one of the best things about vintage racing is how.
This is the trophy right here.
Oh, can we hear Ted now?
I believe we can, and there we go. They're getting those trophies, those outstanding cases of beer from your local Helltown Brewery. There we go.
Your podium.
That's a proud podium.
Keith, I think we've got cars on the grid for race 2.
All right,
yeah, we're going to be
cars
moving on
the
to
grid for race 2. Looking forward to it.
Thank you, Ted Sawyer, the voice of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. We can only hear him through the PA announcement. But we are going to get that fixed for you. Trust me, we're going to talk to each race section. We're going to try and talk to those winners. These 3 guys are from Pittsburgh, so, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. So great, and we should be seeing some more local Pittsburgh
volunteers
racers
that are here, because there are hundreds of them.
We're gonna
corner workers and timing
we're gonna swing out to commercial and come back and we'll get that next race
stewards.
But don't go anywhere, because you're still going to have the screen
grid,
right here on the
folks
Pittsburgh Vintage
manning
Grand Prix.
the merchandise tents, etc., etc. A great hearty thanks to all the volunteers who make this event possible.
All right.
Many of them have been here for a number of years. Some, like Ted Sawyer has been here since day one. And we also want to tip our hat and say thanks to the members of the Steel Cities SCCA. They're inside the track. They help make the racing go. They know the racing. They know all the safety, and they're a part of the family of volunteers as well here at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. If you would like to volunteer, we can always use more help and more enthusiasm. So
there we go, camera 6. We're going to go right now live. Our good friend Chris Abbott, our teammate Chris Abbott, they're down there. They found some local fans outside of turn 6. So let's go ahead and cut away to that.
Mic check, good. Yeah. Okay, great. This is Chris with the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, and I'm here with Colin and Cordelia. What a beautiful day here. What brings you guys out here? This is the race this year.
We've been trying to make it out here for years. Lots of friends and coworkers say it's a great event, and it's lived up to everything we've seen so far.
Fantastic. Where'd you guys come from today?
Philadelphia.
Excellent. And what specifically are you looking to see here? It's your first time out. What attracted you here?
First time, yeah. Like I said, a lot of people recommended it because the racing's of a high quality and people really try and win. And for people viewing it, that's really something you don't see in a lot of vintage racing. So it's been great.
Great. Now, are you racers or car people yourself, or are you just looking for a beautiful day out to do something different?
A little of both.
He's a car person. Yeah. He's a car person. I just like to be there.
Excellent. Yeah. Great. Well, what's your fun car that you usually have?
I actually am between cars at the moment, but yeah. I guess you could say I'm doing a little bit of scouting here, looking at the field and seeing what might be the next toy.
Excellent. So, do you think you're going to come back next year after everything you've seen so far?
Absolutely. Maybe forever.
Well, perfect. We love to hear that. Yeah. That's wonderful. Great. Well, thanks so much, guys. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, Chris, thanks so much for catching that interview. They came from Philly, so
Same drive we had. Chris and Chrissy are out on the field. They're going to be doing interviews all day, along with Ted Sawyer, who is the voice of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. So his voice not only on the PA, but he'll also be doing all the winner interviews.
We're getting set up right now for the 2-liter sports production cars. Correct me if I am wrong, but I believe...
Yes. Production sports cars over 2 liters is the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix class. So we're going to be seeing lots of... we're going to be seeing some of your favorites, the 914s coming up, right?
Absolutely. We're going to see some of the 914s and hopefully some of the Datsons. We got some Zs in there. This should be really interesting. And even a couple of not boring BMWs, 2002s. And we're going to be cutting away to some footage here in just a few seconds. Hopefully some drone footage. We'll have the live cameras on there. All right, we are going back to the racetrack. Here we are in just a few minutes. And the production sports cars over 2 liter. Now, this is typically the fastest group of the weekend. And these are just your recognized. You'll know them as cars. They look like actual cars like the other one, and they've got some of the bigger engines. And given the speed that we saw out of those 1.5s, I think there could be some really interesting racing going on.
Join our family today.
We might be sneaking up on this track record. There's that Z right there. There's some BMW 2002s. All right, there we go. They are easing onto the line. That's a lot of Z cars. There we go. There's a 911. Some of the production cars. All right, it is Z's and Porsches. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, we have the 2 914s out of Swickley, PA. I believe it's Swickley, PA Porsche.
Oh, yes. They've been a vintage racing for years. If you check out their website, they have pictures dating all the way back to the current president when they were a young child being with their parents at the racetrack. So here we are at the conservatory. We should look to see this formation lap coming around here. They're going to be led around by a pace car, that beautiful Jaguar XF, not XF, that's the sedan. This is the coupe that is coming through there. So we're staring over the bridge. Running through that there. Of course, this is all a double yellow event. So here you go. There's the Jaguar leading the field through. And while we're doing this, if you see all these folks are holding the flags. Now, at racing events, that they have people that come and do this. All of these flag staff, and they are highly trained, but these are all volunteers. They have given up their weekend just to come here and help this event go off. In fact, almost everything you are seeing done, including us, is all volunteers. So if you see anyone wearing one of those white t-shirts that says Volunteer Pittsburgh Grand Prix, tell them thank you very much and how much you appreciate them helping put on this event. As racers, we always love our corner workers because they make racing possible, but as a spectator, it's important to recognize they're out here in the hot sun just so we can have it. Yeah, there it is. There's those leading those Schenley Porsches. They have got a long history with vintage and Porsche racing. Can't wait to see them run on there, but this is going to be a great race. We've got 911s, we've got 914s, we've got 914-6s, and we have got Zs. Growing up as a young man in Atlanta, I would go to the SCCA runoffs every year. At the time, Datsun and then Nissan owned the racetrack, and my father worked for Nissan, so I remember even Paul Newman running the 280Z. So seeing all those Zs out there kind of strikes me a little bit deep in my nostalgic heart watching the vintage racing. That's sometimes really what this is about.
Parade lap still going down. This is a great shot of the change of the... Oh, there's that TVR Vixen.
Oh, very nice.
This is a beautiful car. We saw this last night. TVR Vixen, black and gold up front. That's not him. He should be in this run group.
Mm-hmm. So there's those Zs. There's BMW 2002.
A lot of 2002s.
There's our
Schenley Porsches 914.
It's not. They don't have windshields. Those are in the back. All right, so they're setting up to come through there. Those are the Schenley Porsches up front right there, just behind that Z that is in the lead. They should be forming up now. In just a couple of turns, we'll see that Jaguar hopefully turn off those hazard lights, which means that the formation lap is done. And then we will cut to a conservatory camera as they come down. This is our drone shot through the switchbacks. And right now they are getting ready to set that up because that's just a handful of turns before they cross that start-finish line. Right there where we saw them enter onto the track, and we should see green flag racing. Will be going green here in just a few seconds. What a great shot provided by that drone. You really couldn't get a camera down on the ground on this one. This really has to be an aerial shot. This is just fantastic. While you've got just a handful of seconds, if you're watching this on YouTube, just scroll down real quick, click that subscribe button. You can get all this great vintage content, all the interviews, all the stuff that we've recorded already this weekend and you didn't get a chance to see because we're trying to bring you live racing action. And I believe the pace car is off the track. They are formed up. We should expect this to go green in just a handful of seconds. Coming around that last corner right there. And they are winding up. And I believe they are going to go green. Everything sounds green. Okay. And we can hear those cars accelerating. We are now racing.
Yeah, leading the pack should be number 44, Chris Zappa, in the black and gold 72 Datsun 240.
What a beautiful car.
Yep, but I expect those 914s from Schenley Porsche to catch up to him pretty quickly.
They will be nipping at him the entire race. Here we see
Here we come over Panther Hollow Bridge. Let's see who comes in first. Who comes around the corner first? Not first in the race, obviously.
Obviously
around
not.
the corner first.
Oh,
look at them.
Goodness.
We are moving now.
Oh, yes, that is definitely Chris Zappa. Scott Ryan right behind him. And the other Schenley Porsche just there. Yeah, we got a Z and a Beamer. They are not letting anyone get away. This is some great racing. They're going to come into that Westinghouse turn right now, coming around that corner and begin to accelerate. And already that 914.6 of Scott Ryan is giving that Z some trouble. So he is going to have to work hard to stay in front of this pack here at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. What a gorgeous day. Great shot. The tree shadows coming over there. And it's going to be a little interesting because that's going to play some in the track temperatures, even though this is a regular road surface where you've got the sun, it's going to heat up the pavement. That's going to affect your traction. Coming around right. Okay, we're going to go ahead and just kick over to an interview, but stay right here because they're going to keep the camera on the racing.
And this is an interview with Chris Zappa, the leader of the current of the over 2 liter production sports.
Fantastic.
For regular visitors to the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, when you see a black car, a shiny black car with gold trim on it, you know it's a Zappa car. And this is Chris Zappa and this terrific 240Z.
Because the first one...
Actually, it's a 280, but they're basically all the same, yeah. So, yeah, 280Z took about 5 years for me to restore. So, yeah, we now run it in anger.
It's a very fast car. We saw you last weekend at a little issue at pit race on Saturday, but I believe it was a podium on Sunday.
It was, yeah. I was breaking rear axles, and it ended up being a bent stub axle of all things. So the vibration kept breaking it, but got it back together, got it fixed. Went out there Sunday for the race. Unfortunately, of all things, my door handle came loose. There's a pin in there, and the pin actually came apart. So drove almost the whole race with one hand on the wheel, one hand holding the door, braking in a straight line. For insurance purposes, I wasn't taking my hands off the wheels and downshifting, but I might have been taking my hands off the wheel and downshifting and holding the door shut. So yeah, it was fun.
That's that traditional story of the $1 million car with a 25-cent piece of brake.
Literally, that's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was.
But this is very fast. It's a fast car. Obviously, you're a great driver. It was really fun to watch you last weekend. It's a really completely different race course here, though.
It is, yeah, it is. I could go off there and not have to worry too much, but you really have to watch here with the walls and the cones and the parking meters and the trees and the soars and the curbs and pretty much you name it, it's out there. So.
It's a super challenge for the driver, I'm sure. And that's, I guess, one of the reasons that the Schenley Park races are kind of short.
Yeah, they are short. I would say it seems like forever when you're out there, even though it might only be 20 minutes or 25 minutes, but there's really no time to even look at gauges almost. So, yeah, thankfully they're not too long because I'm not the youngest, I'm not the oldest, but it really takes a toll on you. It really does.
Look for the shiny black and gold Zappa car. The Zappa cars are always well turned out, and this certainly matches the rest. Congratulations. Have a great weekend.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We're back. Obviously, our leader, Zappa Racing, he has got that door fixed. He's driving with both hands, and he needs to because Scott Ryan is just filling his mirrors with 914. And this is just some fantastic racing. Both of these cars are just stunning.
Gorgeous.
Beautiful, beautiful cars. Coming around that start-finish line as they get set up, and then they're going to come across that Panther Bridge headed towards the conservatory. This is a great shot of some of the other competitors in there, but that is your leaderboard. Chris Zappa, Scott Ryan, and
Christopher Kolak. He is the other 914 from Swigley Porsche.
Yeah. We've got a great representation in the top four there because then we've got a BMW 2002, but here we are. And he has gotten around him.
Nice.
Scott Ryan has managed to get that 914.
Got our first hot pass of the week.
Oh, all right, and they are now headed up towards the Westinghouse turn. This is going to be great, but do not count Zappa out. He has got all the time to still make this up and his door staying on so he can keep both hands on the wheel and really do some great driving.
I'm getting another message from our lawyers that we need to remind the drivers that this is 7/10 racing. Gentlemen, be very careful. Do not scratch your beautiful machinery down there in Schenley Park.
Okay.
This again once is a regular road course. So when you see rocks and hay bales, there is no protection sometimes between these beautiful machinery.
Oh, there it is. There's Zappa. He is just reeling that car in.
Yeah.
Exactly the same thing, filling the mirrors of that 914.
Through turn 13, they are getting at it, everybody.
That is just wonderful. Now, obviously, a little more power than the races we just watched, so they are not as concerned, but you can see, while if you're watching this as a racer and you're used to a race course, you might think they're taking it slightly online, but these roads are crowned in both directions, so it affects how they're doing it. So they're coming through. Here it is through the switchbacks. We got this gorgeous drone shot. Oh, and Zappa is just in those corners. This is gorgeous. And there's that Swigley Porsche in third coming around, entering in there as well. This is just some fantastic, great racing. We've got that 70 BMW 2002 also evening it up. Here they come back around the start finish, and we should be another shot onto the bridge.
Let's remind everyone, if you're watching this on YouTube, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. We are definitely trying to make sure that we continue to fill your content with great racing, not only like this from Pittsburgh, PA, but also from the racetrack, because this is a motorsports festival, not just happening today, but happening throughout the year with great car shows and great track events.
Yeah, and last weekend they were at Pit Race, the track. You should check that out. And if you're a racer or just a generalized gearhead, chances are you got a garage full of stuff that you promise you're going to get to. If you need to store it, don't forget Guardian Storage, one of our great sponsors this weekend.
Oh,
so check out Guardian
Storage.
Storage.
Looks like our number one driver, Scott Ryan, is putting some distance on the Chris Zappa 240Z.
Absolutely. Got about a half a second on him as they enter into that Westinghouse statue turn. Here they come on those brakes. Get that downshift. Pavement transition there because it's two different road surfaces and it's a little rough right there, and those two drivers negotiated that perfectly. Well done. This is just fantastic. Hang on, hopefully we'll see just a handful of seconds. We might have caught that Schwickley Porsche also running them down coming into this corner. Beautiful Jaguar right there as we're coming through. You don't see this in the regular racing.
We'll go to the back out. Take off the
no,
leaders.
We are
first.
not.
Oh, no,
there it is.
That is slow traffic that is being caught by the leaders.
Yeah. Oh. Zappa is just on it, just a slight step out. Beautiful controlled slide as he got on that throttle. A little too much power and a little less grip because the sun is heating that track now. It is getting warm. It's not as brutal as it has been in Pittsburgh in July in the past, but it is certainly warm, and that's going to play a factor in the amount of grip that's available to these racers. Here's our overhead shot as they try to negotiate this back marker Jaguar. We're going to see how well they do it. It's friendly racing, so I don't expect a lot of blocking, but you still want to plan this to protect everybody involved because they respect each other.
This is gentleman racing. Didn't mean to genderize that, but what that means is when you're a back marker and you know you're a little slower, you're going to pull off to the side, let those leaders through, just like we do in the endurance racing. We can see that Jaguar, he's definitely slowed him up a little bit, but he's going to try and get out of the way once that track opens up and let him by.
There they go, there they go. All right.
Put the beans to it and get right by.
And Zappa gives him no quarter as they come charging down that into turn one. And then this is going to be a wonderful setup as they come across that Panther Bridge.
You know, yesterday they had the Axis versus Allies race, and I'm sure that Scott and Chris Zappa being on the same side of that race, probably having a good time together as competitors this morning.
But good friendly competition doesn't mean you're rolling over on this one, and this is just some fantastic racing. If you haven't had a chance, work your way down to the here right now. We are going to just pop over to a commercial from our sponsors, Guardian Storage. Check them out if you're living in the area, but keep watching because the screen is going to stay on this fantastic racing.
Everyone has different storage needs, so Guardian Storage offers a variety of solutions. We have climate-controlled and drive-up units. Units that are perfect for homeowners, renters, students, and businesses. We also cover other needs with conference rooms, coffee service, free Wi-Fi, package acceptance, on-site store with packaging and moving supplies. With Guardian Storage, you truly get more when you store.
Turn right onto Western Avenue. You have reached your destination.
One more.
One more time. Turn right onto Western Avenue.
ID Light in the all-electric ID4. It's the little things. It's a VW.
If you promise me?
If you promise me pizza.
I will hit more home runs.
I will get an A in math.
I will clean up my room.
If you promise me pizza.
If you promise me.
If you promise me, I will not pick on my little brother. I will eat all my vegetables.
If you promise me, I'll be Class Spelling Bee champion.
If you promise me, I'll score my first touchdown. If you promise me pizza.
Don't just promise pizza, promise the pizza champions. Caliente, Pizza and Draft House.
Now that Baird and Heffron-Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors and their families build secure financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. We'd love to earn your trust. Make an appointment today and discover the Baird difference.
Get ready for the ultimate adrenaline rush with the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Discover 2 thrilling hours of driving action, featuring lead follow laps on the North Track and a full track hot lap finale. Feel the power beneath you as you race in our top-of-the-line fleet of BMWs. Perfect for both car enthusiasts and newcomers to the sport. Treat yourself to unparalleled customer service and attention to detail, ensuring your time on the track is an unforgettable adventure. Don't wait any longer. Sign up today and experience the exhilaration of the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Let's hit the track and make some memories.
And we are back, just overlooking those switchbacks, and tight racing still going on between that Z and that Porsche.
Yeah, we should mention that the Scott Ryan is still leading the race, and Chris Zappa in the Z right after number 3. Christopher Kolwak, he is in the other 914 from Swickley Porsche, and after that, number 4th place, Perry Geneva in the 2002, and Patrick Ross, number 991. We haven't actually seen him, so we're not sure what he is driving, but we should mention, number 1 and number 2 have lapped the entire field at this point. Scott Ryan and Chris Zappa absolutely getting at it at this race today.
Just a half a second between them, and just some great racing going on there. Couldn't ask for anything better. I would not be surprised if we see a new lap record the way these two are going.
Yeah.
In fact, that is it right there. They just turned a 2:09. That is faster than the fastest recorded lap. I think they are both well under the published lap record.
Yeah, I have best lap according to the timing and scoring is 2:08.697 out of Scott Ryan.
Oh my goodness.
That Porsche 914.
Oh, he locks up the front just a little bit as he's coming in. That sends him wide, and Zappa almost manages to exploit that opportunity. This is just fantastic racing, and you are watching history right now on the screen because they have absolutely shattered the previous record at this track, at this beautiful Schenley Park temporary road course set up here in Pittsburgh at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. This is just some great racing between the two of them. Here they come again. Oh, and it looked like Zappa was going to try and stick his nose in there.
They are bumper to bumper fighting each other for the first place.
This is just fantastic. Obviously, they're being respectful of each other's cars, so this is just the highest quality racing you can absolutely get. This isn't professional. These are folks that do this out of passion and out of love, and they are absolutely leaving it all on the track today. This is just a fantastic race. Overlooking the switchbacks as they start to come down. This is fantastic, and we can really see the difference in the lines that these two cars are taking. You've got a mid-engine 914 with the traditional front engine wheel-wheel drive Z. This is really, really great.
We are watching the racing so much we forgot to plug the social media. Please do a tweet or check us out on Instagram and hit that hashtag PVGP, hashtag PVGP, with all of your thoughts on today's racing.
Absolutely. And send this to a friend because, come on, this has got to be having a great time. And you know your racing friends would love to watch this right here. This is just as good as it's gets anywhere, professional, amateur, it doesn't matter. These are two great
coming
competitors.
Over the Panther Bridge there.
Oh, look at all those 914s. This is beautiful. This is fantastic. And there's a 911.
140.
We're gonna keep going. No, we're cutting into this. So here we go. These are some gorgeous 914s.
Or the green one is.
There we go. The blue one coming around. That's your race leader. Zappa right behind him. He's got a little bit of distance on him this time, but they have lapped the entire field. So really, it's just those two and then everyone else. And they are going to be coming up on some lap traffic again. That is going to absolutely play a factor as we watch them exit the Westinghouse statue corner and start heading their way up the hill.
Almost a full second difference between Scott Ryan and Chris Zappa. Porsche's putting a little distance on the Z.
Yeah, they're coming through there. We'll see how well that works out when they get into traffic. And as we saw, they are so into it. You're starting to see a little bit of tire lockup in some of those tighter corners. So hopefully they are saving their rubber to last the entire race. There's our race leaders, and they are coming up on that lap traffic. And this is not slow lap traffic, but they the blue number 25, Scott Ryan, gets a little bit sideways, and Zappa is able to reel him in by just a hair. This is going to be fascinating. Here we are looking at 4 cars all mixing it up, and our race leaders are entering into this traffic. Respectful racing, no doubt, but it just takes time to get out of the way when you're watching this come through. So we're going to see how quickly our competitors can negotiate some of this traffic in the back of the pack.
Yeah, when we thought we were doing a vintage race, we were expecting some parade laps here. But that is not happening. They are absolutely getting it in Schenley Park today as our leaders are fighting through the back of some slower traffic. As you can see, gentlemen racers pulling over to the side and letting our leaders through.
But they are 3 wide coming through there. Zappa has to come on the inside of that 911 just to keep Scott Ryan in his sights. And darn if he isn't. Now he's a little bit behind that 911, but as we cut back over here, we should be seeing him come across the bridge in just a couple of seconds. It's going to be a glorious shot, but this is going to be some fantastic racing. Still less than a second between first and second place, but if you want anyone else, you're going to have to go at least a lap back, because these two have absolutely raised the bar. Lap records repeatedly being shattered, and they are going at it. And it is absolutely, Scott Ryan is running away with it. It looks like Zappa got held up with some of the traffic back there. There he goes, but he's coming around, and then there's that 911 and the other 914. They are coming back into the Westinghouse corner, and that is a really, really smooth entry. I think Scott Ryan's really got this course figured out, but Zappa is not giving it up just yet.
We're going to transition to another interview with Ted Sawyer down on the park with BMW 2002 racer Roy Hopkins coming up in just a minute. But don't go anywhere, because it's going to be picture-in-picture, and you're still going to be able to watch this exciting content of the actual race. Again, less than a second between first and second place. Scott Ryan leading, Chris Zappa in second. Go ahead, take it, Ted.
Roy Hopkins' BMW is one of the most memorable cars here at Schenley Park. Partly because you've been here a number of years, and partly because, well, it's the only car that looks like this. Roy, welcome back to Schenley.
Thank you. It's great to be here, and the weather looks like it's cooperating.
We were just last weekend at Pittsburgh International Race Complex, Pit Race. You ran 2 races, you had a 4th and a podium, so that was a fabulous showing. But boy, doesn't it put a lot of stress on the car to do another race weekend right after that one?
It does. That's why I'm doing a little maintenance now, some new brake pads, replaced a motor mount, but we should be good to go.
This car has been around the block, I guess you could say. This has done a lot of competitive miles.
Yes, a lot of Targa Newfoundland, 2,000 kilometer road rally, and we did it like 5 times.
And you won it twice, I believe.
3 times.
And it has a name, I believe.
Well, I bought it out of California, and it came with a piece of duct tape on the steering wheel. It said, "Hello, my name is Woodstock. Go fast, have fun." So it came with the name.
But emblazoned on the back window, it says the burnt squirrel. I need to know what that is.
The friend of ours that we raced Targa with all those years, it's the name of one of his sponsors' camps, because his daughter had gone into camp and said, "This place smells like a burnt squirrel." So he was helping us out, and he wanted to put the sticker on, so more power to you, and it's been a lot of fun.
Now, this is kind of a family affair, I think, for you. Has not vintage racing been?
Yes, Adrian's been my navigator co-pilot at Targa all those years, and she did race here for 10 years in another 2002. No more.
It's always great to have the BMW 2002 here, and there have been some years when we've had a lot of 2002s. Actually, there are quite a few here this year.
Yeah, it's great to see them all here, and we like to help each other out and have a good time.
Roy Hopkins out of, I think, Spencerport, New York.
Spencerport, New York, yes.
BMW 2002, Woodstock.
And we're back. We are back at live racing in Schenley Park. Thank you for that great interview of Roy Hopkins out of New York. Roy is in 6th place with his burnt squirrel BMW 2002. We haven't seen a lot of them because the leaders are just absolutely running away with it.
There they are again. So you got Scott Ryan. He is now a good 3 seconds in front of Chris Zappa in that Z as they're getting into traffic. 1 lap back is Christopher Kwolek in that gorgeous Schwickley 914. We've got another 2002 down there in 4th place, is Z in 5th. Roy Hopkins right there in 6th in that 411. And here we are looking down on the switchbacks as they're coming through. In fact, that might actually be the squirrel that we're just seeing come through those corners. What a gorgeous day. It's starting to warm up, and this is going to play a factor. We're getting towards the end of this race. This is hot tires, hot brakes, hot drivers. So hopefully they are going to keep it smart, keep it safe, but we're going to see some interesting passes and some interesting turns as we're coming up on here. While we got just a couple of seconds, I want everyone just to think about Autism Pittsburgh. Head over to the Pittsburgh VGP website, and if you can, make a good donation. It's a great cause. There's our race leader as he's working his way through traffic. Zappa's having to go around that Z. Scott Ryan was able to go under it. And this is another one of those Z's that's coming through, being chased by a BMW 2002. I believe that is our 5th and 6th place racers coming through. But the 25 car is carving its way through this traffic again. This is just incredible racing. One of these.
There's the burnt squirrel.
Absolutely. Woodstock is the other name of that one too. But he said, go fast, have fun. And I think absolutely he is doing that one. That was a really great interview. So there they are coming through the Westinghouse turn, looking up that hill at turn 15. There's our race leaders, 1 and 2, diving into that corner. And it would appear that Zappa has managed to get that Scott Ryan 914 back in his sights. And you can hear that glorious 6-cylinder Z, 280Z just winding through that rev range, and he is trying to bring him in. Another shot as they're coming into the switchbacks. So here it is, our race leaders intermingled with some of the traffic that they are lapping again for the second time. This is going to really affect the outcome of the race. They are on it. He has managed to carve that lead down to 2.5 seconds, and that's in just a few turns. Very well done, Chris Zappa.
Yeah, I think our leaders may be slowing down a bit as some of the lap traffic has unlapped themselves. Chris Kowak, Perry Genoa, and Patrick Ross have all unlapped themselves, showing the blue flag. Why don't you explain to the people what the blue flag is there, Mental?
All right. Well, as we love to say, blue flag means there's a race going on and you're not in it. We're kidding. What that is it's an alert for some of the drivers who may be driving in a different class or a slower car that you may have a faster car coming up behind you. And really, the right answer on that one is just be predictable and give them some racing room. This is another one of our favorite shots. We should see our race leaders coming through there. That is actually Roy right there in that the Woodstock burnt squirrel, yeah. And here's our race leaders, 25 or 63, Scott Ryan, and being run down by Chris Zappa. There it is, just a perfect entrance into that corner. And this is going to be a tight one because they should be right up on it.
Oh, Roy Hopkins better get out of the way. Here comes the leaders.
All right, Roy, I'm sure he sees them. Roy's been doing this for a while, so he knows that the faster cars are behind him. I expect no problems with either of this, but they're going to be heading up towards that hill. We've got just a couple of seconds, and we want you to just watch this presentation from our sponsor, Guardian Storage, but don't go anywhere. In fact, this is a perfect time for you to click that like and subscribe button while we have some welcome messages from our sponsor, but stay here because the racing is going to continue.
Everyone has different storage needs, so Guardian Storage offers a variety of solutions. We have climate-controlled and drive-up units. Units that are perfect for homeowners, renters, students, and businesses. We also cover other needs with conference rooms, coffee service, free Wi-Fi, package acceptance, on-site store with packaging and moving supplies. With Guardian Storage, you truly get more when you store.
Turn right onto Western Avenue. You have reached your destination.
One more.
One more time. Turn right onto Western Avenue.
ID light in the all-electric ID4. It's the little things. It's a VW.
If you promise me,
pizza, I will hit more home runs.
I will get an A in math.
I will clean up my room. If you promise me pizza,
If you promise me.
if you promise me, I will not pick on my little brother. I will eat all my vegetables.
If you promise me, I'll be Class Spelling Bee champion.
If you promise me, I'll score my first touchdown. If you promise me pizza.
Don't just promise pizza, promise the pizza of champions. Caliente Pizza and Draft House.
Now that Baird and Heffron Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors and their families build secure financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. We'd love to earn your trust. Make an appointment today and discover the Baird difference.
Get ready for the ultimate adrenaline rush with the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Discover 2 thrilling hours of driving action, featuring lead follow laps on the North Track and a full track hot lap finale. Feel the power beneath you as you race in our top-of-the-line fleet of BMWs. Perfect for both car enthusiasts and newcomers to the sport. Treat yourself to unparalleled customer service and attention to detail, ensuring your time on the track is an unforgettable adventure. Don't wait any longer. Sign up today and experience the exhilaration of the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Let's hit the track and make some memories.
Welcome back, everyone. What an exciting race. Scott Ryan took that from Chris Zappa, but Chris Zappa absolutely made him earn it. I don't think they had a lap under or over 2:10 that entire race. That was just amazing to watch.
Yeah, we're going to have to check with timing and scoring, but we believe a lap record may have been set by Chris Zappa. According to goals, the old record was
2:14,
and Chris Zappa turned a 2:08.559. Scott Ryan, who actually won the race, has a 2:08.697. So they both would have set a new record, but Chris Zappa in the second place actually took it.
Absolutely. A lot of fun to watch. Let's cut to an interview right now. Frank Campanale and Ted Sawyer. We're going to come down there in just a couple of seconds, but there you see it. Our race leader, Scott Ryan, won. Chris Zappa and the Quack. And while you were watching that commercial, I don't know if you saw that, but they were doing their cool down lap. What a pair of great competitors. They were waving to every corner station. Absolutely. This is just such great racing. This is just such great competition and such a great spirit and attitude. You're looking at your race leader. He is unstrapping from the car, undoubtedly. Probably a little warm, even with a cool shirt. I feel like he has absolutely worked up a sweat, wearing, this, of course, his Nomex suit, sliding off his helmet and his Hans gear.
Let's run down the top 10 if we can. Scott Ryan, as we mentioned, in his 1971 Porsche 914-6, won that one, followed up by Chris Zappa in the 72 Datsun 240/280, as he was mentioned. And Chris Kowalk, Perry Genova, Patrick Ross, and Roy Hopkins leading out the top 6. We are going to head down to Ted Sawyer at the Westinghouse Pond. To Bernie, at the Westinghouse Pond for an on-track interview. Go ahead and take it, Bernie.
Hey, so we're down here at turn 9 at Westinghouse Pond, actually at the Westinghouse Pond. And I found a guy. Introduce yourself.
Yeah, Frank Campanale.
So Frank's family has been kind of pretty important in automotive history.
It's all good. It's all good.
Your grandfather.
Oh, my grandfather was Luigi Farrago, and when he came to America from Calabria, Italy, he ended up, he was trained as a blacksmith at a small town in southern Italy, and because of that, he was very good working with metal. He ended up building the very first Oldsmobile engine for the 1901 curved dash Olds. He cast the block, forged the crankshaft, hand-built the engine, and that was for the very first Oldsmobile. Subsequent to that, he married my grandmother, who also came over from Italy, and they literally lived across the street from Henry and Clara Ford. And he used to walk over with a jug of homemade Dago Red, Italian wine, and he would go over there and help Henry Ford work on his first little carriage. He said Henry Ford was a fabulous businessman, not such a great mechanic.
So then the family tradition continues. Your father?
Well, no, it's actually my uncle.
Oh, I'm sorry, your uncle.
So his son, Paul Farrago, after having served in the U.S. military, he was a B-17 and B-29 test pilot at Selfridge Field, and then on the Wright Field Air Force Base, started Farrago imported car repair and became very good friends with Briggs Cunningham, Jim Kimberly, David Galloway. I mean, all the guys who were the originators of the SCCA, the Sports Car Club of America. And then he and Virgil Exner, who became the head of global design for Chrysler back then, were really the founders of the SCCA in the Detroit region as well. So at that time, he became good friends with Luigi Chinetti Sr. Because they were both really, machinists and engineers by trade. And so they were coming up with ways to modify the Ferraris with the early Colombo engines to make them more reliable. Because they had, the Italians built beautiful things that were not particularly reliable.
Well, hey, thanks a lot for coming here, Frank, and we're going to go back to the winner's circle now, I believe.
Well, thank you so much.
We are live from the podium, and I want to say, first of all, congratulations to all three drivers up here. And I want to talk to Scott Ryan in that beautiful and very fast Porsche 914.
Well,
It was awesome.
I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
So we had fun. Chris and I had the intentions on putting on a good show for everybody, and I think we did. I think we did, but
now I'm going to interrupt you because there's a story here. And what is the story? Come on, Chris.
No, I mean, I've worked hard last year to get it up to where it is to run with Scott. It's been my intention for a solid 2 years now. So I think we put on an awesome show. I hope all the spectators really enjoyed it because I think we were going maybe not 10 tenths, but a solid 9 tenths maybe. I think I really hope we put on a great show for everybody because it was great battling, and he'd pull a lead and I'd catch up, and then we would just go back and forth, and it was freaking awesome, for lack of a better word.
Was there a point by at one point?
well, that's what we're discussing. So we came to the conclusion that there was, and I didn't note it, so I thought I took it. He almost got it back off of me, but nonetheless, I don't really want to accept this. I think he's going to have to take it.
I got him in the Serpentine, and that was where the full caution was, where we're not allowed to pass because of that. I gave it back to him because it wasn't a legit move. So
I think if we stage a two-car race, we can work this out.
I don't have any energy left, man.
It's worked out. Here's front, so Chris is the winner. No, he's the winner.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate this.
Fabulous. And that's not to overlook our other podium contender here, or winner, I should say, Casey Kowalik.
Well, thank you for having us. PVGP is always a wonderful event. Really happy with the way the car operated today. I need another half a liter to keep up with the other two guys. But what a wonderful place to drive a car through the city.
Now, let me interrupt you to say, so you got a 6-cylinder 914-6 and a 6-cylinder 240Z. What are you running in your car?
I'm running a 2.4 liter 6, and they're running 3 liter cars. So, but I'm not going to blame it on the car. I'm two great drivers. Really wonderful time. Nice to see so many people out there today. The spectator section, the conservatory. There's people everywhere. It's great.
You've had 2 great weekends because you were out at Pit Race last week and had a pretty nice weekend there too.
Yeah, I finished 2nd and 3rd a couple times behind these two. So, I can't complain. I'm really happy with the way everything went. We'll see you next year.
Congratulations. We will see you next year. Casey Kowalik.
Welcome back to the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix studios. If you have never witnessed the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, you may have witnessed one of the best races of all time.
Absolutely.
Fantastic run there by both Scott and
Chris.
Chris, thank you.
And they even said it on the podium that there was an error pass during a yellow flag condition. You're not allowed to do that. And they gave the position back. And that just says a lot about the caliber of everyone here, particularly those two racers. Chris has been trying to get that car to run after that Porsche for years. He's been trying for 3 years and still just absolutely did the great thing. And even as the Quillick put in third place, it's just about having fun, coming out there and having a great race. And they all did. And absolutely, we saw a new lap record, and that was something.
Yeah, we're going to step away from the live action for just a few minutes, but we'll be back with the pre-war preservation and production under 1 liter. So we're going to see some of the tiny cars absolutely buzzing around this beautiful track in Schenley Park, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, when we come back right after these commercials. Why don't you tell us who you are?
Everyone has different storage needs, so Guardian Storage offers a variety of solutions. We have climate-controlled and drive-up units. Units that are perfect for homeowners, renters, students, and businesses. We also cover other needs with conference rooms, coffee service, free Wi-Fi, package acceptance, on-site store with packaging and moving supplies. With Guardian Storage, you truly get more when you store.
Turn right onto Western Avenue. You have reached your destination.
One more?
One more time. Turn right onto Western Avenue.
ID light in the all-electric ID4. It's the little things. It's a VW.
If you promise me?
If you promise me pizza.
I will hit more home runs. I will get an A in math.
I will clean up my room. If you promise me pizza.
If you promise me.
If you promise me, I will not pick on my little brother. I will eat all my vegetables.
If you promise me, I'll be Class Spelling Bee champion.
If you promise me, I'll score my first touchdown. If you promise me pizza.
Don't just promise pizza, promise the pizza of champions. Caliente Pizza and Draft House.
Now that Baird and Heffron Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors and their families build secure financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. We'd love to earn your trust. Make an appointment today and discover the Baird difference.
Get ready for the ultimate adrenaline rush with the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Discover 2 thrilling hours of driving action, featuring lead follow laps on the North Track and a full track hot lap finale. Feel the power beneath you as you race in our top-of-the-line fleet of BMWs. Perfect for both car enthusiasts and newcomers to the sport. Treat yourself to unparalleled customer service and attention to detail, ensuring your time on the track is an unforgettable adventure. Don't wait any longer. Sign up today and experience the exhilaration of the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Let's hit the track and make some memories.
Welcome back to the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. I'm Christian Mental Ward. This is my good friend and co-host and teammate,
Jeff Wakeman from the Everyone Racers podcast. But today we are covering the live action, vintage racing action from Schenley Park, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. Check out the social media, PVGP, hashtag PVGP, everywhere on every single social media. Tweet about it, tell your friends, because there's some great racing going on here in the park.
We just saw that. Now, if you're just getting in with us, we just saw some new lap records and some very fast cars with the 2-liter stuff. But don't be discouraged, because there is going to be some fantastic machinery on there. Now, it may not look as fast, but this is going to be absolutely wonderful. We have got a 1970 Fiat 850 Spider. That is just a fantastic car. We, of course, have Cobus Renke in his 68 Porsche 912. That is such a rare thing to see, a 912 as a race car, because so many of them got ripped apart when they were not even that old, and people slammed 6-cylinders in them, or they used them as parts cars for the traditional 11s. But that's a great car. And then we even get into some of the pre-war stuff. There's a 1934 Lagonda, a 39 Mercury Sprint. What else are we looking at here, Jeff?
Yeah, we already spoke to Nial McCabe in Nial McCabe, in his 1958 Austin A35. We saw that interview, so now we're going to see him in racing. Also, the Lagonda Rapier, the 1934 Lagonda Rapier, coming up from Alan Patterson. We got a little preview of that in the interview sessions from Ted Sawyer earlier. We should take a moment and talk about Cadillac. Cadillac is one of our sponsors.
Cadillac is
Iorio from Bethel
and our
Park.
teammates
Not really
actually use a Cadillac as their tow vehicle.
Sprite. Starting fourth car 66, Abigail
Looks like
Patterson.
We are back to the parade laps.
Sprite.
Everybody's warming
Starting
up. There's
there
that
goes that
Rapier
Lagonda.
car.
Yeah, there's our Porsche 356. So we are setting up for parade laps. This is really going to be fun. You're not going to see blinding speed, but you are going to see some incredible driving skill. If you've done any bit of a racing, you know that the key is smoothness and momentum. And you're talking about cars that are upwards of 70 years old. And they are having to work with less horsepower than probably your lawnmower may have. So this is just going to be an absolute master's class in smoothness and momentum, because we've got these elevation changes here at Schenley Park that we've talked about a lot. And it is key to just keep those cars moving. So you want to make sure that you make as little input as possible that's going to slow you down.
Yep. We can still see the yellow flag, so we know they are still under the grid conditions. Coming through, the pace car coming through now, the Jaguar pace car. Double yellow means there is no passing. We are not yet green, but we can see the beautiful cars come through over the Panther Valley Bridge.
There's that 850 Fiat. There's the 912. Always lots of bug-eyed sprites. Look at that. That is just such a pretty car.
Why don't you explain what a 912 is to the people out there who might not be aware of it?
Yes, the 912, the Porsche 911, of course, is world famous. Everyone knows what a Porsche looks like. And at the time, it came with a 6-cylinder motor and almost always has. But Porsche, being a small volume manufacturer, had 4 cylinders, and they found a home for them in some of those 911 bodies, and they called those the 912. So that is a 4-cylinder Porsche, and that car has been a race car for quite some time, and I just love seeing it out there. And you also just saw that 1958 VAY Special Canadian. That's the off-sided looking car that is rolling through that, and we got to see that on the track yesterday. What a really, really special car, and to see it out here on the track is just fantastic.
Yeah, let's give a shout out to number 148, David Gibson, for bringing us that VAY Special. That is something you're not going to see anywhere else. Just a very, very rare car. By the way, rare does not mean fast or expensive in this case. I don't think.
No.
When you're one of one, sometimes there is no market because, no one else wants it.
Well, and that's the great thing about vintage racing, particularly the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, is this provides an opportunity for cars that just wouldn't be competitive otherwhere, and they would just sit in a museum and gather dust. But here they're out doing what they're meant to do. And they're not going to be setting any lap records, but they are going to be putting on a fantastic show. And this is going to be some really, really fun racing that we're going to watch coming through that. That 356 is just so pretty. It looks at home. All right, we are seeing our Jaguar F-Type roll back into the back part of the track. This is turn 15. And we should see them start to, after they come through the switchbacks, that pace car will pull off, and we are going to be racing here at Schenley Park in beautiful downtown Pittsburgh for the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix.
Yeah, we also got a good shot there of the 909 Blue Austin from Nial McCabe. He is slightly in the back of the pack here, but I expect him to be really pushing it hard once the green flag flies.
If you have an opportunity, watch that car. It is just a delight to watch him handle it through there. He mentioned in that interview that was basically the framework for all the MGs and the Sprites and the midgets that would come up on there, but the sedan on there. So you're going to see a lot of motion out of that car, and it's going to be so much fun, especially with these crown roads. That pace car has picked up the pace a little bit. Hazard lights are off.
Expecting to get the green flag. Yep, absolutely.
I hear the cars winding up, and here comes our pace car into the paddock. There's our racers. They are formed up. We can expect. There's the green flag.
Green flag.
And here they go. That 912 chasing that Fiat mid-engine cars that are coming up and are setting up to go around the bridge. Well, the 912 is on it right now, so this might be shaping up to be the race of this event. Those two lead cars, completely different approaches to racing, completely different eras, really. That's going to make for a lot of fun.
Looking out turn one camera down to the Boulevard of the Allies, which runs into the bridge, the Panther Hollow Bridge that we've been seeing the beautiful shots of all day. It's a great, beautiful park. Here comes the Panther Hollow Bridge.
Oh, there it is. That 912
is absolutely cooking.
He's going to not want to slow down, so he's going to try and keep this turn as smooth as possible, and that is a really good application. And you see that Fiat chasing it down, and then there's a pair of bug-eyed sprites right there, as they always are. And there is Nial in that number 909. What a great little car. Here comes the 912 into Westinghouse turn. We just saw an interview there, and they are going on it, and that Fiat has managed to close the distance.
Yeah, we're once again, the small bore cars don't have the horsepower of some of the other ones, and you know how you make a small bore car go around the track really fast, Mental? Don't hit the brakes.
Don't hit the brakes at all, so you want to be as smooth as possible.
Momentum, keeping your momentum, reserving your momentum. Beautiful 999 of Josh Gould out of Presto, PA. That is a 1939 Mercury Sprint.
We had that Fiat. It is making a bold move to retake the lead as they come into turn 13. This is going to be great on the switchbacks. Obviously, some respectful racing. They're giving each other lots of room, but that doesn't mean they're giving any quarter. And that 850 Fiat is now getting on there, but that 912 is not letting him get away, and they are being hounded by those pair of bug-eyed sprites right now. That's Abigail and John, 47 and 66 respectively.
Yeah, John Iorio and Abigail Patterson. John is out of Bethel Park, PA in his 1960 Bug-Eye, and Abigail Patterson in 59 Austin Healey Bug-Eye, also out of Pittsburgh, PA. So Eastern PA people here.
Oh, yeah. And, I'm seeing Briner is the one in that 714 Fiat, and he's just from up the road from you, Jeff. He's from Reading.
Oh, excellent.
Okay. Hey, now keep watching this and keep watching this battle. We're going to cut away to a racer. We've got Craig Seifert. He's a great racer, and I think he is actually going to be later on today, but he's got a number 59 bug-eyed Sprite, and we're going to watch that racing. But they're just going to do the picture-in-picture, so stay tuned. It's the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. Thanks for watching.
This is the Austin Healey Sprite, what we call the Bug-Eye Sprite of Craig Seifert from Oakdale, Pennsylvania. I've been mispronouncing your name then through the years. Yeah. How many years have you been here?
10.
Okay, I apologize for 10 years of mispronouncing your last name.
I will answer anything. I'm easy. So, yeah, Seifert's okay. Seifert, that's good. So
we're celebrating the 100th anniversary of MG, but the Austin Healey Sprite, the Bug-Eye, is celebrating 65 years. Is that right?
Correct. This is a 59. So last year I ended up first place in the under 1 liter. This year is a motor change. I got a 1.5 in it, so I'll be running with the next class up. So
the big bore cars.
Yeah, compared to that, yeah, they're big bores.
But you won the under 1 liter last year.
Yep. Yeah, it's a fun race. It's a great race. This car is perfect for this track. I just put a different motor in because a lot of people aren't running the 948 motors anymore. They're running the 1275. It's easier to get parts for. So it's just a lot more motor, which you wouldn't think of because it's, from 1,000 seat to 1,200. I mean, it's really, but there's a lot of parts for them, and it just makes it last. So they're fun.
It is interesting for people like me who are trying to keep track of, who's who in the group, to try to figure out when you look at a bunch of sprites and realize they're not all running the same motor.
Hey, there's actually 4 different motors came in a Sprite. It came with the 948, a 1098, a 1275, and then the last ones were 1500s. And no one likes the 1500 because they just weren't made, so no one even uses those motors in these. It's all 1275s that everyone goes to, but I have the original 948 that I went with last year that I can switch to if I'm running with a certain group and I go to a different class or something. But this 1275, I don't know. I'm hoping to get middle of the pack because it's all brand new. And I got to run it last week, and I had all kind of issues, with teething issues, I guess you'd call them. But we'll see what happens this week. Hopefully I can get on a podium again. It'll be fun.
Now, this track, this course that we build out of the public roads in Schenley Park, it's got the crown to the road. That's got to make a real challenge for a driver.
Oh, it does. 10 years ago, well, probably 11 years ago now, I had a TR4, and I drove the track backwards the whole time trying to get a feel for it. And I did it at like 6 in the morning, where people are out walking their dogs and their kids at 6, and I keep going around doing this, going from one side of the road to the other, and they're like, what is wrong with this guy? Because this is the challenge of this course, because you got manhole covers, you got sewers, you got fire hydrants, and in front of a fire hydrant's a wall, a hay bale, and there's a wall built by an Italian 150 years ago. You're not going to move. So I mean, it's a challenging course, but it's a lot of fun. So
we'll be looking for you on course. Craig Seifert and his beautiful yellow, signed by Ayrton Senna, Bug Eye Sprite.
Yep. Thank you.
We're back to live racing here.
Now, we mentioned Seifert. In our defense, we've only been mispronouncing your name for 1 year, so that was correct, Seifert right there. We are still looking at that 714 850 Spider. Brand new, that car came with 49 horsepower. Now, I'm sure he's got just a little bit more out of there, and a lot of folks are watching this going, hey, his trunk's open. Nope.
That's not his trunk, Mental. That's where the motor is.
Absolutely, and like any good Italian car, he needs a little extra cooling. So you can see they are on this, but he has managed to hold on to that lead. He is just a couple of seconds in front of that 912, of course, the car number 912 Porsche that is running down 1968 Porsche 912. About 2 seconds in front of that. We are seeing a little bit of smoke, but if you're a fan of Italian cars, you also know that's how they run.
Yeah, Briner Rideabow, I believe is how you pronounce it, from Reading, PA, is piloting that 1970 Fiat 850, and he's definitely been working it hard here, making a gap of 2.3 seconds to that 912 from Kovas Renke from Upper Saddle River, New Jersey. So a lot of people putting their cars on the trailer to get here to Schenley Park.
It's totally worth it. Look at this beautiful shot of the switchbacks. Of course they're going to come down here and race. We just heard in the interview, you're dancing with a wall built by an Italian 100 years ago. This is just a fantastic, and the weather's been wonderful. And as Luigi Chinetti Jr. kept saying, everyone here is smiling because it's such a great time. There's a great shot of the switchbacks. There goes that 714. He is starting to stretch that lead out a little bit. Now, he's got about 50 horsepower. That 912 chasing him, when new, that car made about 90 horsepower. But, as you can tell, a little bit heavier. So this is really one of those add lightness and hang on for as much as you can. And as Jeff said earlier, never touch the brakes.
Yes, these are momentum cars, not a lot of horsepower, especially when they're going up the hills. If you don't position your car right on the track, or if you don't hit that exit as hard as you can, you might lose a lot of speed going down that hill.
Absolutely. You know it's going to take you 3 more laps to get it back. So if you're looking to start out racing, start out with a small horsepower car, because it's going to make you more precise. Everyone wants to go for the glory fast stuff, but these are some true racers here in these cars, and they're sharing them with us here. Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. Here's a great shot as they come across the bridge, and that is not slow. That is not slow at all, and he has just thrown that car into that turn as they go around the conservatory and head up towards Westinghouse, both of those competitors.
I don't know if someone's going to call a cop, but they just blew that stop sign.
Oh, that is it. Now they're diving down to that Westinghouse turn, and just look how absolutely smooth. He is using every bit of that road as much as possible, so he doesn't come off on there, but that 912 is right on there. Now we're going to go take away some commercials. Stay with us. Keep watching Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix.
We're going to be here for another moment or two, but if you can get some of the pre-war cars, that's number 77, Jim Vogel.
And the Lagonda, that is just a really, really, really neat car. You're not going to see that thing anywhere else. And this is what's happening is our leaders are starting to catch up on there. So here comes the 750 around that one. How quickly can that 912 get around it? Because there was no holdup at all. That is just some truly, truly good in-class racing, great sportsmanship there. You did see the brake lights, but you do see the brake lights on the 912. So they are just grazing those brakes. And those two bug eyes from Abigail and John have not given them anything. So those bug eyes are just waiting right now for someone to make a mistake and put themselves on the podium. But let's hear a word from Cadillac. So stay tuned. The racing's going to stay.
Turn right onto Western Avenue. You have reached your destination.
One more.
One more time. Turn right onto Western Avenue.
ID light in the all-electric ID4. It's the little things. It's a VW.
Marikey keeps a simple promise. Protect and empower the most vulnerable. We believe where there is life, there is hope. And we believe everyone has the right to live their life with dignity and acceptance. Thousands of Marikey employees across the country put their hearts and souls into providing exceptional care for those who need it most. This is more than a job. We strive to create a world we all want to live in by dissolving labels, upholding dignity, and redefining limitations. With every early morning shift, every small celebration, every hug and high five, we fix, we heal, we restore. Because doing the right thing will always matter. What we do matters. Who we serve matters. That's Marikey.
Autism Pittsburgh, founded in 1966, provides advocacy, information, and referral on care, treatment, educational, habilitative, and other life-improving service options for those with autism, their parents and families, and to the professionals who work with them. Contributions from our donors, private and government grants, and our many sponsors have helped us accomplish much over the years, including these past and current projects, training legal and juvenile justice professionals, and educating governmental officials on autism needs, developing middle school autism curriculum through our SPEAK program, providing summer education to prevent seasonal regression, producing the Autism Takes Flight program for travelers with autism, and conducting in services for parent support groups and providers. On behalf of the people we exist to serve, we can never thank you enough. For more information, contact Autism Pittsburgh at 412-856-7223 or on the web at www.autismpittsburgh.org.
Hey, welcome back. This is the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. I am Christian Mental Ward.
And I'm Jeff Wakeman from the Everyone Racers podcast.
We are so happy. Want to thank Cadillac for bringing that to us. We can speak from personal experience. An Escalade makes a perfect race tow vehicle for you. And we got this gorgeous shot looking across the Panther Pass Bridge. We have some traffic coming up there. That 714 has managed to come up with some traffic, and I believe he is involved with that Mercury Sprint, the 39 Mercury Sprint. There it is, coming across there, and it's being chased by the 356, and our race leaders are coming into this.
Quick blue and yellow flag for the Mercury Sprint. It is the Vintage Sports Racers and Formula Racers, or excuse me, pre-war preservation and production under 1 liter that we're in the middle of here. So great race coming through, but there are some disparate speeds of some of these cars.
Absolutely. So there's that Fiat, and the 912 has managed to close that gap just a little bit. So Kobus has managed to sneak up on him. But if you give that Fiat some open track, it looks like he can get it. Now that Mercury Sprint, it looks like it's a small car, but bear in mind he's got manual steering, and that steering wheel is right in their chest, because that's just how you had to turn those cars. Those are bias ply radial tires that he is wrestling that car around the track with. No small feat at all.
Yeah, we should mention there are 2 very old cars with big wheels that you're going to see on the current section. 1934 Lagonda Rapier, that is the white number 77, along with that Mercury Sprint, which is yellow.
Yes. Here's our race leader and number 2 crawling through there. So Briner is taking that 714 and just absolutely cooking through these sections right here. We will see just a little bit of a brake light, but I don't think they're slowing down that much.
Nope,
that
nope,
912.
just brush those brakes in these small bore cars.
Yes, just get on it. Overhead shot now as we get through those switchbacks. And watch the 2 different lines. Now the 912, of course, is a rear-engined car, and that 850 is a mid-engine car. So it does have a slight effect on how they come through these corners. And you want to make sure that you're maximizing this. And they're both on very narrow tires, so you really have to be perfect on that steering input.
Yeah, not as narrow as the cars from the 30s.
No, what you're seeing right here with that 39 Sprint, as it enters into these corners, it's coming around. But there it is. Now that 912 seems to carry a little bit more speed downhill, but I think the Fiat is able to muscle him, and that's a fun phrase to say in regards to a 49 horsepower engine.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you're an 850cc 4-cylinder motor, if you get to muscle anybody, it's a good day.
Especially if it's a Porsche. There they come around the start-finish line again. Now he was running a 239. And Kobus is starting to close that gap a little bit because he ran a 238. And if they keep it up, I don't know that's going to be enough time. Briner's going to have to make a fairly large mistake. And from what we've seen so far, I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, the gap is under 2 seconds at 1.6. It was as high as... Oh, where is he, though?
Uh-oh.
Did something slow down?
Or he may have pulled off the course. We may have had our second-place car just had to peel away. And
No, he's stuck behind slow traffic.
There it is. No, these are our race
these
leaders.
Are our race
we got a little
Sorry.
lost. They're coming over the Panther Pass Bridge. And yes, absolutely, Kobus has reduced that lead now to a 1.5 seconds. And they are about 11 seconds ahead of the 3rd place, and that is John Arrow in that bug-eyed Sprite. They are really starting to find a good rhythm here. But Kobus is giving nothing. He is going to make Briner earn that podium. And we've seen this all day. Your top runners, no one has run away with a race. Everyone has had to earn a spot on that podium, and that is what makes this so great. And they get out of the car and they shake hands. So here we are. Watch them come into turn 13. That is just at the top of the hill, and then they're going to start down through those switchbacks. There it is. That is a different Fiat 850. That is why we got confused. So they are closing in. I'm sorry, that's a
Fiat. You're correct.
It's a
Tom
59.
Raganoni was that guy, number 22.
Oh, 22. Okay, that's where he got on there. So here it is, Fiat on Fiat action. You're not going to get this anywhere else.
Who knew we had 2 red Fiat 850s?
Well, yeah,
on the
absolutely.
Field? I mean, we do. We have it right in front of us. We should have known.
Absolutely. This is just really, really cool. There's that J Special we talked about earlier. It was a hand-built, unique car. That's what they were doing back in the 50s. Folks in their garage were just figuring things out and making cars no one had ever seen before. There is that gorgeous 59 Austin Healey Sprite, number 66. That is Abigail Patterson. She's here racing along with the other folks she's a local. She's from Pittsburgh, right here in town. Here's a shot as we come into turn 20, and there's those 2 Fiats. 714 makes quick work of getting to the inside, but that 912 is going to need a little bit more space, and off they go. Really clean racing, very well done, all of those competitors. And here they come through the start-finish line. Again, that trunk isn't open. He just needs that extra cooling.
I noticed that the other competitor with the 850 didn't have his trunk open. Maybe that's why he's not in first place.
Just needs that extra horsepower. And our drone's coming down for a quick landing. We are going to pop out here in just about a minute or so. We're going to go grab an interview.
Oh, it's a great interview. We're going to talk to Dave Gibson from Fredericksburg, Virginia, and his VAY Special.
Oh,
which we can see on the track. We spoke to him earlier. Not us. The interview will not be with us, but we spoke to him while we were on the track the other day, just having a good time and enjoying all the cars.
And I believe that our 912 may have gotten around. He did. He got around 714. That must have been something. That must have gone wrong.
Kobus took first place. We'd love to stay with racing. Actually, don't go anywhere because it is going to be picture-in-picture, this race interview with David Gibson. So stick with us. We'll be right back after we hear about this beautiful Canadian special.
This is David Gibson, and he brings a really interesting car to the Schenley Park race every year, this VAY Special.
Correct, yes. It's a joy to bring it. It always draws a lot of attention. Has a lot of race history, being built in the 1950s. Won a couple of titles in Canada. It was built by a gentleman named Victor A. Wychuk, thus the VAY Special.
And it was a Canada class car, is that right?
That's correct. It was a constructor's class, whereas they would take production car parts, build their own chassis and body, and make a race car.
So what are the production-based parts on this car?
So it's a bit of a Frankenstein. It has Morris Minor front suspension, MGA rear end, Austin Healey Sprite transmission, BMC A-Series engine, so a little bit of everything. It's a Frankenstein.
It is kind of a monster, and it looks like it would be a lot of fun to drive.
It is. It's a lot like we're racing a go-kart. It's really well balanced. They really did a nice job back in the 50s when they designed it, so it's excellent for this course.
It's like a mashup of a Formula car and a production sports car.
Yeah, basically. I mean, it's basically an open-wheel car, even though that class you didn't necessarily have to build an open-wheel racer.
We love it, and I understand that the car had a life on the west coast of the U.S. after Canada, and then how did you come to own it? You're in where, Virginia?
I'm in Virginia. I actually saw it online. It was up for sale. Contacted the gentleman that had it out in California, and he would run it in the Rolex. He ran it at different tracks in California, so it's great to bring it to the East Coast.
Love to see it. The VAY Special, I call it VAY, but it's the VAY Special, and it's David Gibson. Thanks for coming back.
Thank you. I always appreciate it, and it's always a joy to be back in Pittsburgh.
We are back here with a view over the Panther Pass Bridge. In the absence, Cobus managed to get that 912 in front of that Fiat. Here he comes across this bridge right now.
Oh, and he's making some space on him, too.
He is just a bit. Both of them just set their fastest laps of the race. They 2:32 and a 2:34 that last lap. So they are doing fantastic work, and they are really, really going at it. Briner is doing his best to reel him in. This is going to be very interesting as we wrap this up. This is the pre-war under 1 liter, but also some of your production cars. These are not high horsepower cars. These racers are having to be very smooth and very perfect. You see that 850 go chasing the 912 up through the turn. Here we come into the Westinghouse.
Yeah, let's go down. We also have John Iorio with his 60 Austin Healey Bug-Eye in third place, and 66 Abigail Patterson in her 59 Healey in fourth.
Stay with us. We've got an interview right now. No, we do not.
We're reviewing the top three.
We're reviewing the top three. All right, we already heard that. Oh, here we go, and it looks like
the 850 is caught up.
Oh, yeah, he was going to make a move right there, so he's going to keep Cobus on his toes with that one. He has definitely closed that gap. There's some speed happening right there as they come into that final corner and turn 50, or in the corner into turn 15. They're going to go downhill just a little bit and set themselves up for the switchback. There's that 909 we talked about. What a great little car.
Yeah,
we had an interview with him.
Austin A, right?
Yes, A35, yeah. It looks like he is caught up to that Mercury. There's our Bug-Eyes coming into turn 15.
Yeah, we should mention that this 912 Porsche that we talked about, which is leading the race, Cobus Renicky, that's a short wheelbase 912, right? I mean, they're all the 912s are short wheelbase, correct?
Well, until they started making them again in the 70s. But yes, that's a short wheelbase. And I'm so happy that he preserved it as a race car. So many of those just got sacrificed and turned into outlaws, or even just thrown away when they were new because it wasn't a 6-cylinder Porsche, and that car is just so nice to look at, and it's so great to see it out here on the track.
I just want to say short wheelbase because our friend Eric Kritzler, the 914 lover, he told me I better call out when it's a short wheelbase. So he's
Absolutely.
a Porsche guy, and I take my take my directions from those guys because if the Porsche guys come after me, I'm not going to be in a good shape.
There you go. All right, another view. This is going to be some great racing as they come across this Panther Pass Bridge. We could expect to see that 912 in front, and he is Briner is absolutely going to still try and run him down. Now watch how smooth they come to these corners, and I don't think they're touching the brakes. There's no brake lights right there, so they are using the friction of that corner to scrub off speed and keep it running. Sorry, Panther Hollow. I'm saying Panther Pass. I don't know why.
It's all right.
Here they come into the Westinghouse corner.
Pass those Panthers.
They are trying. There it is.
912's coming down. We can see them sometimes tripod down these roads.
It's a different line that the 850 is taking coming into that corner, and I think he wants to be able to get on the throttle a little quicker, and with a mid-engine, he might be able to make it stick.
Yeah, just some beautiful, beautiful race cars at this beautiful track. Once again, Schenley Park, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. If you have never been to the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, you need to look at these pictures and say, I'm putting it on my calendar for next year and coming out and checking out the 3,000 cars that are on the Showfield on Saturday and the wonderful racing all day Sunday.
Yeah. Over 250,000 people every year come to this event. It really is the highlight of the East Coast Vintage calendar. And there's that 912 again going through there. You come out here and you make a donation and hang out with one of the car clubs. We had a lot of interviews with those guys yesterday. What a great time.
Let's see if we can check out the field and see the crowd out there today. Or maybe not.
Okay, so we are looking at turn 15 right now. We can still expect to see what we're going on there. Some of the other folks are coming through. There goes that 1952, or I'm sorry, the 59 Bug-Eye. They're coming through this corner, turn 15, and this is the start, or the beginning of the descent towards the start-finish line, and absolutely Briner has reeled in Cobus and that 912.
Well, they've been trading back and forth all day today. There is, although we say no love lost, they probably do love each other because there's a lot of respect going on here.
Clearly a lot of respect as they're running back and forth on this one. So while you're watching this, hey, check out this word is coming up from our friends over at Cadillac, who are one of the many sponsors that are helping make this event possible. And we happen to know that while the CTS-V is the car that you want to drive on a track, an Escalade makes a perfect tow vehicle. So check this out. Stay with us.
Destination.
One more.
One more time. Turn right onto Western Avenue.
ID light in the all-electric ID4. It's the little things. It's a VW.
Get ready for the ultimate adrenaline rush with the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Discover 2 thrilling hours of driving action, featuring lead follow laps on the North Track and a full track hot lap finale. Feel the power beneath you as you race in our top-of-the-line fleet of BMWs. Perfect for both car enthusiasts and newcomers to the sport. Treat yourself to unparalleled customer service and attention to detail, ensuring your time on the track is an unforgettable adventure. Don't wait any longer. Sign up today and experience the exhilaration of the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Let's hit the track and make some memories.
Meraki keeps a simple promise: protect and empower the most vulnerable. We believe where there is life, there is hope. And we believe everyone has the right to live their life with dignity and acceptance. Thousands of Meraki employees across the country put their hearts and souls into providing exceptional care for those who need it most. This is more than a job. We strive to create a world we all want to live in by dissolving labels, upholding dignity, and redefining limitations. With every early morning shift, every small celebration, every hug and high five, we fix, we heal, we restore. Because doing the right thing will always matter. What we do matters. Who we serve matters. That's Meraki.
Autism Pittsburgh, founded in 1966, provides advocacy, information, and referral on care, treatment, educational, habilitative, and other life-improving service options for those with autism, their parents and families, and to the professionals who work with them. Contributions from our donors, private and government grants, and our many sponsors have helped us accomplish much over the years, including these past and current projects, training legal and juvenile justice professionals, and educating governmental officials on autism autism needs, developing middle school autism curriculum through our SPEAK program, providing summer education to prevent seasonal regression, producing the Autism Takes Flight program for travelers with autism, and conducting in services for parent support groups and providers. On behalf of the people we exist to serve, we can never thank you enough. For more information, contact Autism Pittsburgh at 412-856-7223 or on the web at www.autismpittsburgh.org.
Welcome back. We are just wrapping it up. Here it is, folks, the pre-war under 1 liter. There's that gorgeous 912 Cobus Renke, and he managed to hold off that 714 850 Spider. The Lagondas are coming through there. All of them, of course, very appreciative of our volunteer corner workers or track workers coming through that Westinghouse turn. While we were in that commercial break, they both got up on that Lagonda, and that 912 got a little loose for a second. So we almost thought we were going to have some very, very tight racing. But in the end, he managed to hang on to that lead after swapping it out twice.
Yeah, we also got to see a great pass by the Mercury 1939. Make sure I get the right year. 1939 Mercury Sprint with John Gruhl passing up the 62 356 from Robert McCown.
All right, and so while you're checking this out, there's a lot of spectators here, and right now we're going to toss it on to Chris down at turn 6 with one of those fans.
What? Okay. And you're going to go.
That's our good friend Chris Abbott.
It's Chris and Chrissy here. We are at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. There's still a car show going on, but there's a lot of racing going on today, as you'll see the cars going behind us. We have been we're at turn 15. We've been here most of the day, watching all kinds of cars, racing, really close racing today. It's been awesome seeing actually the race leaders, I think, just went by us today. The first and second, we've had a Porsche and a Fiat. This past race, we're back and forth the whole race. It was awesome to watch. We're really close to the track, which is great. But we've really been thinking, as race car drivers ourselves, we've been thinking a lot about what it means to be a race car driver on this track. So Chris is going to talk about that.
Yeah, thanks, Chrissy. Really, normal race car circuits are designed for racing. This is a street through a park. So it presents a lot of challenges for the racers to navigate it successfully and quickly. Like, for example, trees, fire hydrants, drainage ditches, curbs, all those things are very challenging. And especially another thing to notice is the crown of the road. Now, when you look at the road, you can see there's a curve to it where the center is the high point and it goes down on both sides. Well, that's unlike most racing circuits, and it makes it very challenging for the drivers because when they're on the right side and it leans into the corner, that helps them turn right. But when it goes to the left and it falls away, they lose traction because it's bringing them away from the corner that they want. So that change in camber really changes how they have to drive compared to the normal racing line. So the drivers being able to adapt to that kind of thing, it's a big challenge for them, but these guys have been doing a great job with it. But you see that they're taking a different line than they might otherwise. For that Fiat, he's staying nice on the inside. He's getting the advantage of the angle of the road. Gets a little faster in there for him. So anyway, it's a wonderful circuit. It's great to see this huge variety of cars out there and racing. These folks are really giving all they can and pushing these cars to the most that they can. So we're having a great day. You should come on out next year.
Yep, this is Chris and Chrissy, Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix.
Hey, thanks, Chris and Chrissy. Those are our teammates and our co-hosts of the Everyone Racers podcast, and that's how we were all out here. What a great take on the racing that we were just watching. What a good time. How did that turn out?
All right. We're going to actually, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question. I was listening to the booth as they told us that we're pretty close to going down the winner's circle and seeing Ted Sawyer talk to the winners.
So that'll be John Briner and Cobus that we should look forward to hearing to. And, of course, Ted, the voice of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix for 41 years now. That is just a great time. So this should be a really, really good interview. They're down there. Clearly there's a lot of good
Yeah, let me try and squeeze in the top 10 before we go to Ted. We already talked about Cobus, Briner, and John, so I'm going to start with number 4, Abigail Patterson in her Austin Healey Bug-Eye, David Gibson in 5th place, 6th place, Tom Ragatelli, Nial in the Austin A35, got it up into
beautiful
7th
909
place.
sedan.
Absolutely.
That's fantastic.
And then the Mercury Sprint, we saw him making some passes. John Gruhl out of Presto, PA. Robert McKenna in his Porsche 356. Alan Patterson Patterson, we talked about him in his Lagonda Rapier, and Monroe Snyder in an MGA, 1958 MGA, in 11th place.
So there's your finishers right there. We're going to go ahead and cut down to the as soon as they're ready to have the interview with them on pit lane. But that was just some fantastic, really good racing, and it was so much fun to watch the difference between that 850
probably the
Fiat
most
and that
eclectic
Porsche
class
912.
of cars.
But here we are. Let's cut down to there's the winner's circle right there. I believe that is your first place winner. That is Cobus, and that really, really nice 912, well-preserved car. You can look over there. There's our third place getting out of the car. This is so great. You just don't see this in a lot of racing, this kind of level of love and respect for your fellow competitor. We might be having some camera problems right now, and that's fine because we can keep talking about this. You need to come see this race in person. You need to go check out PVGP.org. Check out the pictures from last year. Make your plans to attend next year. It's a wonderful time. Luigi Chinetti Jr. at the start of the ceremony kept telling us how everyone was smiling at Pittsburgh, and he's not wrong. Let's go ahead and see if we can cut down now to the winner's circle and hear an interview with these outstanding drivers.
Yeah. Down to you, Ted, if you can hear us.
Good. Okay. you guys. Let's see. Who had a heart? Cobus, you were in the shade in your tin top Porsche there. Now step forward a moment and winner of the race in your 914.
Say again. I'm sorry. No, it was wonderful. Thank you very much. I mean, it was my second time here, and definitely be back. It was just wonderful. And I almost lost it on the last turn.
We would like to see that because we haven't had any incidents on course, I think, so far, knock on wood. So that might have been interesting. Last turn.
He was right on my tail. There was a slow car in front of us. So I knew I had to keep him at bay behind me and just accelerate on the last, because this is the podium, right? And I almost spun out. I was halfway across, and he was on my tail, but I kept it together, luckily.
Great fun to watch. It was a wonderful race. I love the spirit of this race group because it's quite a wide variety of cars and engines and displacements and ages and so on, but it must be a lot of fun out there.
Unbelievable. It's only my third year doing this, so I'm sort of a rookie still, but it's just unbelievable.
Well, you picked a wonderful racetrack to have fun at.
It is. This is unique, right? Nothing like it, and just the people are just amazing. Every minute of it.
Glad you came. Hope to see you next year.
Thank you very much.
And Briner.
Well,
you look warm.
And we're back. We're still having a little audio difficulties down with Ted Sawyer in the winner's circle. Sorry we didn't get to talk to Cobus Briner and John Iorio, who is our third place out of Bethel Park, PA, in his 1960 Austin Healey Bug-Eye. Bug-Eyes are great. They look like cartoon characters.
They're happy cars. So they are happy cars. Thanks for joining us back. So we did... during the commercial break, we saw Cobus get a little sideways. He talked about that on there because he was trying for the podium, which just goes to prove racers are always going to be racing. But at the same time, they all got out of the car. They shook hands. They hugged each other. They're just all so glad to be out here, and you should be here too. How do you get here? Go to pvgp.org and find out. But it's just great races. So there's Cobus, Briner, and John on the podium there. And, of course, just behind was Abigail and her Bug-Eyed Sprite as well. And just some other amazing cars.
Yeah, I love that VAY Special.
That
what a
VAY,
fantastic car.
Just and what a fun thing to say. The Victor A. Wychuck Special, literally the guy built it for a Canadian series, and here he is preserving this history. You're not going to see that anywhere else other than the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix.
Canadian hand-built race car with a tube frame and a mishmash of production parts.
You're all set from the engine. It's just, absolutely wonderful. But to make this event happen, we've got a lot of really great sponsors, including Cadillac, Volkswagen, Pit Race that we love.
And let's not forget the sponsors that are actually getting money, the charity sponsors. Let's go talk to them right now.
Turn right onto Western Avenue. You have reached your destination.
One more.
One more time. Turn right onto Western Avenue.
ID light in the all-electric ID4. It's the little things. It's a VW.
Get ready for the ultimate adrenaline rush with the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Discover 2 thrilling hours of driving action, featuring lead follow laps on the North Track and a full track hot lap finale. Feel the power beneath you as you race in our top-of-the-line fleet of BMWs. Perfect for both car enthusiasts and newcomers to the sport. Treat yourself to unparalleled customer service and attention to detail, ensuring your time on the track is an unforgettable adventure. Don't wait any longer. Sign up today and experience the exhilaration of the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Let's hit the track and make some memories.
Meraki keeps a simple promise: protect and empower the most vulnerable. We believe where there is life, there is hope. And we believe everyone has the right to live their life with dignity and acceptance. Thousands of Meraki employees across the country put their hearts and souls into providing exceptional care for those who need it most. This is more than a job. We strive to create a world we all want to live in by dissolving labels, upholding dignity, and redefining limitations. With every early morning shift, every small celebration, every hug and high five, we fix, we heal, we restore. Because doing the right thing will always matter. What we do matters. Who we serve matters. That's Meraki.
Autism Pittsburgh, founded in 1966, provides advocacy, information, and referral on care, treatment, educational, habilitative, and other life-improving service options for those with autism, their parents and families, and to the professionals who work with them. Contributions from our donors, private and government grants, and our many sponsors have helped us accomplish much over the years, including these past and current projects, training legal and juvenile justice professionals, and educating governmental officials on autism needs, developing middle school autism curriculum through our SPEAK program, providing summer education to prevent seasonal regression, producing the Autism Takes Flight program for travelers with autism, and conducting in services for parent support groups and providers. On behalf of the people we exist to serve, we can never thank you enough. For more information, contact Autism Pittsburgh at 412-856-7223 or on the web at www.autismpittsburgh.org.
Thank you. That was hearing from two of our great charity sponsors, Meraki and Autism Pittsburgh. Why don't you take a minute? You're probably on pvgp.org right now watching us, or YouTube. Open that extra tab, open up one of those, and why don't you make a donation? The guys out here on their guys, I mean the gender, the racers out here putting their machinery at risk to entertain you. They're paying a lot of money. They're getting their cars here. They're actually, donating to the cause. Why don't you donate also right there to Meraki or Autism Pittsburgh?
Absolutely. Now, coming up next, this is going to be our vintage sports racers. It's also going to be our Formula racers and Formula Fords. So you're going to see 3 very different types of vehicles, 2 forms of open wheel, and then a closed wheel car. They're all very low to the ground, and these were cars that were built to do nothing but race, and they've been preserved over the years. It is a lot of fun. We got to watch these guys practicing yesterday. It is just fantastic, and it's going to be very dynamic because of the speed differential between the two of them. So I'm really looking forward to this.
Even though they look the same because they're Formula cars, which means open wheel, they don't look like a regular car. They have open wheels. They have very different powertrains. Mm-hmm. Formula Fords are running 2.0-liter or 1.9 liter.
The infamous Kent's motors. Yes, absolutely. You have some Formula V's, which are your Volkswagen derivatives on there. There's even a really, really hopped up Formula Ford that has a one-of-one Cosworth engine that they did some research on. Got to see that yesterday. What a great team and what a wonderful sound. But you're also going to see some sports racers, which were similar powertrains, sometimes mid-engine, 4 cylinders, but they have covered wheel arches, but they're running on very narrow tires. So a lot of aerodynamics on that, and we're really looking forward to those. You have some of that stuff coming from Lotus and Turner. There's a half a dozen different things. These are just going to be wonderful cars, and you just don't get to see these outside of vintage racing.
Yeah, you've heard these terms before, Lotus and Turner and, Volkswagen. We might as well talk about Volkswagen because they're one of our sponsors. So these are going to be air-cooled Volkswagen motored sports racers. I'm sorry, Formula racers.
Formula racers, absolutely. And you still see Formula V. We got to have a great chat, our co-host Chrissy and me. We talked about, I don't think you can really talk about the culture of automobiles, much less the culture of historics or even car culture without mentioning Volkswagen. So many people got their start with Volkswagen, and they've spanned the entire spectrum of water-cooled, air-cooled, the buses, the transporters, the sports cars. They've just got everything in there, and we're so happy to have them on board as a sponsor. This is just run a really kind of circular.
Yeah, I'm looking through the rundown of who we got coming up next. We have a GTV coming up.
All right, it looks like we might be starting in the next 30 seconds. But Jeff, oh, there we go. I'm seeing some Triumphs. This does not look like our Formula and sports racers. I believe this might be our production cars under 2 liters. So we might have to change our vintage sports racers. This is definitely not that, and
yeah,
that
I
is
think this is the
fine.
big bore cars, the over 2 liters.
No. Oh,
so
you're right. Absolutely, you're correct.
Yeah.
These are Triumphs and big Datsons.
It is Datsun 510.
So this is our production sports cars over 2 liters. So we are going to have to make a slight adjustment on that one. And
sorry
that's
about
fine.
previewing the wrong racers, but don't worry, we will get back to those vintage sports racers and Formula racers in a little bit.
Absolutely.
Lotus Cortina going by.
Oh, that is,
beautiful.
we love seeing that. So this is also going to be some fantastic racing, and I think over 2 liters, you're going to see some speed out of these cars. And BMW 2002s, they're almost everywhere in vintage and even now still modern racing. Just last year, I was down in MSR Houston, and I was sharing the track with a BMW 2002 with a Honda drivetrain out of an S2000. And it was a great looking car. It was a little odd to see it rev that high. A lot of fun. So there it is.
Formation laps coming down. We're still under double yellow.
Mm-hmm. Of course, our volunteer corner workers, keeping everybody safe, keeping everybody happy. There's that beautiful Jaguar F-Type leading the pack. And there is the number 4 Triumph GT, Spitfire GT. So it's got that hard roof on there, the hatchback on that one.
GT6.
The GT6.
Not a Spitfire with a hardtop, GT6.
I'm sorry, the GT6.
Very similar car.
Very similar.
Very
the similar body to the
absolutely.
Spitfire, but really pretty. There's
we got a
gorgeous
63 stuff. Lotus Elan. Let's call down some of the leaders we expect to see here. So
absolutely.
Brian Dolan in the number 4 Pittsburgh PA 1972 GT6. That's a Triumph you just saw. And then a 1963 Lotus Elan number 118 Darren Mann. And he is also out of Pittsburgh, PA. AJ Fergrugio, sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, in the 74 2002. He's from Freedom, PA.
Oh, that's just fantastic. We got a pair of Volvos in this race.
Yeah.
Got a P44 and an 1800, and that is just great. Our good friend actually races one of those Volvos out on the West Coast.
Yeah, I'll keep going down the leaderboard. We have a 63 Triumph TR3 from Peter Dolan out of Austin, Texas. That was a long trip on the trailer for him.
Absolutely. And then we've got Charles Dolan, a little bit closer of a trip. He's right here in Pittsburgh, and he's got a 57 in GA. We've also got Mike Moore. He has got a 62 Triumph TR4. Joe Mendel out of Pittsburgh here, and he's got that really pretty Lotus Elan we just saw it go through there. Or as a lot of people like to call it, it's the Miata Mark I, because the Miata was absolutely meant to be tribute to the Lotus Elan.
Menthel and I have been together so long, we both went for the same joke at the same time. We both past and current Miata owners, right?
Absolutely, very much a Miata enthusiast on this one. Keeping it going, we've started to see those the 69 Datsun 510.
Oh, I love a 510.
Everyone does. That's where Paul Newman got his start running with the Peter Brock cars back in the day. What a great thing. Right next to them is a 69 BMW 2002 from Jack Ingold. He's out of Hillsborough, North Carolina. And you want to talk about a drive. Colby Schindel came all the way up from Port Lucie, Florida. He's got a 75 BMW 2002. And this one, I'm really happy to see this. Andrew Granis has got a 79 320. That's an E24.
Yeah, that's a big car.
It is, and you see that gorgeous yellow and green paint job. Now, we're not going to get all the way through this because it looks like
pace car is off. We are close. We are still under yellow, but we're going to go green in a minute.
All right.
There's checker flag. Green flag,
green flag. And look at that. 3 wide as they come into
Triumph
turn 1.
GT6 taking it on lead.
Oh, there we go. And they are running towards that Panther Hollow Bridge and coming around that corner. And we'll let this settle out, but we've got a lot of different horsepower. But these are some big engine cars as they're coming through there. And you can really see the speed difference as they're coming down that straightaway, setting up to go across that bridge. It's going to be a gorgeous shot, lots of colors, such a wonderful day. It's starting to get a little warm, but anyone from this area knows July can be a lot worse in Pittsburgh. It has been great. Look at that GT6. He is on it coming into this corner. Sending it around that corner, that is just fantastic, using that track to slow them down, and they're being chased by the NMGA. There's the Lotus Elan, there's a squad of BMWs, but here's that number 4 car. Coming in around the corner, and they are setting up from that Westinghouse. A little bit of a power slide as on there. So yeah, I think we're going to start seeing some fast lap times as they're coming through this. We're waiting for them to finish that first lap, but that's Brian Dolan coming through that in his GT6, and he's a local, so he knows this track well. Setting up as they're coming out of that Westinghouse corner, there's all those BMWs, the Alphas, everything. There's Brian. Hot on his tail is AJ Ferragno and that BMW, and they're still setting up. We're going to get that first lap time. You're starting to see this settle out, and they're coming through this corner right here. This is just where Chris and Chrissy did a live broadcast. They were talking about some of the races come through there. This is a great spot to look. That's actually one of the places you could, if you come to the race and you decide you want to actually be treated quite well, you've got the Lamar VIP Pavilion right there. Got a chance to sample that yesterday. What a great viewpoint. They're coming down through the S's here. Wonderful overhead shot from our drone. Want to thank Cut and Run Productions for putting all this together, because this is just some fantastic camera work that we are seeing as they round out these little last few corners before they set up and come back across the start-finish line outside of turn 20. Look at that. 3 wide with these cars as they're coming through there. Dancing with that stone wall, a little bit sideways of our third place car. Peter Dolan in there in that TR3 coming through there, and he's got that one set up as a speedster, and that's our one from Austin. Right behind him is his, I'm going to say his brother, Charles, also in a 57 MG. So probably a little bit of sibling rivalry right there, and you're going to make a mistake. You never want to do it in front of your brother. You'll never hear the end of it. Great view of this gorgeous Pittsburgh skyline. Here we are on the Panther Hollow Bridge, getting ready for these racers to come across, and we are starting to see some lap times, and they are quick. Both Dolan and Ferragno at a 2:20. Also just coming through there. There is that Brian Dolan, that GT6 setting up the MGs, the Dolan brothers coming into that one as they're climbing up the hill. That number 4 coming through. Little bit of power slide on that, and he has absolutely got it controlled, but AJ is letting him go nowhere with that BMW 2002 as they start setting up in this. This is turn 3. We can see that number 4 getting ready to come in. He's going to come in there, and just watch the difference in the line there. That GT6 seems to have a lot of power coming out of the quarters. He's setting himself up well. And while the BMW 2002 is no slouch, he's actually taking a slightly different line, and it seems to be a little more planted. I think that's going to make for some interesting racing. And it looks like Charles is absolutely creeping up on his brother, less than a half a second between that 3rd and 4th place car.
Yeah, thanks, Mental, for taking a break for me while I had to run outside and take care of some business in the booth. It's been a pretty good race here. That big BMW is keeping up in the front there. It looks pretty good.
Absolutely.
So we're going to keep running down and showing all here. Let's go. I'll review the top 10 here. Brian Dolan with with a 1972 GT6. That is the white number 4. Keeping the lead. Got almost a full second on AJ and his 1974 BMW 2002. That is the smaller BMW, but the tin top that you're going to see out there. Peter Dolan, excuse me, another Triumph, but this is a slightly older 56 TR3 out of Austin, Texas. And then Charles Dolan, probably brothers, probably why he's coming up from Austin,
Absolutely.
Texas.
We were talking about that because just earlier, Peter had a little bit of a wheel step out. You never want to do that in front of your brother. You and your brother do some racing,
Absolutely.
so you never want to make a mistake.
Absolutely. If your brother is behind you, trust me, he is going to try and pass you. But that 1957 MGA would have been competitors in 1957 with the Triumph TR3.
And I'm enjoying watching Brian Dolan absolutely lead this field, but that is just some fantastic racing right there in 3rd and 4th. Oh, and there's that GT6. Look at the suspension articulation as they come just flat-footing it through there, using the road surface to slow the vehicle down. What a great line.
How many
Dolans?
Dolans?
Here are the 2 Dolans coming through.
Well, we got 3 Dolans. We got a Brian Dolan leading the race. They're probably all brothers.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They're British cars. So there they go. Coming through there, so he'll be talking some smack there, wondering where his 2 brothers are on the back. Oh, but look at them. Look at the 3 and 4.
They're all
look how
stacked up.
close they are. That is just fantastic racing, and both of those are just gorgeous, gorgeous cars.
Yeah, wonderful cars out here. Oh, wonderful cars all day today. We shouldn't just say that the leaders are in wonderful cars, but everyone all up and down the field is in beautiful, beautiful machinery. This is, we think this is production cars over 2 liters.
Absolutely.
Over 2 liters. Making sure we're calling the right race here. We do have some interviews coming up with interview people, and then we are going to go to a quick commercial, but don't go anywhere because the racing is still going to be live, picture in picture here from Schenley Park, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Sorry.
We're in trailer. This is Mike Kennedy's trailer, and Mike Kennedy is up from Kissimmee, Florida, in this beautiful Lotus 23 here at Schenley Park. Mike, welcome.
Thank you for having me. I'd love to be up here.
Yeah, we have such cool weather for you here as a break from that warm weather in Florida. We saw this beautiful car race last weekend in a category that in which you and several other sports racers said, "Please don't honor us after the flag." I thought that was just such a wonderful sporting move on your part.
Yeah, we had a great time, and we were kind of overclassed for the other entrants, so we ran separately. We had a great race with each other, and I'd love to do it again.
This is such a gorgeous car. We hardly ever get a chance to see the Lotus 23. It's just a beautiful car, and yours looks like it just came out of the factory, although I bet it didn't look this good at the factory.
Well, it almost just came out of the factory. It was built in 2015. Oh. It's a recreation. So out of the 131 that were racing originally, all those parts that would keep those cars racing are now on this car to help it keep racing, but it's a fresh car from 2015, but it's built as 1962, so it's as original as 1962 could be.
So what's the power plant?
I'm running the original type engine that they sold in 1962. It's only 1100 cc, has 113 horsepower at the wheels. Later this month or later this summer, I'll have 214 horsepower. So I'm upgrading the engine. But for this weekend here at Schenley Park, a small bore engine like that, it'll be perfect.
Based on Ford?
Based on Ford, the Ford Anglia.
Yeah. Yep. So when Colin Chapman presumably designed a car and his factory produced the Lotus 23, what was it made for?
The 23 was a small sports racer. It's one of his few cars that he sold to the public, and that's why they sold 131 of them. And he put that 1100cc engine in first because that's what he was putting in his Lotus 20 and then his Lotus 22 sports Formula cars, the Formula Juniors. So that was popular. He decided to build a sports racer after the old Lotus 11s, Lotus 15, the Lotus 17. And this was a phenomenally successful car in its day.
Could you say that this is almost a Formula car with a fendered body?
It's exactly that. It's just widened to 2 people. I don't have the second seat in because I wanted the roll bar there.
Mike Kennedy's beautiful Lotus 23. Thanks for coming up. Enjoy the weekend.
Thank you, Ted. Thanks for having me up here.
You bet.
Hey, thanks, Ted. We really appreciate that behind the scenes. Here we are watching the Brian Dolan in that Group 44 Tribute GT6 Triumph. And as we mentioned, we are legally obligated by the lawyers to tell everybody that this is 7/10 racing.
Yeah, they seem to be really moving pretty smoothly here. I'll say that.
That's a lot of 7.
Yeah. This is there's a 2.3 second gap Brian has over AJ in second place in his 2002. So they're probably taking a moment to relax and watch the beautiful scenery pass by on this road course in Schenley Park, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
I'll tell you, though, that right now the race to watch is between the 189 in third place, and that's Peter Dolan, and number 5, the Charles Dolan. It's a 56 Triumph TR3 versus a 57 MGA. The cars are just different enough to make it interesting, but just similar enough to make them on there. And there is less than a half a second between them, and they are just dicing it up like the really enthusiastic racing we've come to expect here at the Pittsburgh VGP.
Yeah, I expected Brian and AJ to be taking a moment off, but it's not looking like it too much here as they are moving and clipping.
There they
corners.
are. Look at them. Look at them. Just nose to tail.
They're both
as
red.
They're coming through
They're
there.
both pushing each other pretty hard through these turns. You can see the hay bale. That is all that is between your fabulous machinery and a telephone pole on this street course.
Absolutely.
In Schenley Park, Pennsylvania.
All right, there's Brian throwing that car into that corner. Watch as he gets on that power. He is really just putting it down and then stepping the car out ever so slightly, but under absolute control the entire time he's doing it. This is just some really, really fantastic driving. I'm enjoying watching it.
One time a driving coach told me is, you paid to use all the track, so go ahead and use all the track. Get way out there by those curbs. I don't know if I'd be hucking my vintage machinery as close to the curbs as these guys, but they are doing it today.
They absolutely are. I'm not even sure I would have the skill to do that, but it is a ton of fun to watch. And the times they are running, these are 2:18s. These are quick times for these vintage machines, and they are all running very, very fast. But right now, Brian's got the lead. I feel like AJ's turning a little bit of a quicker lap time. He might start reeling them in. Let's see what this heat does to their tires and their brakes as they're coming through theirs, because Brian is obviously using a lot of that rubber.
According to timing and scoring, AJ has done 2 quickest laps in the last 2 laps. He just finished that one with a 2:18.360. So he is definitely hucking as far as he can.
Yes, he is, and this is just going to be interesting. So we're seeing now, we've got peak sun. It's right there at the top of the day. The day is getting hottest, but there's a lot of shaded parts. And when you are racing this precise, temperatures make a difference. They make a difference in your tires. They make a difference in the engine. They make a difference in that. And those temperatures are going to change noticeably from tree shaded areas into the areas where the sun is just on that pavement. So you really have to pay attention. And also you've got to manage the heat in your tires.
Yeah, we should mention, because many people may be watching this recorded, that it is 2:30 in the afternoon in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in late July. So it's definitely warm out there on the field.
It is. Not as warm as it could be. This actually, the weather all weekend has been fantastic,
very pleasant,
really good. I haven't seen a cloud in the sky except when we wanted just a little bit of shade. Those guys go through, and here it is, the other 2 Dolans.
One of the Dolans seems to
We've got some falling off back on there. Oh, there he is. I believe that is the Peter who may have gotten passed, and it hasn't registered yet as they're coming around the track until they get on there. But
yeah,
it looks
Brian
like something happened.
Brian Dolan's still leading the race over AJ for Grugi, or Farragonio is how I'm going to say it.
There we go.
Out of Freedom, PA. So
AJ, if we're mispronouncing your name, we are the Garage Heroes in Training podcast, and feel free to take it up with us later on. But right now it's 84 degrees, but there is high humidity on there, and you do have some cloud cover. But you can see this great drone shot overhead, there's tree shade on there, and that's going to make a difference in the track temperature. And ideally, you're managing how you're working those temperatures. There's that Volvo P1800 that we just saw coming through there. Always great to see. There's another Volvo P44 and a couple of Datsun 510.
That yellow and red 510. I saw that on the field yesterday, and it was gorgeous.
Yeah, it really does. It's why would you have a vintage race car? They're all so pretty if you didn't want to put a good paint job on it. And I would say all of our competitors, the fit and finish on these cars is just so much pride in ownership, and it's great to see. There's our leader right there, but darn if second place is not gonna give him anything. You'll see that BMW in just a handful of seconds right behind that car.
He's right
there he goes. And here we got with the overhead shot down the straightaway. Got some great drone footage. This is a professional drone. They've got an FAA flight plan filed in order to fly this and get these shots for you. So this is just great. But you can see some of the tree lined on there. Now, it's not going to affect the straightaway, but as they get into the upper corners, there's that Volvo 510, and here comes your race leader lapping some of the back marker traffic.
I'm glad you mentioned that drone footage. We should mention that this entire production is done by Cut and Run Productions right here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And if you need some cameraman operators or studio time, please look them up on the internet and give them a call. They are right here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. They've been doing a great job today.
We're actually in their studio right now. We love all these guys. Fantastic. So check them out if you've got any sort of video production or advertising or even instructional needs. So here we are looking at the Westinghouse corners. There goes one of the Dolan brothers, and it looks like absolutely that's Charles Dolan in that 57 MGA, and he's managed to get around Peter in the 56 TR3. There's that Volvo 1800, and here is our leader working his way through traffic. He's going to be catching that Datsun, but the BMW is right on him. That Volvo P44 getting out of the way, but he is still going to make that 510 earn a pass.
Yeah, great to see the Datsun and the 2002 running with each other. They were competitors in the real worlds of racing when they were new, and they look fantastic. And a very similar silhouette, but obviously one German, one Japanese.
Mm-hmm. You know, Peter Brock, and then you also start associating some of your great German drivers with the 2002s of the day, because those were the cars to have. Here we are on the switchbacks. Now there's some of your slower traffic, but expect the leader. There he is right there. That's Brian Dolan with the BMW.
And AJ is great on his bumper.
Yeah,
it's a lot tighter when you see it from the drone footage.
Yes, and AJ's been running just a couple of seconds faster these last few laps, so he is slowly reeling in that GT6. It could be a function of getting more comfortable with the track.
On his bumper in that downhill.
Yes, there it is. All right, and here it is. Now we can also see there's that 53 MG of the other Dolan. That's the number 5 car of Charles Dolan. Look at him working his way through that traffic, and that's all more modern machinery in front of him, and he is making it look easy. Here's some more of our drone footage. Here we see the Panther Hollow Bridge. Little MGB GT action on that one. That's a great looking car as well. And we are looking up to see who that one is.
That is Chris Longo from Verona, PA, in a 68 MGB GT. What a fantastic machine. You don't see many of them. Everyone thinks they only made convertibles, but absolutely, in rainy England, sometimes you don't want a convertible. So
yes, absolutely. All right, so here's our race leader closing up on that Volvo P1800. Volvo's sports car for the longest time. That the P1800 held the world's longest mileage championship until they started realizing all the Mercedes trying to get on the inside of that Volvo. But the Volvo still wants to keep his race pace, and they are neck and neck. That is 1 and 2 next to each other behind a backmarker car.
It looks like he's going to use the slower traffic to get around.
On the brakes. Oh, what a brilliant piece of racecraft by AJ on that one. Totally used the 1800 as a pick. We'll see if it works out when the camera comes around the corner, and if Brian was able to hold on the lead or he had to give it up.
You know, I was going to recommend to AJ that he changed his last name to Dolan, so not only we could pronounce it, but he might win this race. But it looks like he's going to win it on his own.
There we go. Brian is now around that traffic, but do not write that GT6 off yet. It has shown a lot of power, and he is full and capable of using this entire race course right there. And it looks like he is letting all the horses out to try and get that BMW and take his first place back.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know what a GT6 is, that is a Triumph GT6 covered tin top with a straight 6-cylinder. Got a big bubble on the hood.
Yep.
Beautiful
now,
car.
Stay with us. We've got to cut to some commercials, but we're not going anywhere. Neither is the racing.
I think we're staying here for a live commercial.
Turn right onto Western Avenue. You have reached your destination.
One more?
One more time. Turn right onto Western Avenue.
ID Light in the all-electric ID4. It's the little things. It's a VW.
Autism Pittsburgh, founded in 1966, provides advocacy, information, and referral on care, treatment, educational, habilitative, and other life-improving service options for those with autism, their parents and families, and to the professionals who work with them. Contributions from our donors, private and government grants, and our many sponsors have helped us accomplish much over the years, including these past and current projects, training legal and juvenile justice professionals, and educating governmental officials on autism needs, developing middle school autism curriculum through our SPEAK program, providing summer education to prevent seasonal regression, producing the Autism Takes Flight program for travelers with autism, and conducting in services for parent support groups and providers. On behalf of the people we exist to serve, we can never thank you enough. For more information, contact Autism Pittsburgh at 412-856-7223 or on the web at www.autismpittsburgh.org.
Want to thank our sponsors, Volkswagen. I can confirm my dogs love our Volkswagen SUV. Here we are back live with the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, and there's that great overhead shot from the drone as you come into the cutbacks. Brian is still trying to run down AJ, but AJ is holding on to that first place after 8 laps. Charles Dolan is still third, and fourth is Peter Dolan. So if they keep it up, it might be an all Dolan podium.
A gap between the Dolans, but it's still in first, third, and fourth. Second, third, and fourth, because AJ has made the pass and is now leading the race in his 74 2002. What kind of motor's in those 2002s?
Oh, that is a 4-cylinder, inline 4-cylinder, usually 2-liter, but they're easy to hop up and they do like to rev. I do believe Peter might be having some problems because during that commercial break we saw what might have been a lockup, and that could just be a function of the heat, or he could be battling a car and trying to limp it out through the rest of this race.
His brother Charles has put 25-second gap on him.
And at the beginning there was no such thing. They were just back and forth with each other. There's your race leader, AJ Ferragamo, in that beautiful BMW 2002 as he comes through there. And right behind him, Brian Dolan in that GT6.
And AJ's actually passed his first back marker, Dolan. So he's technically leading 4 Dolans, and only 3 of them are on the race track.
There it is. Okay, so we got a 220. The last lap out of AJ and a 226 out of Brian. I think Brian got caught up in some of that traffic, and AJ has got some open track in front of him. There it is. Now he is coming up on another BMW 2002. And this is interesting because you can actually see the difference in the years of these because they've got different taillights of this one. Now AJ's got a 74, which is the bigger square headlights. And the car that he just came up on the inside of was a older and slightly smaller square taillight.
Yeah, might be Ross Rosenberg in a 72 2002. That's the only one I see on the list at the moment.
There it is. So he got around them. But in a few cars behind him is Brian Dolan. He's still stuck in traffic, and I think this is an opportunity for AJ to put some gap on there. Now we just saw that Lotus Elan. There's that MGB GT, and there is your race leader. He's going to make quick work of that MG, I think. And there's the other BMW 2002. He's going to go on the outside of that MGB GT. Good clean pass, and he's going to keep going around there. And that's just another car that Brian's going to have to deal with as they're coming through this traffic. Now, this isn't absolute fender banger racing, but everyone's still trying to do the best they can. So they're going to make some racing room. But as the driver overtaking, you're going to have to make it happen.
Absolutely. And it is always the driver making the pass that is required to do the work.
Yes.
So if you're in a smaller car that doesn't have as much horsepower going up the hill, it's not your job to get off your gas pedal to let them pass. It is your job to stay to one side and be predictable and let the faster cars get by you.
But when you're talking some of these, even though these are the big bore over 2-liter class, you're not dealing with hundreds and hundreds of horsepower. In fact, I think in most cases you're dealing with 100 horsepower.
Well, that's a lot more than some of those smaller cars we saw earlier. That Fiat
Absolutely.
850 had about 49 horsepower.
Yes,
so.
and he used every one of them. That was a great race. And here they come down that straightaway, getting set up for the Panther Hollow Bridge just in front of the conservatory. There's a gorgeous shot right there of that. That is the Alpha coming through. And there is the TVR, I believe.
Yeah,
yes.
TVR.
We got to see that one yesterday up close. Beautiful, beautiful car. Gorgeous colors on that one. I think that's another Zappa team car because black and gold, the shiny black and gold cars, those are theirs. Yep, that is Michael Zappa. We just watched the other Zappa in that 280Z do a great drive early this morning.
Oh, I got my glasses on, and your eyes are better than mine because I'm scrolling through the results, and you're finding them over my shoulder. That's all.
There we are. All right. So
that's why you're in the Air Force, and I work at a college.
There we go. There's a Lotus Elan being run down by our winner, and this is going to be another example of the Lotus mantra of add lightness versus the BMW mantra of build it correctly. There's a 57 Alpha and
Straight
that
6,
TVR.
make more power.
Both of those are 4-cylinders.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, but this is a great battle right here between Zappa and the Alfa Romeo of...
I don't know, did you catch a number?
I have not. It is, that's Dan Wannegat. It's a 72 GTV. He's also out of New Kingston, Pennsylvania. So a couple of locals battling that one out. And it looks like your race leader has gotten around that Lotus Elan. But look at the difference in those lines. The Lotus is just not going to touch those brakes at all. Coming through the twisties down here, this is what we were just talking about. That's the Alfa Romeo and the Zappa battling it out as they are a little bit farther back, but still having every bit as much fun racing as our class or as our race leaders.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen a TVR Vixen before. I was standing next to it yesterday, but it was a gorgeous car. Lots of Lexan, full race prep. That car was just absolutely gorgeous. These may look like production cars from the outside, but there is nothing. These are full roll cage. Safety is paramount.
Oh, of course.
In this racing.
Yes.
So many of these are original racers, or I should say vintage racers. They were raced back in the day, and some of them are recent converts.
Yes, that TVR Griffin I don't think it looked that good leaving the factory. Those were hand-built cars and out of various materials, and the TVR factory always had labor and materials issues. But the restoration they did on that car is just absolutely perfect. Got a chance to see the panel gaps on it. It's just beautiful inside and out. That's I think that's what we've come to expect from the Zappas as they come through here. And there it is again. There's a great view of that 72 Alpha being chased by the TVR, and there is your race leader. AJ is coming into that corner, and he's going to catch that Alpha and that TVR, but those two cars in front of him, they are not going slow, and they're running their own race. Oh, and the TVR locks it up, narrowly avoiding that GTV. Nice bit of reaction racing on that part. Well done, Zappa. That's a good recovery on that one, but the heat is clearly starting to set into some of this racing surface and some of these cars.
I'm noticing a trend here that as we get deeper and deeper into these races, the gloves come off and they just get faster and faster because I guess they've decided their car is going to survive and get onto the trailer. Now's the time to win the race.
Well, you and I have both fallen guilty of that one. The red mist monster is a very real thing, even here at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix.
And Zappa in the TVR is trying to make a pass on the Alfa Romeo, and he's actually blocking our race leader, not purposely. He's trying to run his own race, but
that was a brilliant pass on the behalf of AJ right there. Just beautiful. Got on the inside of that GTV, and off he goes. That may have been the definitive pass of the race because you still got to get Dolan through that one, and he has actually slipped down to third place.
Yeah, there's
his brother in the the 57 MGA has moved up into second.
Yeah, it's a AJ Fergonio and then 3 Dolans.
Oh, that's going to be great
here.
Oh, and they are absolutely going. So that is really, really impressive. A 57 MGA, it is just 20 seconds behind your race leader.
And I don't think we've made these calls, but let me tell you about 5th and 6th. Gary Reed from Clarion, PA, in his 1969 Datsun 510. Oh, did we get the checker flag?
We absolutely did. We were so wrapped up in the racing, we didn't notice that the race was ending. All right, there's our volunteer quarter workers doing a great job keeping everybody safe out here in the hot sun. So if you see one of them later tonight at, say, I don't know, Caliente Pizza.
There you go.
There you go. Buy them a beer because, darn it, they've earned it.
Hey, and if you don't know, flaggers wear all white, so don't drop that Caliente Pizza on your lap in your white clothes because it's definitely going to stain. They are some spicy suckers, as I hear.
Yes.
Let's see here. Is that something? Is there something in the road there in the Panther Hollow Bridge? Looks like a little dark spot there. I wonder if something fell off a car or if it's a
cone.
rodent or cone that has gotten out here. It's not on the racing line, so it's not going to cause any problems for our competitors. But 3 cheers to AJ Fergonio from Freedom, PA in your 1974 BMW 2002, followed up by Charles Dolan, Brian Dolan, and Peter Dolan. Some of them out of Pittsburgh, some of them out of Austin, Texas. Something tells me Peter Dolan got a job and had to move down south.
Well, it's awesome that he can get back and race with his family. Goodness knows that's what we're trying to do every chance we get. And what a great place to come and race. This is, I think, the first time you and I have been able to get together this year. And I think we could have picked a better venue than the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. So we thank everyone. Now, we're going to keep talking for a little bit. And ideally, they're going to come in here. They'll get themselves set up. And we'll see AJ, Charles, and Brian there, the winner's circle, with, of course, the voice of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix.
Yeah, sorry, Peter. You don't get to be on the podium. You're in 4th place.
That's all right. That means Peter gets the beer cooler quicker.
Just put your car on the trailer and head back to Austin, Texas. No, you guys are all great. Everybody out there, all of the racers, they are racing hard. They're racing for nothing but pride and maybe a little trophy and a case of that Helltown beer, of course.
Which I would absolutely, I would probably make a risky pass attempt into a corner for a case of that Helltown beer. So thank them for being one of the sponsors. And, of course, every one of the podium sitters get a case of the Helltown beer. But here is your final result. AJ absolutely just dominating that field. 20 seconds over Charles Dolan in that 57 MGA, which, wow, you took a 57 MGA and battled with a car 20 years newer and slightly bigger engine. Well done. No shade being thrown on Brian Dolan in that 72 Triumph GT6. Great job on that one.
All right, we have an interview from over by German Hill in turn 13. Chris Abbott has some of our people watching the race. Let's see what's going on down in the field in Schenley Park.
All right, let's toss it off to Chris.
Hey, this is Chris with the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, and I'm here with Al from Pittsburgh. Al, how many times have you been to the Grand Prix?
I've probably been coming for 12 to 15 years, something like that.
Wow, that's absolutely fantastic. What brings you back every year?
You know, every year I find something different out here in the fields. Looking did you know Eddie Van Halen's Porsche GT3 is parked over there?
No idea.
It's there. Yeah, I found it yesterday.
I didn't think he was tardy, but yeah.
Well, he brought his pencil apparently. Yeah.
Okay, good.
But no, it's a fantastic weekend. I love auto racing. I love the car shows and everything that goes on. And it's one of those uniquely Pittsburgh kind of things. I don't think you can get this anywhere else. I mean, it's city streets. It's the same park I ride my bike in.
Excellent. And now this last race I had here, this was the under 2-liter production cars. This was really exciting. What did you think of it?
This is actually probably my favorite class of the entire weekend, simply because it has, I'm a big Nissan Datsun fan, and this is like cars before when they still made them without CVTs, rental cars, you know, like it's actual. If Nissan went back to producing these cars again, they'd be great, but you know.
Sure, absolutely. Now,
it's a history lesson for the kids out there. Not everything comes with the CVT.
That's true. Now, you sound like you know a lot about cars and racing. Like, are you a racer or a driver? Like, what's your history?
I pretend to be, yeah. I race for 24 Hours of Lemons. So that is a race group where we race $500 cars for endurance races over 14 hours.
Wow, that's, I mean, a little different than here, but certainly sounds like a lot of fun.
A slightly different budget, but, you know, it's funny. A lot of the guys out there you'll see kind of peeking around in a Lemons paddock as well. So
now, you know, as a racer, you can tell us how close and tight this racing is here. I was really impressed at how it went.
It's amazing. It's, you know, you'd think it's in a park and they're just kind of putting around, but no, these guys are going for it. And this is not an easy track.
So you heard it from Al, real racer. This is real racing for great cars in a great place. So that's all for us. We're going to toss it off to you, Jeff and Mental, in the studio.
Hey, thanks so much for that interview, Al. Well, what a great representative of Pittsburgh and the racing community at large. So yeah, the same very park that he's riding his bicycle through, they're racing those cars, and that was just a great race to watch.
We have the interviews ready for the winners down there in Winners Circle. We're heading over to Ted Sawyer to talk to the winners right after this. Go ahead, Ted, if you're here.
chat with them. Ted, when you are ready, sir.
We'll gather up our 3 race winners, our podium, and bring them up here to the podium. Gentlemen, come and join us on the podium.
They want to do something before you guys come on. Just go stand by Mom. No.
Yeah. AJ, take a walk. We'll call you later. Eddie Ferragonio, come forward. Fabulous race. That was really fun to watch.
Thank you. It was a great time. First time winning, 4th time entering. I'd like to thank my friends and family and everybody that helps me with the car. It's a great race. I've been probably all over the East Coast racing. Nürburgring, 2 private days. This is my favorite place.
Now, I have to say that your car is listed as a 2002.
Correct.
That's a 2002.
That's a 74 2002. TII.
And you came from, I think, starting position was 3rd, I believe?
Correct. Started from 3rd. I got a great start here. And then in the back section, the leader was trying to get around a Volvo that wouldn't let him by, and I kind of snuck in beside him, and then I used him as a pick, and then I got ahead of him. So
late in the race, you really cranked it up. We could really see the lap times come down with about 3 laps to go. All of a sudden, did you consciously move forward, or did the people around you fall back?
So my lap timer, I forgot to turn it on, so I have no idea what my lap times were. But I know when I kept looking in the mirror and not seeing anybody, maybe I calmed down a little bit and stopped overdriving the car and, let the car go. So.
Exciting race. We love to watch it. AJ Ferragona, congratulations. A very fine win. Woo! Charlie, you started 5th, and I wonder with another couple of laps whether maybe you would have been first, because you came through some traffic.
Yeah, we were working our way up, but this is a very technical track with a lot of abnormalities to it, and some are not so predictable. So catching all the way back up to those leaders was, I guess, not going to happen with that time. But had a great time out there, and beautiful weather, great weekend, and a lot of great spectators. Thank you all.
Fabulous to get an MG up here on the podium. It's the 100th anniversary of the MG. There aren't a lot of A's racing here this weekend.
Yeah, this car's been really great at this track. I actually only run it here. And I don't know if this is my 10th year or something like that, but between Pete and Rob and Dan and the crew that have put this together for 10 years, it's been a great car and fantastic to drive around. It's perfectly balanced for it.
Congratulations. Another podium for another member of the Dolan family. And let's talk to Brian Dolan, who started on pole. And I thought we wouldn't see you again. And did you? There must have been a car with an issue with the car near the end.
The tires started to say no thanks. So, you don't want to find walls. So just nice and safe, brought it home on the podium. I'm not displeased. I'm happy.
We're here, of course, we're watching from the start-finish line. And it takes you right into this first turn. And love to watch this car go through that turn, because that tail end just goes right around.
Yeah, it likes to slide, so that's also why the tires go away.
So that's one of those things that you have to work really hard to keep under control, I guess.
And that's why BMWs that are light and fast and handle really well can get past.
Now, he's not any lighter than your car, is he?
I don't know for certain, but it certainly felt like he was lighter.
Anybody have a scales here we could test? Congratulations, Brian.
Thank you. It was great fun.
There's your podium.
What a great podium. That's just a fun one right there, watching those guys. 4 years he's been trying to win that race. Well done, AJ.
Good job, AJ.
And you earned it, because the Dolans gave you nothing. That was just a wonderful, wonderful race. So much fun to watch, and it's so much fun to see that level of camaraderie.
And I'm pretty sure fastest lap was set by one of the Dolans. Yes, Brian Dolan set the fastest lap at a 2:18, so he was absolutely pushing his GT6 through those turns. But his brother in the MGA ended up taking the second spot on the podium right at the end there.
Yeah, that's great. All right, so folks, we do want you to stay with us. We've still got some more racing coming up. Please stay tuned to this channel. This is a perfect time to do that. Like and subscribe to the Pittsburgh Vintage GP on YouTube. Send this out to your friends. Keep it right here. We're going to be back. Racing's going to be back. We just got to give thanks to some of our sponsors to make this possible.
If you promise me.
If you promise me pizza.
I will hit more home runs. I will get an A in math. I will clean up my room.
If you promise me pizza.
If you promise me.
If you promise me.
I will not pick on my little brother.
I will eat all my vegetables.
If you promise me. I'll be class spelling bee champion.
If you promise me. I'll score my first touchdown. If you promise me pizza.
Don't just promise pizza, promise the pizza of champions. Caliente Pizza and Draft House.
Get ready for the ultimate adrenaline rush with the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Discover 2 thrilling hours of driving action, featuring lead follow laps on the North Track and a full track hot lap finale. Feel the power beneath you as you race in our top-of-the-line fleet of BMWs. Perfect for both car enthusiasts and newcomers to the sport. Treat yourself to unparalleled customer service and attention to detail, ensuring your time on the track is an unforgettable adventure. Don't wait any longer. Sign up today and experience the exhilaration of the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Let's hit the track and make some memories.
Meraki keeps a simple promise: protect and empower the most vulnerable. We believe where there is life, there is hope. And we believe everyone has the right to live their life with dignity and acceptance. Thousands of Meraki employees across the country put their hearts and souls into providing exceptional care for those who need it most. This is more than a job. We strive to create a world we all want to live in by dissolving labels, upholding dignity, and redefining limitations. With every early morning shift, every small celebration, every hug and high five, we fix, we heal, we restore. Because doing the right thing will always matter. What we do matters. Who we serve matters. That's Meraki.
Autism Pittsburgh, founded in 1966, provides advocacy, information, and referral on care, treatment, educational, habilitative, and other life-improving service options for those with autism, their parents and families, and to the professionals who work with them. Contributions from our donors, private and government grants, and our many sponsors have helped us accomplish much over the years, including these past and current projects, training legal and juvenile justice professionals, and educating governmental officials on autism needs, developing middle school autism curriculum through our SPEAK program, providing summer education to prevent seasonal regression, producing the Autism Takes Flight program for travelers with autism, and conducting in services for parent support groups and providers. On behalf of the people we exist to serve, we can never thank you enough. For more information, contact Autism Pittsburgh at 412-856-7223 or on the web at www.autismpittsburgh.org.
Turn right onto Western Avenue. You have reached your destination.
One more.
One more time. Turn right onto Western Avenue.
ID light in the all-electric ID4. It's the little things. It's a VW.
My name is Lucas Ramsey. I'm currently a senior doing my undergraduate in mechanical engineering. Where we are right now is the office for Panther Racing, which is a student-run club here at Pitt focused around a competition through SAE. SAE is the Society of Automotive Engineers. They do these collegiate competitions. What we do is part of one of those competitions.
My name is JJ Slavic. I'm the technical director of the club, which means I oversee the design, the research, the manufacturing, and the testing of the vehicle. I'm an electrical engineer, and then I'm also a senior at Pitt.
So hi, I'm Rahil Farooq. I am the lead performance and data acquisition engineer for this year. I have been on the team for about 3.5 years now, and I'm currently a senior studying computer engineering.
Our competition in Michigan is a yearly competition. We go up with 100 other teams, so it's a lot of teams that go up and do this. It's split over 4 days. The first day is set up so you go through a technical inspection where they make sure that your car passes all the rules, it's going to be safe. Part of that second day is justifying your engineering decisions and your business decisions. You have to really be able to explain and justify it. The third day we start getting into the driving events. So there's 4 driving events total. 3 of the driving events are on this day. There's an acceleration, and there's skid pad, which is a figure 8, and then there's autocross, which is what people traditionally think of with racing. It's just how fast can you do a single lap. On the 4th day, which is endurance, which is 22 kilometers of a track. That is one of the most difficult parts of the competition. So that last day, the endurance is really the test of a car to its limits. Also, what we were trying to do this year was do research and development into electric.
Initially, when I joined the team, we were heavily lacking in the electronics department, and then now at this stage as a senior, we certainly have almost 40% of the team is electric, and now we're going to an electric powertrain as well, which is super fascinating. I think kind of the whole point of the club is innovation. It's a brand new field, even to professionals.
I'm kind of excited that we're going EV because it means that we're going to be a lot faster, I think. And I think we have the skill and the motivation to do it as well right now.
This year was a really good success for our team. I'm incredibly proud of this team and what we were able to accomplish.
The team environment is just immaculate, and I've just really enjoyed working on the team, and it's such a friendly environment. It's hard for me not to be here, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. every day and just live down here because it's just such a fun time.
We're good.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back. I'm Christian Mental Ward. This is my very good friend, teammate, co-host of the Everyone Racers podcast, Jeff Wakeman.
Yeah, I just want to see here. You have your Everyone Racers koozie there. Let's see. And I think I might have an invisible soda. Yes, I do.
There we go. All right.
Invisible soda. Totally not a Mountain Dew against the green screen, everybody.
Yes, but if Mountain Dew's looking to sponsor us, we are all about having that happen.
Right.
We're halfway through. This has been some fantastic racing so far, and not just that. We've had some great fan interviews. We've got our co-host of the Everyone Racers podcast, also the media team that you've been watching all weekend. They're wandering around the track and they're meeting some fantastic folks. We are still looking to see the vintage sport racers, the Formula and Formula Fords. We've got our production sports cars under 2 liters and the MG, MG 100th anniversary race. So it looks like they had just a bit of an expensive car, one of the show cars, and it needed to be towed away. So of course that means everything's got to be stopped on the track, and then they're going to have to check the Tractor V. So we've got just a slight delay while the good, hardworking volunteers of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix make sure that racing is safe, not just for all the participants, but for all the spectators as well. So they're going to get that going, and as soon as they do, you can believe that Jeff and I are going to be watching, and you should too.
Yeah, let's give a quick shout out to all the volunteers. This is a volunteer organization. The Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix is run by volunteers on the field, the track people, the flaggers, all the people who are coming out. I mean, the guy who gave us our golf cart yesterday
absolutely
was one of the charity sponsors. Like, he's a lawyer and he's spending his entire weekend down at the track making sure that the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix goes off without a hitch. So just a quick shout out to Autism Pittsburgh, which was his charity.
Yes.
For the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix charities actually gives to several charities, including Marikey, Autism Pittsburgh, and there was another one that I don't remember, so I'm going to throw it back to you.
But that just underscores the nature of Pittsburgh. This is a giving town full of hardworking folks. So everyone that is out there right now, if you can hear our voice, thank you so much. And if you see one of those folks walking around in one of those white volunteer shirts, especially if you catch them later tonight at Caliente Pizza or anytime this week, buy them a beer because they have absolutely earned it. It's 85 degrees, which is very nice, but it is still a little warm, and they are standing out there in that hot sun. They are running around. They are providing golf carts. They're getting water for everybody. And I am being told right now, we're
definitely
going
to go to the Vintage Sports Racers, Formula Racers, and Formula Fords race next.
Yes,
so
that is going to be a lot of fun. So we got about a minute, and so the Formula cars, now you're going to see the sports racers, and those are full-bodied cars, but they're low slung. But then your Formulas, those are open wheels, so they are going to look like actual race cars. These were never production cars, and some of those use those Kent motors that are so famous in racing, and that's the Formula Fords. This is some fantastic driving and racing. These are some wonderful historic vehicles. Jeff's over here gathering our media as we're going to go through this. So we're definitely going to mispronounce some of these names, but we want to thank you all for checking us out. While we're waiting for this to go, this is a perfect time. Just slide down, click that like and subscribe button on the YouTube. If you're watching this, send it to a friend with the hashtag PVGP. That's how we're going to keep doing this. We're volunteers. Everyone here is volunteers, but we're really doing some great stuff, and you should be a part of it. And if you can't come out here and watch it, definitely want to watch it online.
Yeah, checking out some of the machinery that's coming up. We got some Elvas, some Ford Van Diemens, Caldwells, Coopers. So these are Lotus Super 7s, Formula V's. These are, like we said, the open-wheeled Formula cars. We are going to go down to the park and see what's going on. That's what we call a sports racer right there, and that's
there we are.
Formula racer.
Okay.
So you know the difference. They are two different classes. They are running together, so we will see them on the track at the same time, but they will be competing not against each other.
Yes, you're going to see open wheel and some closed wheel. Like there goes one of the closed wheel. That's a Lotus 7. That's a Formula V. And then that was a Lotus Special Racer. Never a production car, but very interesting nonetheless. And you'll notice these tires are really, really thin on the great, especially the open wheel stuff. So it really requires a lot of management of your suspension, of your energy, and of your energy as you're coming into these corners. It's late in the day, it's hot, there's a lot of rubber on this track, and they're really going to have to be modulating their brakes as they're coming through these corners to keep them from locking up. Luckily, these are all very dedicated talented racers, and I think they can do it.
Not,
but we're going to see
production
something fun.
cars, not anything you've ever seen on the streets, even in the 60s and the 70s when a lot of these things were made. Some of them are made all the way up into the 80s because as race car people, we like cheap stuff that goes around really fast. And sometimes these hand-built small cars are a lot more inexpensive than converting a regular car into a real race car.
Absolutely.
And then some of these are really high-dollar machines that were designed one-off to be just absolutely dominate some of the races around America.
Yes, well, and regardless of how cheap or how expensive it is, the old adage still applies. The best way to make a small pile of money with racing is to start with a big
large
pile.
one. Yep,
exactly.
that's right.
All right. Also, want to take this chance to thank Caliente Pizza. Obviously, they're local. They're Pittsburgh. And while the cars are forming up, looks like everyone's just coming down in that corner. There's some of your open wheels. There's one of your sports racers right there, followed up with another Formula car. If you have commercial needs or you have training needs and you need videos, you need to check out Cut and Run Productions. We're in the studios right now, and here's the thing. They are professional. They've got the equipment. They've got the space, and they're local, which means they understand Pittsburgh and they understand you. And they have done a great job of everything you are seeing presented right now.
As we see the Pace car coming down, Pace Jaguar coming down, one of our many elevation changes.
Yes. It's funny, looking at that Jaguar, the F-Type, it's a very low-slung sports car. It's a wonderful vehicle.
And it looks huge next to some of the racers out there right now.
It looks like the Garage 56 entry at Le Mans.
Yeah.
It's just towering over everything on there, these little cars that are coming through.
Yeah, if you could take a moment, just look at the screen and look at the people inside these vehicles. They're all open cockpits, so you can see their helmets, and it'll really give you the sense of the size of some of these cars. Yeah. These are tiny little vehicles, some of them with tiny little tires, but man, are they going to absolutely tear up the streets here in Schenley Park in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Absolutely. Now, so in the front of that right now is the number 70, and that is a 1960 Elva Mark 6. And that's a 1500 engine, and I believe that might have been a BMW power plant, but it could also very well be an English power plant. But it's a very low slung. That car could park under your desk, even though it's a full fendered race car. Looking forward to really seeing that go around. Elvas were they were produced for race cars. They never really made street cars out of there, and you saw a lot of these back in the 60s, and I'm just delighted to see that car on this track doing what it was meant to do. And what a proper home. I believe the lights were off on that pace car, so we can expect to start hearing these guys wind
pace car
up
has pulled
in
into the
just
pits.
a few seconds.
We're going to get the green flag coming up as they finish up their... There we go. We are.
Right. So you're going to see that Elva go toe-to-toe.
I think we have gone checker. I think we just had too tight of a camera angle. No big deal.
Oh, there we go.
We are definitely moving here in Pittsburgh, Schenley Park, Pittsburgh, PA, as we do the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, and the vintage sports racers, Formula racers, and Formula Fords start tearing up the streets.
Yep. So you've got Joey out there in front and just ahead of Michael Burton in a Formula Ford. So two completely different type of cars racing out there, but they both got on that. That was a really good start for both of them. Here it is, Panther Hollow. Oh, look at that tiny little Elva just
Elva
screaming
is
in there.
the beans to it.
Ah, very nice. I don't even think he lifted the foot off the gas going up that hill.
Nope, not real big motors on these, but these are suspensions and tires and everything designed 100% to go around the race course. You and I both grew up on the Speed Racer cartoon, and I want to tell you, that Elva is giving me some Racer X vibes. It's making me very excited here.
Absolutely. It was completely, the Racer X, the car was inspired by that one, actually. And you even see another one of those sports racers in the back, and here comes a whole series of those Formula V's. We talked about Volkswagen. One of the premier sponsors is VET, and these are actually all Volkswagen. The Formula V's are Volkswagen air-cooled 1200s powering those cars. Yeah. Wow, using all of that track in that Elva.
Look at them slide around. These people are not saving their tires. They are doing their best to get around this track as quickly as possible, even though, as the lawyers will remind us, we are 7/10 racing here in Schenley Park today.
Yes.
Because racers are very good at keeping control and not letting their egos get in the way and having them go just a little bit faster.
Just a little bit.
That's right.
Okay. Lovely overhead shot as we show the switchbacks that are coming down through here. There goes your race leader. That's Joey Boyad. He's out of Sewickley, Pennsylvania, of course. home of the Swickley Porsches that we saw. All right.
Michael Burton behind them from Cleveland Lights, Ohio, in his 82 Ford Van Diemen.
Now, Mike Lawrence is in a Formula V that we just talked about. It's a 75 Cadwell, but he's out of Charlotte, North Carolina, but he just got overtaken by Leo in a 65 Cooper T75.
That's going to be another Formula car that most people have not seen very often unless you hang out at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, because I don't think I've ever seen one of those in my SCCA and other vintage travels.
I have, but they used to see, there would be hundreds and hundreds of fields of these Formula Vs. There'd be 100 of them at a time, and they're all working with about 50 horsepower, and the aerodynamics become very important. There's a lot of drafting going on. Look at this.
Joey Bojalid is really taking it to the rest of the field
there.
Yes,
keeping that foot as he's going around that corner. Look at that suspension
There's a lot of aero in a lot of these cars, obviously.
Yes, well, some of them. Other ones,
That's true.
Formula V, you're not allowed to have any active aero. So he's coming into that corner. That's the Westinghouse right there as he pulls away every bit of that racetrack, even a little power on oversteer. Fun to watch. But Michael is not letting him get away. Of course, we've been using the Burton name a lot.
That can't be the same Burton, can it?
It can be many.
That's true. Who knows?
You've got one that came all the way from Texas to race with a family. So this is just fantastic. You know, if you've got someone right now and you're a small person in your life, a niece or a nephew or something like that, get them involved in racing, because that will ensure they will never have money to use drugs. They'll be broke forever. It's the gift that keeps on giving. So there we go. We've got Joey Ballard coming through the corner in here, but just a handful of seconds behind him is Michael Burton. I believe is 1.5 seconds. He's running him down in that Formula Ford. It's a 82 Van Diemen chassis, powered by the Kent motors. They're coming in. These are overhead shot as we're coming down through the switchbacks, and they're getting themselves set up for another lap. We're coming into this beautiful weather. It has just been gorgeous all weekend. We haven't dealt with a lot of rain. The heat is actually under control, especially for July. We couldn't be happier about that. Beautiful shot of the trees right there. We were talking earlier about tire temperatures as well as track temperature. You have to manage that for the entire race. And if you notice, even in your Litres car, these are very narrow tires, and you get a lot of sidewall flex. So as that tire tends to get hotter, even a racing tire, the car's going to move a little more than it does in the first couple of laps on there. So driver, you really have to be careful and manage that.
Thank you, Mental. We're looking again at the Panther Hollow Bridge, right in the shadow of the University of Pittsburgh. We saw a break about the University of Pittsburgh and the Carnegie Mellon SAE teams. That's right where this park is, for those of you who have never been to Pittsburgh. Right in the university area where lots of smart people with big brains who are someday going to become engineers and make a lot more money than both of us. But hey, we're here having a good time watching some racing.
It's not hard to make more money than us. There we go. And they're coming into this Westinghouse turn again. That is just, that is a perfect execution. Really just letting that rear end catch up to the rest of the car. Yeah. And he is starting to really put some distance, increasing that lead now to 2.5 seconds over that 82 Ford behind him. 22 years older than that Formula Ford that is chasing him.
Well, that's great. The racers here might not be bumper to bumper like they were in past, but they are, because we mentioned that this is multiple groups racing together. So you may not have someone right on your bumper pushing you, but you're pushing yourself because, A, you're having a really good time. But all of these are tracked by electronics, so they know their lap times. They may not know them in the car, but they're going to be able to read their lap times and know how good or bad they were doing while they were out here. So,
well, we just watched AJ after he won that last race. He talked about in the interview with Ted Sawyer, his lap timer wasn't working, so he just had to know.
Lap timers. Well, you know, this may be a 1960s car, but I guess you can get some 2020 electronics in it, I guess.
Yeah, you got an iPhone, right?
It's true, it's true. Yeah, great racing all day here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in Schenley Park at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. If you're watching the race and you're having a good time, why don't you tweet about it or Instagram about it? Throw that hashtag up, PVGP, so that we can see what you're talking about. Thank you very much. And if you're watching this on any kind of taped broadcast later in the year or wherever, why don't you throw a comment into the bar there on the bottom of the YouTube channel.
Absolutely. And if you're watching it and it's winter time and you wish you were at the racetrack, why not go ahead and start making plans to come see this outstanding event next year.
course, if you're on that
place.
YouTube, don't forget to smash the subscribe button.
Absolutely.
Like we always say, hit the like and subscribe button on that YouTube channel, and we'll continue to bring you good content because we have a lot of interviews. We have a lot of tape.
Absolutely.
Tape
There's
things that
so
we
much
did.
going on here.
The car show was amazing yesterday. If you hadn't had a chance to check that out, like I said, subscribe to the YouTube page and you can check it out later.
Well, there were 18 separate car clubs out here yesterday, and we got to talk with several of them. Steel City Car Club, Twisted
Impressions. Yeah, they were great.
What a great... I'm sorry, Steel City Society. That's the one on there. And, of course, you've got all your mark-specific clubs, Western PA Triumphant, the Volkswagen, the BMW Car Club of America had an entire hill. That was just
the motorcycles
lovely
were
to
gorgeous also. We had one of the motorcycle groups here.
Yes, all the old British bikes, that sort of thing. And if that's the sort of vehicle, the multifaceted auto enthusiasm you like, Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix is for you.
Hey, and if you're not a multifaceted enthusiast, what a great event for you to watch to really expand your horizons, because the machinery here is amazing, and it's from all the continents, or at least all the continents that made cars, I guess. But we've seen American, we've seen British, lots of British as we celebrate the 100 years of MG. No MGs in this race, though, because we're talking about the sports racers, the formulas, and the Formula Fords. So,
but we actually even saw a car from Canada. One of the
there you go. I guess technically a Formula Ford is at least powered by an American motor, but made in Britain. You know what? It's all great here at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. We don't care what country you're from, as long as, just like Joey Bojalad, your Elva is absolutely tearing it up here in the streets.
He has increased that lead
gorgeous.
to 4.5 seconds.
Look at the perfect lines coming through there. Number 70 white, and 1960 Elva Mark 6.
Mark 6. It's
Mark
a 1500, 1500
yep.
motor on that. Basically, he is sitting flat on the ground. And this shows a lot. This is another one of the great things about vintage racing is that you really do become part of the car. You bond with this vehicle. You're working on it. You spend a lot of time in it. You're not seeing the raw grip that you see out of a modern race car. You're seeing these cars move and slide, like these two formulas that are coming down through here right now, or that's a Formula, Lotus. And right behind is the local Lotus Super 7. But notice how these cars are moving, and so they are coming into these corners with not 100% traction, but those drivers absolutely know how to control it. There's your race leader, and he's catching some of those back markers already as we come back around.
Beautiful day here in the park. If you haven't had a chance to get to the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix in person, please try it out. We're trying to find out who that is in number 126 there.
126 is Kelsey Patterson, and they are that is a 63 Lotus 7.
Absolutely, and 577, the little red one in front of it, was a 59 Lotus FJ. Both of them, Spencer and Kelsey, out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Lots of local racers here, but some people are trailering from pretty far away, including Ohio, West Virginia, North Carolina, Florida, and obviously Pennsylvania, all represented from our drivers today. Looks like some traffic coming up as our leader, Joey Bojalad.
Well, he's going through the Pattersons right now. Yeah, there's both. Or he's safely around both the Pattersons, and they're going to continue their race.
And that's a great sign of multi-class racing, because they all know that Joey is faster, because not because he's a better driver, because they're all driving great, but because his car is a faster car. We don't have time to do them all separately, so sometimes we got to lump them together here at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix.
If you're also watching this and you're wondering about bringing out the family, this is a great family event. Load up the kids, bring the spouse, bring your parents. Come on out. This is a wonderful time, even if they're not into racing. We're going to cut away to a commercial, but we want you to stay with us right now because the racing's going to continue. They're going to do a split screen.
Well, we're listening to those motors while we're waiting. Oh.
Okay, there we go.
If you promise me pizza,
I will hit more home runs.
I will get an A in math.
I will clean up my room. If you promise me pizza.
If you promise me.
If you promise me, I will not pick on my little brother. I will eat all my vegetables.
If you promise me, I'll be class spelling bee champion.
If you promise me, I'll score my first touchdown. If you promise me pizza.
Don't just promise pizza, promise the pizza of champions. Caliente Pizza and Draft House.
Now that Baird and Heffron-Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors and their families build secure financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. We'd love to earn your trust. Make an appointment today and discover the Baird difference.
Amerikey keeps a simple promise: protect and empower the most vulnerable. We believe where there is life, there is hope. And we believe everyone has the right to live their life with dignity and acceptance. Thousands of Amerikey employees across the country put their hearts and souls into providing exceptional care for those who need it most. This is more than a job. We strive to create a world we all want to live in by dissolving labels, upholding dignity, and redefining limitations. With every early morning shift, every small celebration, every hug and high five, we fix, we heal, we restore. Because doing the right thing will always matter. What we do matters. Who we serve matters. That's Amerikey.
Get ready for the ultimate adrenaline rush with the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Discover 2 thrilling hours of driving action, featuring lead follow laps on the North Track and a full track hot lap finale. Feel the power beneath you as you race in our top-of-the-line fleet of BMWs. Perfect for both car enthusiasts and newcomers to the sport. Treat yourself to unparalleled customer service and attention to detail, ensuring your time on the track is an unforgettable adventure. Don't wait any longer. Sign up today and experience the exhilaration of the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Let's hit the track and make some memories.
Autism Pittsburgh, founded in 1966, provides advocacy, information, and referral on care, treatment, educational, habilitative, and other life-improving service options for those with autism, their parents and families, and to the professionals who work with them. Contributions from our donors, private and government grants, and our many sponsors have helped us accomplish much over the years, including these past and current projects, training legal and juvenile justice professionals, and educating governmental officials on autism needs, developing middle school autism curriculum through our SPEAK program, providing summer education to prevent seasonal regression, producing the Autism Takes Flight program for travelers with autism, and conducting in services for parent support groups and providers. On behalf of the people we exist to serve, we can never thank you enough. For more information, contact Autism Pittsburgh at 412-856-7223 or on the web at www.autismpittsburgh.org.
Welcome back. Check it out. There he is, Joey Bajad in his Elva Mark 6.
We are halfway through the Vintage Sports Racer, Formula Racers, and Formula Fords race here in Schenley Park in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. None of the leads have changed, but let me tell you, during the commercials, some of the best things comes out of Mental's mouth. Mental, why don't you tell us what you know about an Elva Mark 6?
Of course, of the Elva Mark 6, I live in Las Vegas, and of the many great things about Las Vegas, we have a lovely history with Elvis. In fact, the Elvis and Anne Margaret Classic, Viva Las Vegas, where Elvis is a race car driver, and he has to take a job as a waiter to get a new engine for his Elva Mark 6. So, Bright Light City going to set my soul on fire. And right now, Joey is setting this course on fire. He is a lap over everyone.
That's right.
In that Elva Mark 6.
But there's still some wonderful Formula machinery behind him. In second place, Michael Burton from Cleveland, Ohio, in his 82 Formula Ford. After that, Leo Basile in the first. That's first Formula V, right?
It's a 65 Cooper.
Yep. And then a whole slew of Vs. We have Mike Lawrence from Caldwell, North Carolina, and then a Lotus. A Mike Kennedy from Kissimmee, Florida, in his 62 Lotus 23, a beautiful car.
Absolutely beautiful. David Allison has got that 72 Merlin Formula Ford. That is a fun car to watch go around this track. Right behind him is Robert Albert in an 81 Gemini, also a Formula Ford. He's from Irwin, Pennsylvania.
Keith Lawrence, Sean Lawrence, probably brothers from Cannonsburg, PA, both Formula V's bringing it out. We got a Zink and a Caldwell, and Michael Tapacoli in his 1969 Aerodynamics.
Yes.
Formula V.
Now we're starting to see some fenders. You start getting out of the top 10. You've got Jeff Tapacoli in an 62 Lotus Super 7.
Maybe another brother pair.
Absolutely.
Dicing it
Lots
up.
of families in this. This is one of the reasons you need to come out here and check this race out. All right, so we've got David Kissinger in an 82 Legend Formula Ford.
And then we have after that Laura Licht. Laura Licht is in a Formula V, and we're actually going to be talking to Laura Licht in a few minutes. We have an interview from her.
Oh, that's
from
fantastic.
the field yesterday. So
there's your race leader coming through. It looks like he's going to try and put a second lap on everybody. He's working his way through a lot of those Formula Vs right now. A lot of good, clean racing in those cars, though. But as you get this overhead shot and you watch those cars come down the switchbacks, if you're watching this on a screen, pay attention to what that Elva is doing, because you'll see the same thing in the Formula cars. It won't be as obvious without the fenders. But those are narrow tires. And as they're coming into the corners, they're not getting 100% grip. And just watch the masterful way that they will slide these cars ever so slightly through those corners and then catch them right as they get grip. There's a great version of it right there. He takes that car right to the outside and accelerates away.
Especially with the elevation change in the crowned roads here in the Schenley Park, because again, this is road racing. These are regular roads with manhole covers and sewer grates and potholes and changes in the pavement surface. This is a winter city. It snows here, it ices here, and that surface is not always perfect.
No, and after this race, we're going to get a chance to talk to Chris Abbott and Chrissy Ventura about those elevation changes and what that means to the race cars as they're coming through this.
17 different elevation changes here in Schenley Park.
22 turns. This is just a great way of course. This is actually how racing used to be when a lot of these cars were in their prime. They would just block off city streets, set up some hay bales, and off we would go. And if you have an opportunity to read our one of our honorary guests here, Bert Levy's book, The Last Open Road, it tells stories of that era in racing.
Yes,
so
these are novels, so they are
novels.
Fictional stories, like many of the mental stories, except for that one about Elvis. That one was
historical
true.
fiction.
Yeah, that's right,
absolutely.
true, absolutely.
There's some truth in it.
So we're looking at one of those elevation changes as we get down here. This is which turn is this?
This is turn 13, right as they kind of crest the hill.
Right behind German Hill. That's German Hill right up the hill there, where the Germans cars, the Mercedes, and all of those cars were showing yesterday.
Absolutely. Look at that. There's a nice little power slide as he's coming into turn 15. Nice and collected around that corner, using all of it, and you can really see the crown changes as it affects that Elva.
Yeah, I love just the fenders on that thing, just wrapping around those tires to stay slicing through the air. Lots, like I said, maybe not in a race like today, on a street race, a little bit slower, tighter course, but man, that thing was made to get really fast on some of those ovals back in the day.
Yeah, a lot of fun with that one. So I think we might be swapping to an interview right now. So we're going to, all right, so yeah, we'll do that. They're going to get it all set up in about another minute. We're going to keep watching Joey just absolutely masterclass this car through the course. There's some of the great volunteers that are keeping this race go.
Yeah, doesn't have to throw the blue flag now because it is an open track for Joey Balajad.
And he's turning some very fast lap times. In fact,
2:13, yeah, it's great time.
That's right up there with the lap record that stood right up until the first race of today. So he is flirting with some serious speed as they're coming through this one.
No wonder he's walking away from some of those Formula V's and Formula Fords.
Oh, yes.
But they still are pretty. Here comes some of those formulas now. That's the Lotus.
That is, those are that's the folks that we were watching earlier, the Pattersons. That's Kelsey and Spencer. So he's coming through.
Oh, and Joey is catching up. He's going to lap more slower cars. Again, not slower because these aren't any good, but slower because they are in different classes. But we're going to go out to the interview right now, but stay with us as we continue to show the racing picture in picture.
Lauren Licht drives this purple Formula V. This is a car that's been around for a while. This is a 1967, is it?
67, yeah, 1967. Autodynamics.
So this is an early Formula V.
Yeah. No, it's Gosh, it's one of the early ones. I know they started, what, early 60s or so, especially Autodynamics.
So we don't get many vintage Vs. I think you were second in class last year, but there weren't very many Vs in your group.
No, yeah, I lucked out there. That's why I went second. But no, that's news to me, being second. But
why do you think there are not more Formula vintage Vs racing with them?
I don't know, because it's such a fun thing to drive. And this is the perfect track, might I say, for it. Just the hills and the tight corners and everything.
So a moment ago, when we walked past you the first time and didn't talk to you, you had a group of mechanics that were working on your car, and I thought at the time, this is the spirit of vintage racing and the spirit of Schenley Park, I think.
It really is. I mean, I feel like it's a rite of passage now that I've finally been able to say I put a motor in the week of the Schenley Vintage. With the help of, the Lawrences, of course, the Tablesides, they've helped tremendously. But yeah, it's finally back up and running for now.
New motor for this weekend?
No, just a rebuild. So it blew last month, and now it's back ready to go.
What can we do to get more women to come out and race? We only have a few each year, and we've been doing this for 41 years.
I know, yeah. No, it is sad to see, but I will say, just talking to, I went to the Forbes Avenue last year, and just talking to some of the girls that are just walking by, I met a girl who said, I can't do that because I'm a girl, and that really broke my heart. I'm like, but just seeing the women that do race and just, broadcasting that and just knowing that, just because you're a girl, you can race.
So then I have to ask you, how did you get into racing?
My dad raced. He raced here in 1956 Lotus 11. I grew up here every single summer. This was the highlight of the year. Forget Christmas, forget birthdays. The Vintage Grand Prix was the time of the year.
And it's still the highlight of the year.
It really is. It's like Christmas in July.
Lauren Licht in the purple Autodynamics Formula Vee will be watching you on track.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, we got to see her racing. There she is again, right there. Fresh rebuild on that car, good clean lines, and that is exactly what we're talking about. That is just, it's just the most essential form of an automobile.
Yeah.
And set up to racing. And she's doing a great job with it. Those are great clean lines. She is never going to want to touch those brakes because she's only got about 60 horsepower even with a fresh rebuild.
Yeah, great interview from Ted Sawyer, voice of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, of Lauren Licht, car number 257, Moon Township, PA. It's a 1967 Autodynamics Formula Vee. So many different chassis manufacturers made those Formula V's because you could make it to the spec and then sell it to someone, and they would put their own motor and their own transmission in it, but always those air-cooled 1200cc Volkswagens.
Absolutely. You even saw a lot of folks building them themselves back in the day, and just following the plans and welding them up. There's still a great community behind that, and they even still race them. I think, though, they may have let the modern ones punch out to 1400 cc's.
Yeah. That's the problem with some of these vintage racers. You start to run out of the motors. That's why Laura Licht just had to rebuild hers instead of a new one. Ted said, "Oh, you got a new motor?" And she said, "I rebuilt the one I already had."
Yes. Oh, we've all been there. All right, there's your race leader again. He is now a good 3 laps up on the competitors.
No, 1 lap. One lap on Michael Burton.
See. Now, there you go. Yes, 1 lap on Michael Burton. I'm sorry.
Yeah. We could also take this moment to say, why don't you click that button and donate to Autism Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix charities, collecting money and helping the greater Pittsburgh area for 40 plus years, right?
Absolutely,
yeah.
Years? Just a great social awareness. It's all about dignity and helping people and educating other folks on how to really just help navigate the world.
Yeah, we have a yellow flag on the field.
Oh, we do. It looks like we've had some kind of an incident. There's a standing yellow. Now, that doesn't mean the race is going to end. What that does mean is they're not going to be able to pass, so they're going to start stacking up. I don't know if they'll have the pace car out.
Could be a chipmunk on the field or anything. We're not really sure what's going on here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they're working on that right now, but you've still got Joey in that 60 Alva and the lead, Michael Burton with the Van Diemen Formula Ford, Lawrence with his Codwell Formula Vee, the Lotus, the Gemini, David Kissinger in his Formula Ford, and another Codwell from Sean Keith right behind him in that Zinc. Those are both Formula Vs. Tapicoli is in another Formula V, and then Jeff Tapicoli in a Lotus Super 7.
Yeah, do you think if your brother has a Formula V and you have a Lotus, you're making fun of him? Like, your car is homemade, man. Mine's made in like a factory.
I don't know which way you're going to send that insult, because you both of those cars were homemade. Nothing Lotus was building in the 60s could be considered
company,
factory
right?
at that time. The joke about the Lotus 7 is they kept pulling bars out of it until it collapsed, and then they put that one back in.
That's right. Colin Chapman said that your race car should break getting on the trailer at the end of the race.
Absolutely.
Then you know you made it light enough.
All right. It looks like this race may have wrapped up, because our race leader is waving to the corner workers, or they are just bunching them up. I can't see if that's a yep. Okay, so that is still a standing yellow. So they seem to have something that they're going to have to clean up on the track. Might have been a broken competitor. There is some debris. They had the debris flak right over there on the Panther Pass. So really what you're seeing is Joey just being a great racer, and he's waving to all those hardworking volunteer corner workers that make everything we're watching possible.
Yep, they're taking their time, but this race might not be over. We're not sure what's going on, but we might get a report from the field. We're trying to work that out right now. But Joey Bojalad is still winning this race in his Elva 1500. These are parade laps, but they are not parade laps.
So one of the things that you're doing in these situations is you want to bunch up the field, because if a worker has to come onto the track, they don't want to have to dodge all of the race cars the entire time. So you bunch them up, you slow the speed down, and then everything gets controllable. So then they'll be able to actually pop out there, clean up what they got to do. So we're moving through there. Now these just showing some of that. We're trying to, yeah. All right, so no problem. So we've got another interview lined up. So we're back to the studio.
We're back in the studio.
So it looks like that's going to be some time delaying on that road right there.
No big deal. That's what racing is all about. This is real racing in the park.
It is. They just threw the checker, so they're going to wrap this one up early. And yes, so we're going to cut to an interview, but congratulations to Joey, Michael, and Mike. Those are your top 3 finishers, and it literally is Elva, the Formula Ford Van Diemen, and the Cadwell Formula V. That is just a really great and diverse podium on there.
Your winners coming soon with Ted right after this interview.
Yep.
Hey, it's Chris and Chrissy here at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, and we are just finishing the Formula Car race here. And again, talk about exciting racing all around. So one thing we want to tell you about, another challenge for these racers, is elevation change. Now, if there's anything that you have in Pittsburgh, it's hills. There's hills everywhere. But racers know elevation change is the big difference between an okay track and a fun track. And here we've got a lot. I mean, right on this side, it comes up the hill, all the way up a long steep hill, and then here through the hairpin, and it continues to go up the hill. And the reason elevation changes matter for racers, it's about pressure on your tires. If you're going up a hill, you get a lot more grip and you can go faster. And when you come up over a hill, you lose your grip and you don't have it. So it really makes it much more dynamic and interesting for the drivers. And all of the elevation change we have here, it's one reason all these drivers love driving this track. Now, coming up next, we've got the 100th anniversary of MG race. Chrissy's going to tell us a little more about that.
So maybe
also, I read that there's 17 different elevation changes on this track. So really exciting. It's back and forth for all these drivers. So MG's up next. It's the 100th anniversary for MG. They are the quintessential British sports car. There's going to be anywhere from the late 40s to the late 70s. They're all going to be on track very shortly. We're excited to go see that. And yeah, I think that's it from here, from the race track side. Throwing it back to you guys.
All right. Hey, thanks, Chris and Chrissy. You know, and if any people know about all the different racetracks, it's absolutely those two. You've raced with them at Laguna Seca a few years ago.
Absolutely. Thanks to Lucky Dog Racing for inviting us out there.
Look at this diverse podium.
Beautiful podium. Oh my
yes.
gosh!
And notice how every one of those cars, the tallest one comes up to their knees. These are just
we didn't talk about Mike Lawrence,
cars.
number 6 there too much, but he ended up in 3rd place. That is a Caldwell D13 in 1975 Caldwell, and that nose is just fantastic. You see that, a big wide opening there.
Yes, and that shows some of the differences in both the kit and built-to-spec Formula V chassis that were available over the decades that they've raced those cars, and that was just one going through in the background right there.
Yep. So we got an Elva, which is a sports racer, and then we got a Formula Ford, which is powered by a Ford motor, and then a Formula V powered by that air-cooled Volkswagen motor. So very diverse 1, 2, 3 here at Schenley Park, Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix.
And actually, there's 4 cars that have pulled up to that spot. So they got. Yeah,
I guess Mike Kennedy from Kissimmee, Florida, brought up his Lotus 23. Yeah, that is a Lotus 23 with the nose really close to the ground, the red one there. Beautiful car, beautiful car. I just want to take a moment and thank the racers for coming out. I mean, obviously, if you're in Pittsburgh and you own a vintage car, you're bringing it racing. But to tow your Lotus all the way up from Florida, we had some Texas racers, a lot of guys from Ohio and everything. Beautiful. But looks like the winner's circle is coming up here, so we're going to wait and see. But if we got Ted, go ahead to Ted.
Joe Bajala, and he's got to put his suit back on. You can't take pictures with a T-shirt. There we go. Joey Bajala, the flag victory, not your first here at Schenley Park.
This thing's bringing a gun to a knife fight.
Yeah, that's
really,
a good point.
In a lot of circumstances. But the MGA race, or the MG race coming next, the guys really have to be careful, because we were feeling oil. I mean, like 3rd lap, I was feeling it going into the chicane, and I thought I had a tire going down at different spots, and oil was starting to get laid down, and it looked like tire marks almost. And boy, it is oiled from 2 all the way to 11, and not good.
I think they're looking at that. I just was at race control, and I noticed on their card that they
it's 15 again, coming around the other upper monument before the Serpentine. So guys, be careful.
Which is always good advice, I think, here at Schenley Park, regardless.
Be careful here to begin with, but now you got to be very careful.
Well, if you didn't hear the first comment that he made, he said it's like bringing a gun to a knife fight, and he's talking about that the Elva. It's just a supercar anyway, and then on this course, and then without some really good.
It's all car, no driver.
But without some serious sports racer competition. Just a fabulous, it's always fun to watch you, Joey, and a great win. Congratulations.
Next year we might go out with the 2-liter guys just to get sucked up in their vortex behind Chris and Scott Ryan. But these guys, everybody did a great job. It's pretty safe except for the end there. So volunteers, everybody that works in this, can't thank you enough. Everybody coming out. It's a great event, and without all the support, it wouldn't exist.
Let's talk about the Formula cars, and it was Michael Burton in that beautiful car 76, the from Cleveland, the Van Diemen. This is the most recent car in this field, 1982 car, and boy, it's quick.
Yeah, it went pretty good today. A little bit of luck compared to last week at the Historics at Pitt Race, but both events were super fun, and it's for a great cause, so really enjoyed bringing the car out, and all the fans for coming out. It's super cool seeing people all over the course, and what a great park this city has, and really awesome for the volunteers and everybody, corner workers, registration, everybody that puts this on, and every dime of it goes to a good cause, so that's really awesome. I'm thrilled to be here.
Terrific. Thanks for a great show. Great race. Michael Burton and Mike Lawrence in the V, 3rd overall, first of the Vs.
Yeah, so 4th place most of the race. Leo got me from the start, but about halfway through I noticed some oil spraying. I've never been happier, but I feel bad for Leo that almost half the track's oiled up from his car. Hope his engine didn't blow, but never smiled so big in my helmet when I saw oil coming out my face. So happy to take home the 3rd, and thank you to all the volunteers out here.
Congratulations, Mike Lawrence. And I will mention that Leo Basile was running up there, and Had a good weekend last weekend, finally got the car working, and then that's where a lot of that oil has come from. It came out of Leo Basile's motor, and that's a shame. And who else? Oh, Sean Lawrence is here. Do you want to say something there, Sean?
I guess thanks for the invite. I was getting ready to go get my bike and come back down to congratulate my brother, but I guess doing the V podium too is pretty cool. So yeah, I appreciate getting the nod to come over here, and thanks to all the volunteers and people that put this on every year. It's awesome.
Let me just say something that I was mentioning Lauren Licht. So she finished first among the women drivers in this race. There were several in a V. And when I went to visit her in her paddock the other day, the Lawrence guys were all building her, putting the motor into the car. And they worked like crazy. And I went down the paddock for a while, and I came back, and there were even more Lawrences working on the car. So it's a great spirit of helping fellow competitors. So thanks to you guys for helping another competitor compete today. Terrific. Thank you. There's your podium.
And congratulations to all of the racers here at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. Tip of the hat to those in the Formula race, the Formula Fords and V's and whatnot. Not only the first, second, and third position, but everyone who ran through and finished.
The Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. We're in the studio here. We got one more to go, man.
We got one more. It's going to be the MG Mark 100th anniversary race, 100th anniversary, the Morgan Garage. Really enjoy seeing a lot of that stuff. And that was just really good to see there. Did not realize we were dealing with a little bit of an oil slick situation. You just saw Chris and Chrissy talk about elevation changes and how dangerous that can be, and when you start entering the loss of traction. So glad that everyone did a wonderful job. Thanks to our volunteers for keeping everybody safe on there. And Joey, I absolutely think you should bring that out and run with the 2 liters. No, you're just getting sucked in the vortex, but I just love seeing that car on the track. That was so much fun to watch. So race it more so we can watch.
Yeah, sorry to hear that there's a little bit of oil on the track, but you'd imagine a 65-year-old car could keep it in the crankcase. I guess not.
You can't even see that with a modern race car. They can't keep it in the crankcase. Hey, we're going to cut away to a couple of commercials. Stay with us. We've still got the 100th anniversary of MG coming up. There's more racing at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. Thanks for watching.
If you promise me pizza,
I will hit more home runs.
I will get an A in math.
I will clean up my room. If you promise me pizza.
If you promise me.
If you promise me, I will not pick on my little brother. I will eat all my vegetables.
If you promise me, I'll be Class Spelling Bee champion.
If you promise me, I'll score my first touchdown. If you promise me pizza.
Don't just promise pizza, promise the pizza of champions. Caliente Pizza and Draft House.
Now that Baird and Heffron Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors and their families build secure financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. We'd love to earn your trust. Make an appointment today and discover the Baird difference.
Meraki keeps a simple promise: protect and empower the most vulnerable. We believe where there is life, there is hope. And we believe everyone has the right to live their life with dignity and acceptance. Thousands of Meraki employees across the country put their hearts and souls into providing exceptional care for those who need it most. This is more than a job. We strive to create a world we all want to live in by dissolving labels, upholding dignity, and redefining limitations. With every early morning shift, every small celebration, every hug and high five, we fix, we heal, we restore. Because doing the right thing will always matter. What we do matters. Who we serve matters. That's Meraki.
Autism Pittsburgh, founded in 1966, provides advocacy, information, and referral on care, treatment, educational, habilitative, and other life-improving service options for those with autism, their parents and families, and to the professionals who work with them. Contributions from our donors, private and government grants, and our many sponsors have helped us accomplish much over the years, including these past and current projects, training legal and juvenile justice professionals, and educating governmental officials on autism needs, developing middle school autism curriculum through our SPEAK program, providing summer education to prevent seasonal regression, producing the Autism Takes Flight program for travelers with autism, and conducting in services for parent support groups and providers. On behalf of the people we exist to serve, we can never thank you enough. For more information, contact Autism Pittsburgh at 412-856-7223 or on the web at www.autismpittsburgh.org.
Sponsorship of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix is not only affordable, but it's very efficient. And it's in a very different and unique environment. It's outside, whether it's at a car show or a race or around Heinz Field or in a jet center. You've got an incredible opportunity to be face-to-face with your customers in a very unique, exciting, and entertaining environment.
We really look at this a whole different way because it's more about, number one, having an opportunity to give back to our customers. We invite 2,500 of our customers over a 2-day period to come and enjoy a cookout with us.
When the opportunity to be a sponsor came along, we jumped at the opportunity. It's a turnkey operation because of the volunteers that put it together for the Grand Prix. We basically show up and we're able to invite 100 clients, prospects to an event where we walk in and we had our own designated area as a VIP area. All our clients and prospects really were able to engage in conversation. The Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix and the charities that are supported are long-standing traditions in Pittsburgh, and so it works well with what we're trying to accomplish in partnering with institutions and companies or nonprofits that have been well established in the market.
When can you touch a 250,000 people in a week's time and actually have an opportunity to talk to those people face to face? That's what the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix provides you.
The Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix is just around the bend, but there are still sponsorship opportunities available. Please visit the website.
Hey, welcome back. Thanks, everyone. You might have missed the deadline to advertise for the 2019 Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, but I promise you there are opportunities for the 2024 Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, and it's a worthwhile endeavor.
And hopefully we're going to be here right in the Cut and Run studios, bringing it all to you live, because this place is fantastic. If they turned off the green screen, you'd see we're actually sitting in the closet, but that's all right. The Cut and Run guys are doing a really great job out there, and I think we have a bit of a delay at the track.
Well, speaking of people that are doing a really good job out there, here's that all-volunteer force. Now, you saw in the podium interviews, they're dealing with a bit of an engine. Now, we talked about the Formula V's and some of these cars that were out there, and those are air-cooled engines, which really means they're oil-cooled engines, which means they carry a lot of oil. So, unfortunately, if you get a busted engine when that oil comes out, it's a lot. So there it is, you've got to get that up. These cars are out there running very narrow race tires, even for the MG races coming up. And there it is right there. There's the look of the formula that had the oil spill on there, and that's just part of racing. It's mechanical devices and they fail. We're really, really happy that the driver's fine and you can rebuild that engine. They just got to get that oil cleaned up, because if those cars go out there and you hit just the slightest bit of oil at speed, especially in a race tire, you're really got a dangerous situation, and it's not nearly as comical as you see in the old 80s films where they use the oil slick to get away from the cops.
Yeah, we don't know exactly who dropped the oil, but that was David Allison's number 55, 1972 Merlin Mark 20, a Formula Ford.
Ah, okay, Formula Ford. So, yes. So it is going to carry a little bit on there. But you see right here, so what they do is they put the oil dry down, they grind it into the street, it soaks up the oil.
Quick question, Mental. Should we tell the people in the Nissan there how to spell course?
Absolutely not, because that is the Seal City course crew, and they knew exactly how they're spelling it, and they did it on purpose.
They're actually from Pit Race. They're the part of the Pit Race crew. So these are people very highly trained in cleaning up those oil spills because they work down at the Pittsburgh International Racecourse.
One of the premier sponsors
absolutely.
of this week's Pittsburgh VGP. And you can go down there with them, and it's a 2-hour class where you can drive a new BMW, get a lead follow lap, some education, and then they're going to put you behind the wheel of one of the new powerful BMW 5 Series, and you get to take hot laps on one of the best racetracks in America, really, especially since the addition. It is a wonderful, wonderful, dedicated racing facility. Now, we're here in Schenley Park, and this is a temporary race facility, and it's very unique, and it's very special, especially for Vintage Grand Prix. But you want to go really, really fast, you do it on a proper race.
Yeah, let's take a moment and talk about driver education. We are both race car drivers, and we are both co-hosts of the podcast, Everyone Racers, and we really mean everyone can be a racer, even you. If you'd like to check out our podcast, do, but it's a great way to learn about how to get on track. The best way to get on track is to do some training. Everyone thinks they drive fast on the street. Oh, don't worry, I'm great. I'll go to blah, blah, blah. You're not.
You're not. Everyone thinks they're fast until they get on a track and they deal with someone really fast.
Yeah, and by the way, we're not saying we're really fast, but it took us years and years and years how to do things right and how to do things safely, and that's really important if you're going to get on track. Mm-hmm. And just like you mentioned, there are race schools all over the nation where you can get a little bit of time behind the wheel, a little bit of in a classroom, because the classroom stuff is important too. Pittsburgh, if you're Western Pennsylvania, Pit Race, the International Pittsburgh Racetrack, they have a great place. We saw that on a commercial with the BMWs, but really
wonderful facility.
Wherever you're watching in America, there probably is a track near you, and they are probably doing some driver training in there. Also great for your teenager, right? You've done some of that.
Absolutely. In fact, you saw that at the BMW CCA tent. They have the tracks, the teen survival schools, and that's sponsored by several automotive manufacturers and tire manufacturers, and they will get your teen into a controlled emergency situation and develop good habits before they develop bad ones. But speaking of doing things right and doing things safe, look at this hard-working crew right now. So what they have is that it's oil dry. It's effectively kitty litter, and they grind it. You physically have to stomp on it and get it to get into that aggregate of the pavement to soak up all that oil, and then you've got to brush it off, and they're even coming back and following it up with a leaf blower. So that's a good crew out there right now, making sure that we are going to have a safe track for our final race, which is the 100th anniversary MG Mark celebration.
It's going to be a great race. I saw some of the cars coming up, and I know we have.
Well, and we've seen some of them racing already.
Absolutely, absolutely. I know we still have some driver interviews that are going to happen during that race. Always picture in picture, because we're live here during the entire race. A little bit of commercial here and there, but you're still going to see all the action on the track. And some of the greatest passes today have happened during the commercials. So don't leave the screen just because you think there's no racing happening.
Yes, and thank goodness they're cutting away doing those commercials, because we're sitting in the green room going, oh, wow, what a fantastic pass. It's just been, the whole weekend has been great to watch all the racing, the car clubs and everything. And if this is interesting you right now, you need to just scroll down, hit that subscribe button. It's not going to be a bunch of garbage in your inbox if you subscribe to the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. It's going to be more content like this, interviews with builders and racers, and just shots of some of these different races. We've got a bunch of stuff that they even couldn't work into an all-day broadcast because there's so much great content, and that's why you need to come to the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. It's such a great organization. 250,000 people every year. They've raised over $6 million for charities. Among those, various Pittsburgh charities, Autism Pittsburgh. We've also
Marikey is the other one. Yep.
And they're focused on dignity, integration, and education. Everyone deserves a chance, and that's just wonderful.
If you're watching at pvgp.org right now, why don't you just go ahead and scroll that button, find that donate to the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix charities. Take a moment and do something for someone that really needs. I don't want to say needs that much, because some of them
it's a hand up.
But those people are doing such great work for the greater Pittsburgh area and all the families out here and the special needs family. So open up your wallet and give a little. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. If you've got a car club or you got an organization, you guys enjoy charity work, this is a wonderful place, and it's a great excuse to get your car club together. Get a hold of some folks in the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix on their webpage and arrange for your car club to come out here. We had the Steel City, we had Twisted Impressions, and it's both family oriented. Then you've got your marquee specific clubs. It's just a great time all the way around. Meet like-minded people. Celebrate a little bit of a family going on.
Yep.
So we are
checking timing and scoring. We don't have the cars on track yet.
No.
We could take a quick commercial break and see some of those sponsors if you think we could do it right now.
Absolutely. Stay with us, folks. We do have to pay the bills, and these are the folks that are donating to those great charities we just talked about. And we are going to be right back with the 100th anniversary MG Marquee race. Stay tuned.
Get ready for the ultimate adrenaline rush with the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Discover 2 thrilling hours of driving action, featuring lead follow laps on the North Track and a full track hot lap finale. Feel the power beneath you as you race in our top-of-the-line fleet of BMWs. Perfect for both car enthusiasts and newcomers to the sport. Treat yourself to unparalleled customer service and attention to detail, ensuring your time on the track is an unforgettable adventure. Don't wait any longer. Sign up today and experience the exhilaration of the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Let's hit the track and make some memories.
Autism Pittsburgh, founded in 1966, provides advocacy, information, and referral on care, treatment, educational, habilitative, and other life-improving service options for those with autism, their parents and families, and to the professionals who work with them. Contributions from our donors, private and government grants, and our many sponsors have helped us accomplish much over the years, including these past and current projects, training legal and juvenile justice professionals, and educating governmental officials on autism needs, developing middle school autism curriculum through our SPEAK program, providing summer education to prevent seasonal regression, producing the Autism Takes Flight program for travelers with autism, and conducting in services for parent support groups and providers. On behalf of the people we exist to serve, we can never thank you enough. For more information, contact Autism Pittsburgh at 412-856-7223 or on the web at www.autismpittsburgh.org.
Marikey keeps a simple promise: protect and empower the most vulnerable. We believe where there is life, there is hope. And we believe everyone has the right to live their life with dignity and acceptance. Thousands of Marikey employees across the country put their hearts and souls into providing exceptional care for those who need it most. This is more than a job. We strive to create a world we all want to live in by dissolving labels, upholding dignity, and redefining limitations. With every early morning shift, every small celebration, every hug and high five, we fix, we heal, we restore. Because doing the right thing will always matter. What we do matters. Who we serve matters. That's American.
It's been 35 years. 35 years of racing and car shows, of moving works of art. 35 years of admiration and reminiscing. 35 years of volunteering, of selfless acts, dedication, and caring smiles. 35 years of meaningful contributions, of continuing legacies. For the past 35 years, one thing has driven us: making an impact where it matters most. For 35 great years, thank you.
We're at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix at the Pittsburgh Golf Club. Talking to Bernie Martin, runs the Cortile. Bernie, tell us, what is the Cortile?
The Cortile is the courtyard of Italian cars. Right? You notice how I've got to do this.
Yeah, it fits.
Yes. So we've gathered together a whole bunch of Italian-designed, manufactured cars: Ferrari, Lamborghini, Maserati, Alfa Romeo, Abarth, Seata. We've had Bizzarini's race here, Stanguellini's race here, and we needed a place to put them, and so a courtyard is an appropriate name for the area, because Ferrari is a Cavallino Ramperti, the prancing stallion, and Lamborghini is a bull. So I Googled barnyard, and Cortile came up, but Cortile, it's a sub-meaning of Cortile, and it means courtyard. So courtyard is appropriate for what we've got back here.
So you were the guy behind getting this started?
But my family and I guess is really the right answer. I was asked, what would you change about the Grand Prix sometime in 2007? I said, we need more Italian cars. There's not enough Italian cars here. We got them on the track, but we don't have them on the field. At the end of 08, we figured out all the things of why Italian cars weren't coming. We were buried down in a swamp next to Porsche. We drug about 6 carts up here, golf carts of people, and said, let's...
Hey everybody, welcome back. That good-looking, hard-working safety staff at Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix has the track cleaned up. Right now, we are watching the 100th anniversary of MG. It's a featured race, so that is nothing but the Morris Garage cars throughout the years. This is going to be fantastic. Now, we've seen formula cars that are of various different things. These are all from the same mark.
Manufacturer, yep.
But they're going to be so vastly different. Because
putting on my glasses here so we could see what's coming up from timing and scoring. Go ahead.
They've been running. They've been making these cars for years, and before they went away, and then now they're slightly back. But we've got our double yellow out there, so this is going to be a formation lap. We've got our timing and scoring come up. But wow, that was a super fast cleanup from that Pittsburgh volunteer crew. Props to Pit Race.
Yep, some of these cars will look familiar because obviously we saw some MGs in some of the earlier races. One of the Dolans is back, Charles Dolan, the one that's in the MG, not in the Triumph. I assume they didn't trade cars. Who remembers whose first name was whose? Chris Longo, we talked about him in the MGB GT earlier. So there will be some familiar faces.
Absolutely. That's
is Charles
that gorgeous,
Dolan right there.
That 57 MGA. And, well, he's already demonstrated he can put that car on a podium.
Yep. Here's a quick fun fact for you. The car that Jeff went to his senior prom in, 1952 MGTD, still in my father's garage. Have you owned any MGs in your time?
I have. I had a 72 MG Midget. So that one is actually still in my brother-in-law's garage because gearheads never get rid of cars. We just give them to other people with rights of first refusal.
That's right. So we're looking down here. We have Corbin Sunderman from Turtle Creek, PA in a 1969 MGB. Charles Dolan, we already mentioned him in the 57 MGA. You want to take a couple here or you want to keep going? Jeff Harold in a 1962 MGB. That will be a convertible, not a tin top. The GTs are the only ones with the covers. Bob Schaefer from Cannonsburg, PA in a 56 MGB. Tom Hirschberger in his 1964 MGB. Going to see some chrome bumpers out there. Chrome bumpers means you're older.
I don't think you're going to see any bumpers at all, really. These are race cars.
On the street, you can tell which ones are old by which ones have the chrome bumpers versus the rubber bumpers.
When you're only dealing with 56 horsepower and that bumper weighs 40 pounds, you get rid of it.
So some of the ones that look like they are pre-war cars with the big fenders and the big wheels, they're going to be the MG TDs and the MGAs and a few other things coming up here. So let me keep going. We are at Charles Longo. Did I already mention him? I can't keep track. 1968 MGB GT. Steve Cosin, also he's in the 53 MGTD. That's the one right there with the fenders on it. Michael Terzic from Gibsonia, PA, in a 67 MGB GT. Ready for this V8 that has a 4-liter Rover V8 in it. Did you know that?
Based on the old Buick 283.
Yep, wonderful motor. Thomas Wilcox in a 66 MG Midget. Pretty similar to yours, right?
Absolutely.
And then Thomas Dick, 147 in his 1962 MGA 1622 Mark II. Not really sure what that looks like. We'll have to see what Thomas is running. Manley Ford, I know we have an interview with him we may or may not get to. He is also in a 52 TD.
Be aware, they've turned out the hazard lights on that pace car. They are set up. I believe the pace car is going to jump off the track. We are going to be going green. This is the formation lap. I think a couple of these MG competitors did not make it because I'm only seeing about 10 cars.
I'm seeing a lot of blinking on the thing here,
yeah,
so
absolutely.
I'm not sure what's going on.
Some of our racers were unable to make this race, but right away,
number 28, Jeff Harold.
Jeff Harold is taking the lead in that 62 MGB. He is pulling away from that. And that's another gorgeous black and gold card not belonging to the Zappas.
Yeah, Zappas, why don't you recruit this guy? He's got a black and gold car. We're going to be all Dolans and all Zappas one time, sooner or later, right?
Yes. All right, so here we go. And we are set up at the Panther Pass Bridge. This is going to be the last race of the day. MG featured 100th anniversary of the mark. MG standing for Morris Garage.
Morris Garage, correct.
They started.
Here they are. They are green and they are hooking it down here.
All right, a little bit
Jeff
of
Harold putting some gap. Number 28.
Okay, right behind him, Dolan in that MGA, and he knows how to drive it. Chris Longo right behind him in an MGB GT.
That's the red one with the hard top, everybody.
Right. We've already seen 2 of these cars race, so we wonder, are they on fresh tires, or did they just go ahead and say, I'm going to send it?
Well, a lot of these guys are probably running the same tires for years, man. So these might be probably some of these can't get race tires. These are running on remakes of vintage street tires.
Yes.
That's a beautiful midget right there. What is that, number 90? Can't see the blue one there. Beautiful, beautiful cars and a beautiful track. This has just been a wonderful day. I don't know how many times I can say beautiful in a row without sounding like a fool, but everything is gorgeous.
We are starting to get a little cloud cover. It's not going to rain, but I think that's going to cool off the track a little bit, which in this situation is going to work in favor of those MGs.
You're right. Actually might help out, give them a little bit more grip as their tires are not likely to gum up and get a little slippery.
Yeah, but right away, Charles Dolan is reminding Jeff that he has done this before, and he is on the bumper of that black MGB with his 57.
Do you think Charles Dolan will walk out of here as the only 2-time winner?
No, it could happen, absolutely.
He's definitely not giving Jeff Harold any room to breathe in his 62 MGB. And what's that, a 5-year difference, but really a world of difference between the MGA and the MGB. One of them designed in the 50s and one of them designed in the 60s.
That's okay. It's still tractor motors all the way around, really.
Probably right.
All right, you're seeing some of that suspension articulation. I do believe Jeff was hitting the bump stops coming through that one. And don't forget that MGB GT, Chris Longo, is not very far behind as well.
Yep. Some of these cars have 1,350cc motors. Some of them have 1,500cc motors. Manley Ford in the GT, that's a 1,500. Oh, no, we got to,
Yeah, and so there we go. So we've got our first couple of cars that have crossed the line. Yeah, that is the 52 MGD TD Manley Ford. That's a really good-looking car. We just got a good shot of that one as we're coming through. This is down the straightaway, one of those great drone shots. We're going to cut to an interview, but like we've said all day, stay with us because the racing is still going to be happening on the lower screen. So we're going to go over there. We're going to talk to one of the racers. Stay tuned. Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. I'm Christian Ward.
I'm standing here with Manley Ford. Manley has been racing with us for quite a few years. In fact, too many. He says too many, not too many. Yeah. A 9-time, I think, winner of a race here at Schenley Park. Manley Ford.
You mentioned that last night at the party we were at, and I did not remember that I had won 9 times. I remember twice winning, one really great race against my friend George Schaefer in the rain one year, and a couple of others in 2 different cars that I've raced here over the years. But I believe this will be the 25th time that I've actually raced at Schenley Park since 1987.
Schenley Park, our races have a category called the Legends of Schenley Park. You are one of those, which is racers who have been here 15 years or more.
That is quite an honor, and they gave us these really nice little chairs with the Legends of Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, which I treasure greatly, and it's very, very, very nice to be associated with this event in such a way.
Manley is an MG driver. This is the 100th anniversary of MG this year.
It is indeed. They started making MGs in 1923. And they're still making them. A lot of people don't know this, but MGs are still made in China. The MG brand was purchased when things sort of sank in the West in the late 2000s by Shanghai Automotive SAIC in China, and they still build MG branded cars. They're not many sports cars, but they're sporty sedans, and they sell them in the UK and other places around the world, but not in the United States. But anyway, the MG brand is still out there, and there are a lot of MG fans all over the world.
So you're racing a TD?
My race car is a 1952 MG TD, a car that I've owned since the early 80s when I found it in a carport in Metairie, Louisiana, and eventually turned it into a dedicated vintage race car. Before that, I raced at MGTF, which was half the time a street car, and then on weekends I turned it into a race car, which was a lot of work.
You call this Old Blue, is that right?
Old Blue. Actually, another fellow vintage racer, Frank Mount from Canada, nicknamed it that, and the name sort of stuck.
I love it. Now, you also build race cars for other drivers.
Well, I managed to get myself sucked into building cars for other drivers. I built a car for a gentleman who actually was passed away before I could finish it, and I ended up selling it to a gentleman who runs the Miller Ferry, which runs to Put-in-Bay, which is an event similar to this. But yeah, I built basically a clone of this car. But I also build engines. I just finished an engine for Steve Conson, who's one of my competitors here, for one of his cars. But I'm trying to get out of that business.
Well, have a great weekend. Good luck to you, Manley. Always wonderful to have you back here.
Well, it's great to be back here, and always great to talk to you, Ted.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ted, for bringing us that great interview of Manley Ford. I wasn't sure if that was a person or a dealership when I was doing the notes earlier, but now we know he's not only a guy, but he's a great guy who's been racing MGs for a long time here. Not his first MG race ride.
Not at all. And we had some great shots of Old Blue as it came through there. Now it looks like Jeff has really worked on establishing a good lead, not too big of a lead. So he's about 1.5 seconds in front of Charles Dolan in that 57. Why, there's Manley right there coming through the corners. He's moving away from front of the VIP tent. All right, I would offer that he is still not looking to spare that car. It doesn't look like it's moving that fast compared to some of the 2-liter stuff, but that car is absolutely moving to the max of its capabilities.
Much older. World War II really decimated the English car groups. Many of them, for years after World War II, had to continue producing the designs that they were designed pre-war. And the MGTD and the MGTF are both representative samples of that. The TC, which they were building until the late 40s, still had wooden frames.
Oh, absolutely. And you can't bring up the history of the MG without talking about its influence on not just American sports car culture, but sports car culture in general. GI, stationed in England during World War II, got a chance to drive these little cars, and a lot of them brought them back. And then they started pulling the fenders off of them, making them a little bit lighter, and running them through their little town race courses back in the 50s, enjoying the nimble and agility of these tiny little cars, even though they weren't very powerful. And as it says, it started from there and everyone starts racing. So if you're into really racing at all, especially road course racing, you've got to give some respect to MG. And speaking of MGs not getting any respect right now, Charles Dolan I'm sure he is very appreciative of that black car in front of him, but he has every intention of getting around it.
Yeah, you can see how much skinnier that MGA is to the MGB, because that is, like I said, light years of design difference. We're talking about the MGs here. If you've ever heard the term little British sports car, that's pretty much what they're talking about. Again, if you were in the 60s and 70s and you appreciated road racing versus drag racing, you probably wanted an MG or a Jaguar and not Mustang or Plymouth Satellite or GT, whatever.
Well, even in the 50s, there was just no comparison. You had small cars like this MGA, and I do believe, yes, he has gotten around.
Oh,
Jeff
Charles Dolan from Pittsburgh,
there he
PA.
goes. So just like that, and there was just no comparison. And while America was pursuing that with the flathead Fords and your 32 Roadsters, those cars were not designed to turn, so they were running in a straight line. But it was the same concept: make the car as light and nimble as possible. Just the MGs, they wanted them to turn. But this is some great racing. But Jeff has not absolutely seeded that spot, so we can expect to see this kind of tight racing. So we are just 3 laps into this event, and you see Charles Dolan is about to take the lead as he crosses the start-finish line. But Jeff Harold, there it is. Jeff Harold's right behind him, and just a lap back is Coben Sunderman, who just crossed the line as well, and he's got a 69 MGB. That's that 10 top that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, we're going to go to a commercial in just a minute, but I want to tell you that we are not going to leave the track. The picture-in-picture will be showing the commercials while we continue to watch the race. We'll see if Charles Dolan and Jeff Harold can keep bringing it here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Schenley Park, it is the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. We'll be back in just 1 minute.
Now that Baird and Heffron-Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors and their families build secure financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. We'd love to earn your trust. Make an appointment today and discover the Baird difference.
Get ready for the ultimate adrenaline rush with the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Discover 2 thrilling hours of driving action, featuring lead follow laps on the North Track and a full track hot lap finale. Feel the power beneath you as you race in our top-of-the-line fleet of BMWs. Perfect for both car enthusiasts and newcomers to the sport. Treat yourself to unparalleled customer service and attention to detail, ensuring your time on the track is an unforgettable adventure. Don't wait any longer. Sign up today and experience the exhilaration of the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Let's hit the track and make some memories.
America keeps a simple promise: protect and empower the most vulnerable. We believe where there is life, there is hope. And we believe everyone has the right to live their life with dignity and acceptance. Thousands of American employees across the country put their hearts and souls into providing exceptional care for those who need it most. This is more than a job. We strive to create a world we all want to live in by dissolving labels, upholding dignity, and redefining limitations. With every early morning shift, every small celebration, every hug and high five, we fix, we heal, we restore. Because doing the right thing will always matter. What we do matters. Who we serve matters. That's America.
Turn right onto Western Avenue. You have reached your destination.
One more.
One more time. Turn right onto Western Avenue.
ID Light and the all-electric ID4. It's the little things. It's a VW.
Everyone has different storage needs, so Guardian Storage offers a variety of solutions. We have climate-controlled and drive-up units. Units that are perfect for homeowners, renters, students, and businesses. We also cover other needs with conference rooms, coffee service, free Wi-Fi, package acceptance, on-site store with packaging and moving supplies. With Guardian Storage, you truly get more when you store.
Thanks to our sponsors. And while you were gone, Dolan took that lead again. Jeff is just 3 seconds behind him. And third place, Coben Sunderman in another MGB. He is on it right behind that gorgeous number 28 car. So there's your lap times. Charles Dolan 2:23, Jeff with a 2:25. And I don't think anyone told Charles that this is the last race of the day. Look at that as he comes out of that corner ahead of the start finish line.
I think he knows it's the last race of the day because he is leaving nothing on the track. He is giving it all.
Yes, he is just throwing down. He is going to leave. There's going to be no pads left on those brakes and no tread left on those tires. And good on you for it.
So I already asked him, what do you do if your brother has a Fiat and you have a Lotus? What do you do if you don't win anything and your brother wins 2 different races?
Well, you know, you're just going to have to come up with an excuse to go home early or buy a lot of beer to shut him up.
It's going to be a very difficult Thanksgiving table in the Dolan boys' household.
Or a hilarious one. It all depends on your perspective. So there you can see just the fractions of a second between second and third. And that's Jeff and Coben right there. But Charles, look at him go right now. He is using all of that Panther Hall bridge, and they're coming in that corner, keeping his foot firmly in that gas pedal, very collected as he comes around, and those 2 MGBs right behind him battling it out for second place.
Yeah, that's actually a great race happening right there. They're also shucking and shiving through all of these different turns here, coming by the
Westinghouse
late.
A little bit of a lockup.
Still again, putting it right on the edge and getting near that curb, but not touching it. Good job there.
The little lockup on that front inside tire as he's trying to make that turn in that front engine car. Here we are at turn 13, just around the corner from that is they make a slight elevation change, and then they're going to head down towards the switchbacks, climbing back up that hill. So in a couple of seconds, we'll see.
Let's see how hard these guys hit it here.
All right. Just the slightest bit of oversteer. And as soon as he crests that road crown, turns into power on oversteer. The 2 MGBs hang into the inside, using that crown to their advantage.
Yeah. Charles Dolan taking the theoretical line, but maybe not the best line on the pavement here
I think he's the best line for his car. He clearly is communicating well with that vehicle, but it is bouncing around that suspension.
Jeff Harold and Corbin Sutherland still battling it out there. I don't know if you saw that on the way out.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we come to the switchbacks as they start to descend back down the hill. Both sides of this surrounded by stone walls. This is not where people like to make mistakes, and all 3 of those cars coming in there, they got the stamp on the envelope, and they're going to send it.
That's right. Look at this great elevation change here. It's a beautiful track. Look at Charles Dolan, you are absolutely sending it. Not that Jeff Harold and Coben Sutherland aren't. Everybody
we've got a pass. He's going to make room. He's trying to come in there in second place. And absolutely, Sunderman takes second place and now has set his sights squarely on that red MGA of Charles Dolan.
Not a whole lot of race left. I don't know if he can close the gap. It's about 3 seconds right now.
All right, we are 7 laps into this one, and this is the way to end the day, especially here at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. These vintage cars, and they are sending it hard.
Another shot of the Panther Hollow Bridge in the shadow of Pittsburgh, University of Pittsburgh's Cathedral of Knowledge. And here they come.
There's
See
Charles.
The gap between Charles and Coben.
Oh, it is not closing. That much of a gap. He is absolutely closing that gap down. They are sending it into turn 1. No lift from either one of them. And they are working those chassis all the way around the corner.
Again, hope the police aren't watching because they just, again, ignored that stop sign.
Oh, now that was an absolutely gorgeous entry into that corner. I think he knows that second place is coming for him, and he can't afford to make any mistakes. And there it is. That's the number 48, 69 MGB.
Yeah, Jeff Harold was definitely holding up Coben Sutherland, who had a lot more left in the tank.
Yeah.
Could have gone around a lot quicker.
But Jeff did just set a new personal best with a 2:24.1, which is faster than some of the other cars that have run. In fact, everybody has run a 2:21.
Well, Coben's got a 2:21 under his belt, so
yeah,
he's
does.
definitely cooking. We don't know. Coben might run him down or he might run out. These are timed races, by the way. Mental and everyone out there watching on whatever, streaming or television.
If you're watching the live stream, we're going to have to shut down in about 18 minutes. But if you're on any of the other mediums, stay with us if we're not done.
Yeah, but these are 20-minute races, so there is no specific amount of laps that will get done. They will throw the flag on the leader right after that 20-minute mark. So
that's going to be in about 4 minutes and 15 seconds, it looks like.
Probably only a couple laps left, but let's see if Coben Sunderman from Turtle Creek, PA can run down Charles Dolan from Pittsburgh, PA in the 57 MGA, or will Charles Dolan become our two-time winner? Don't forget, he made the pass in the last laps in his race.
He did, and he is a masterful driver, and he is getting everything out of that gorgeous MGA. Well done, Charles, regardless of how this plays out. Here's another great shot of this gorgeous track, Schenley Park, right here in downtown Pittsburgh. We do have a quick interview we're going to go to in about a half a minute, so we'll set that up there, but we're going to hand it off down to Ted. In the meantime, though, keep an eye on this. He is absolutely closing that gap. Coben, now having gotten around, has reduced Charles's lead to just over 2 seconds.
Yep, and I think we're going to throw it down to an interview of Chris Longo from Verona, Pennsylvania, who is number 07, Verona, PA, one of those tin top MGBs. Our good friend Ted, the voice of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, talked to him yesterday. Let's see what they said.
Chris Longo here is standing in front of his race car. It's an MGB GT, as you can probably see. Chris raced last weekend at Pit Race we had kind of different categories last weekend, running in medium bore tin tops.
Correct.
This is a tin top.
Correct, yes. I've always liked the MGBs, but was real fond of the MGB GT for its rigidity. But I just like the style of it. It was designed by an Italian. I'm Italian, so I don't know if that had anything to do with it or not. But
I like the look of the MGB GT as well. So I think we split up the group last weekend because we had so many medium bore cars, but we have a medium bore race this weekend. But you're racing in two races, the medium bore race and also the MG race.
Yes. Since it's 100 years for MG this year, they decided to do an all MG race, which is real exciting. So yeah, I'll be racing in two races, the 2-liter class and then the MG class. So
now that really puts a lot of pressure on the car, doesn't it, to do a weekend and then come back and do another the next weekend?
Right. Well, I looked at the schedule for this weekend, and the 2-liter class, which has most of the MGBs in it, and then the small bore class has midgets and MGAs. The medium bore was running right before the MG race. I said, we might want to change that because we won't have enough time to even get fuel in our cars. So they squeezed the Formula Fords in between us. So that gives us a little bit of breather room. So it'll be fun. It'll be a lot of fun.
I just also want to mention that we spoke with Manley Ford, who also, in addition to racing, builds some MG race cars. And you build MGBs.
I do. I have a business. It's called MGB Classics. And I maintain, restore, and just try to keep these little guys on the road as much as possible. And pretty much any little British sports car, Triumph, Austin Healey.
Now and then when you go on to your website, you can see cars for sale.
Yes. There's always at least one, and I'm usually working on one to put up for sale. And it's kind of a wide range. You can buy a full restored car or a so-called driver, and then I help people maintain their cars. So
it's called MGB Classics, and the driver and the proprietor.
All right, looks like we just had a slight cutout on that one, but there is that MGB right now that he was just talking about. And Chris had obviously also run his GTV6, which he said he was going to do in that interview, and did quite well. So he is also sat on the podium this weekend, and he's currently running 4th. We've still got Charles Dolan in that MGA in the lead, 4 seconds in front of Coben.
Yeah, Jeff Harold right after that in his MGB. And then after Chris Longo in 4th place is Kurt Barnes in his MG-TD 1350. So that's a much smaller motor, much older car. And then the TDs are racking it up because right after that is Steve Cosin in his 53 MG-TD.
Oh, and as you mentioned, he is leaving nothing, three-wheeling it through that corner. That's some exciting racing. That's how you end a weekend. Oh, this is just fantastic.
Yeah, he's put a gap on Coben. Coben is 3.7 seconds back from Turtle Creek, Pennsylvania, 1969 MGB. So either Coben has decided that he's going to put it on the trailer and have just a great time, or Charles Dolan has absolutely outpaced the competition. Probably a little bit of both.
Yes, this is just fantastic. This is a great series. It's just all these MG's cars. Look at the suspension working through there. That car is bouncing because we said 100 times, oh, a little bit of a power on oversteer as he exits that corner. This is a normal city street. We had Al on the interview just come through. He rides his bicycle through here. People bring their dogs, but they block it off one time a year, and that time of year is now, the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. Check this out. Send this to your friends. Send it to everybody. Put it on your social medias with the hashtag PVGP.
Yeah, we'll go down keep going down the leaderboard here. Manley Ford, we talked to him in his MGTD. Lynn Grimshaw, number 8. He's in 8th place from Williamsburg, Ohio, in a 66 MGB. Thomas Dick, Winchester, Virginia, in a 62 MG 1622 Mark II. Not really sure what that is. We haven't seen that much on screen. But after that, Thomas Wilcox, number 21, from Rockford, Illinois, in a 66 midget. And then I think that wraps it up there. I don't think those people on timing and scoring have turned a lap. So They may have put it on the trailer already. Whoa, very loose.
Whoa.
Stolen.
You crazy person. Well done.
Making sure
man.
It gets on the trailer. Why don't you back it off just a little bit, Charles? This is 7/10 racing here
That's
at Schenley
just a
Park,
really
Pittsburgh,
big 7.
VA.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's probably fine. All right, we got another MGA right there, just showing that 147 as it was coming through. And that is Thomas Dick. We were just talking about him. Another gorgeous car on that one. So here it is. And a little bit of a difference you can see in the style on this one. He's not sending it as hard. Now, keep watching. We're going to cut to commercial. This is going to be wrapping up pretty quick. All right, stay on there. We're going to have 2 MGAs passing.
Now that Baird and Heffron-Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors and their families build secure financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. We'd love to earn your trust. Make an appointment today and discover the Baird difference.
Get ready for the ultimate adrenaline rush with the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Discover 2 thrilling hours of driving action, featuring lead follow laps on the North Track and a full track hot lap finale. Feel the power beneath you as you race in our top-of-the-line fleet of BMWs. Perfect for both car enthusiasts and newcomers to the sport. Treat yourself to unparalleled customer service and attention to detail, ensuring your time on the track is an unforgettable adventure. Don't wait any longer. Sign up today and experience the exhilaration of the VIP Pit Race Track Experience. Let's hit the track and make some memories.
America keeps a simple promise: protect and empower the most vulnerable. We believe where there is life, there is hope. And we believe everyone has the right to live their life with dignity and acceptance. Thousands of American employees across the country put their hearts and souls into providing exceptional care for those who need it most. This is more than a job. We strive to create a world we all want to live in by dissolving labels, upholding dignity, and redefining limitations. With every early morning shift, every small celebration, every hug and high five, we fix, we heal, we restore. Because doing the right thing will always matter. What we do matters. Who we serve matters. That's American.
If you promise me?
If you promise me pizza.
I will hit more home runs.
I will get an A in math.
I will clean up my room.
If you promise me pizza.
If you promise me.
If you promise me.
I will not pick on my little brother.
I will eat all my vegetables.
If you promise me. I'll be class spelling bee champion.
If you promise me. I'll score my first touchdown. If you promise me pizza.
Don't just promise pizza, promise the pizza of champions. Caliente Pizza and Draft House.
Hey, welcome back. It looks like somebody promised Charles Dolan some pizza because he is absolutely sending it. But if Coben wins, who's now reduced that lead to just, I'd say, 2 car lengths, right as we're wrapping up this race.
Hey, quick shout out to our sponsors, Baird Financials. You know, a terrible thing to do with all your money is to go vintage racing or racing of any type. But if you're in the process of having some money, why don't you check out Baird Financials? Of course, we saw Caliente Pizza and Marikey in that spot there. So all great people working with us to make sure the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix goes off without a hitch. Not going off without a hitch is Charles Dolan, because he is still cooking, and Coben Sunderman is catching up. We saw Charles getting a little loose during the commercials. Sometimes slow and controlled is actually the fastest way around the track. He might be overcooking a little. What do you think?
He might be. It's the end of the day. The car's tired, the tires are tired, the oil's tired, and that car's already gone through one time, race one time. So this is going to be a fun one. Hey, while you're checking this out real quick, scroll down, hit that like and subscribe button. We're only going to be here for some of you about another 6 minutes or so. But if you're watching it on YouTube or something like that, come back and see us. We will still be available on there. Send this to your friends, tell them how cool it is, and start making your plans to come to the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix next year.
Yeah, and if you're watching on TV, why not fire up the old computer and go to pvgp.org and finish watching the races with us?
Absolutely.
A little difficult.
Oh, no! The race is over. That's what has happened. And it looks like Charles Dolan is getting that case of Helltown Brewing fresh on his heels still, is that number 48 of Coben Sunderman. That was a truly wonderful race, and I will bet my paycheck for this weekend that those two competitors are going to get out, shake hands, and hug, because that's the entire vibe that's been going on all weekend. Luigi Chinetti Jr. was talking about how everyone here is smiling, and why wouldn't they? It has just been such a wonderful event. And here comes our third place, the number 28. He started out in the lead and made 0 mistakes.
Yeah,
they just muscled around him.
Jeff Harold in his 1962 MGB taking third place. Coben Sunderman from Turtle Creek, PA, 1969 MGB. And, of course, the only 2-time winner of the weekend. Actually, everybody's a winner this weekend.
Everyone's a winner.
But yeah, Charles Dolan, the only one that's going to probably take home 2 cases of that beer, is in his 57 MGA.
If his brothers don't drink it.
That's true. Managed to win not only the small bore, but also the 100 years of MG race. We are going to have all of the podium interviews with Ted Sawyer in just a moment as they take off their safety gear. This has been a wonderful time.
It really has. 2 races in one day, and it's not brutally hot, but it isn't exactly cool either. So he's getting some water in him. He's basically wearing a fireproof quilt like we all do when we go racing. But there you are. See, there's 2 great competitors. Lot of respect, a lot of love for the sport. This is exactly what racing's supposed to be like, and I have loved watching every time when they get out of these cars on there. It's got to slide up those arm restraints. Mandatory when you're running an open cockpit car to keep your arms in the case of something so you don't get pinned if the car flips over. And, of course, your third place right over there, Jeff Harold, easing out of that car as well. And I am no doubt all of them probably going to need someone's got a bottle of water for him. That's good to know.
Yep. Got to stay hydrated out there to stay safe, whether you're in a race car or not. But lots of things making sure to stay safe, including all of that fire gear, all of those roll cages, and all of the track workers here at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. Flaggers. Everybody's trying to keep everybody safe.
It is just great. Now, as mentioned, if you are watching this live stream on the webpage, it is going to wrap up here in about 2.5-3 minutes.
Oh, no, on the TV. If you're watching
if you're watching the live stream on the TV, if you're one of the locals here. So we want to thank you very much for tuning in, but you should just pop over to the computer, pull out your phone, head on over there to the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, pvgp.org, or you can find us on YouTube and keep watching this. But if you've got someplace you got to be, we want to thank you for your time. Thank you for tuning in. It's been a blast, and we've loved having you here for it.
Yeah, we are going to go down. We are going to go down to Ted in just a moment with all those winners. They're all having a good time, making sure they get hydrated before they step up and receive their flags, their trophies, their awards, and their, of course, Helltown beer. Ted, are you ready to take us? We'll go down to the winner's circle to you.
Well, come on. If you say Charlie, we won't get in trouble. I don't know. I don't think we'll get in trouble anyway. Yeah, I agree. I'd rather have
Try to wrangle the rest of the drivers to come up here to the podium. But your race winner is here, and that's Peter Dolan. Calling him Charlie all race long, but, you know, there are a lot of racing Dolans, and they're all successful. So this is Peter, and he won the race in car number 5, and that is one fast MGA.
It's a lot of machine. It's a beautiful track. You know, getting used to driving Charlie's car was a little fun, but great competition from the back of the pack. All of a sudden in the rearview mirror on the last maybe 3-4 laps you were there, so that made me put the throttle down and less brake. But fantastic event. Thank you everybody who volunteered, helped, worked, sweated, whatever everybody did, drove to put this together. This was an incredible event. Thank you.
Peter, we really thought another couple of laps and there might be somebody else who was taking the checkered flag first.
I was waiting for that news for so long.
Let's talk to second place, Coben, because I don't know whether you know it, but you set by far the fastest lap of the race relatively early on, like maybe by 2 seconds. And so you were really gaining the whole way. And we thought that you could get by Peter there at the end, but he pulled out some laps at the end.
Yeah, it was great. This is my second Grand Prix, and I've been coming to this since I've been probably 8 years old, probably one of the first ones. And I'm so excited to be able to race here, so excited to be able to be with these guys and everything that everybody does here to make this happen. I've been seeing the inside of what's happening now more with the race, and all the volunteers are just so amazing. They do so much, so I'm just so thankful for them.
Thanks for a great show. It's really fun to watch you gaining places, and it's always great to see real competition up here. I know that you drivers, as drivers in vintage racing, particularly here at Schenley Park, are often urged to not go 10/10ths. But when you get the helmet on and the engine's running and there's a guy ahead of you, you're not going to tone it down.
Actually, whenever we're driving around here with the camber, you're driving in the middle of the road, so you're not going 10/10ths all the way to the outside. You're just driving to what you can do on the road, and so you can go up to that line, but you're not pushing 10/10ths no matter what you're doing.
When you see the walls, they really slow you down into the corners. You know,
you're not supposed to look at the walls, though.
The camber is what I'm worried about around here. Stay with the camber.
So tell me, Jeff, about the camber, because often in these turns you're on the wrong side of the road.
Yeah, I did that rather impressively going into the hay bales. If anybody has a highlight film, when he passed me fair pass, he came up from behind, was quicker, but I challenged him going into the hay bales. Next thing I knew, I was doing one of these.
We did see that the gap fell from 2 seconds to about 22 seconds.
Yeah, well, you know, you got to pick up the pieces. I tried to get Pete a little worried the first lap or two. He's in an unfamiliar car. Did he confess? Never drove this car before.
Yeah, but he knows his way around a race car.
Well, anyway, thanks to everybody. Thanks to all the fans.
Congratulations, Jeff Harrell. What a great podium for the final race of the weekend. It is the MG 100th anniversary race here during the 41st annual Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. Thanks so much for everyone coming out and enjoying the weekend and supporting the PVGP. Thanks to the racers. Thanks especially to the volunteers, the corner marshals, the safety people, the grid work, the paddock people, the people up in the golf course, putting cars on the car shows, and running the merchandise booths and so on. It takes hundreds and hundreds of volunteers. So volunteers, thank you so much. And we will see you next July.
Thank you, Ted Sawyer, the official voice of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. It has been an amazing week here in Pittsburgh. We've only been here since Thursday covering a lot of the live races and the shows, but I want to take a moment and make sure that before we leave the broadcast, we take some time to visit those charity pages of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. All the great people at Marikey and Autism Pittsburgh, bringing dignity and belonging to the special needs families of Pittsburgh. Don't just sit there. Click the link. Open up your wallet and give a little donation for them. Speaking of who else needs to be thanked, all the volunteers down there in Schenley Park, making sure all the shows happen. There were over 3,000 cars on the show field on Saturday, and then all of the track workers today. I want to make sure that you take a moment and also follow all the social media. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the like and the subscribe button for Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. If you're throwing any tweets out, make sure you're hitting that hashtag PVGP. There's a lot of people that we talked to that didn't make it to the air. We were saving a lot of the things that we interviews in case something happened, but everything went so well this weekend. We didn't have any rain delays. The weather was great. We didn't have any on-track incidents. It was been an absolute fantastic weekend of racing. Mental, I know you have a lot of people to thank, so I'm going to toss it over to you before we wrap it up.
All right, and first I want to thank my co-host, Jeff. Thank you so much for being here. Chris and Chrissy, you had the on-screen talent. Thank you. And everyone that was helping with that. That's Kara and Owen, Anthony. Of course, Bernie Martin, Director of Communications for the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. Thanks for having us out there. Jamoke, he was holding it down on the stage. Great talking with him. Here at Cut and Run Production Studios, we want to thank Jordan and his entire staff. If you need any of this kind of work done, Cut and Run Studios. I absolutely loved and enjoyed talking with Luigi Chinetti Jr. That was fantastic. Thank you for your time. Dan Panos, his assistant, Yanira. Just what a great time. So many wonderful people. All right. Thank you all very, very much. If you've enjoyed this, make sure you're following that. Check us out at everyone.racers. We're on all the social medias at everyone.racers. And if you're looking for any kind of a vintage car or parts like this, you could start at racingjunk.com.
We should mention we're a podcast, right?
We are a podcast. This is what we talk about.
Wherever you get your podcasts, just find Everyone Racers and hit that like and subscribe button, because you can hear more of our jokes. Honestly, a lot more jokes, to be perfectly honest. We were playing it kind of straight here, but yeah, there it is. It's been a wonderful time, and we hope to be back next year, next July 2024, right here in Schenley Park in beautiful Pittsburgh, PA, the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, pvgp.org. There's a great drone shot of the entire park. If you're anywhere here, check it out.